the video of that.
That pure joy.
Did you see him with the Terminator? Like,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He was doing it every time. He kept going like this.
Players on the table should be coming up any second.
Before the pins too, so I mean, we gotta get some of those.
Go.
I believe in him now.
Whoop, whoop.
I remember that 16
Here is Arlie with the player intros.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Best Bet Live. I'm Arlie Johnson, and we are in our 2023 World Poker Tour Series. First time we've had the World Poker Tour back in 4 years. We are thrilled to have them back, and hopefully all the players feel the exact same way. This is one of our feature events. This is event number 6 of the World Poker Tour. It's a $1,700 no-limit hold'em mystery bounty tournament. This event did come with a $300,000 guarantee. We ended up with a prize pool of $291,450 plus another $145,000 worth in bounties alone. Started with 290 players out of our 3 day ones, and we have whittled it down all the way to our final table, which we'll be presenting for you tonight. And let's introduce you to our players. With that being said, 9 players in our final table. We'll start in the 1 seat and work our way all the way around. From the 1 seat, from just down the road in Ocala, Florida, he has a chip count of 1,055,000 in chips. Please welcome Robert Kennedy. In our 2 seat, just over $1 million in chips, 1,064,000 in chips. One of many local Jacksonville residents here at the final table. Please welcome George Kanashat. In our 3 seat, again, right here in Jacksonville, at 732,000 in chips. Please welcome Paul Chung. From our 4 seat, at 1,040,000 in chips, hailing from Lidditz, Pennsylvania, and a fun fact, an original Best Bet Jacksonville dealer from all the way back in 2012. Please give a warm welcome to Brandon Mueller. To the 5 seat, another local Jacksonvillian at 990,000. Please give a warm welcome to Ben Scroggins. From our 6th seat, the short stack for now, but things can always change with that. He's at 285,000. He seems upset that I mentioned that, but maybe that'll spur him on to some better things ahead. From Jacksonville Beach, please welcome Zach Stites. To the 7th seat, currently 2nd overall in chips. He's at 1,126,000 in chips. Of course, from Jacksonville, it's Eddie the Monster Marskoski. In the 8th seat sits our chip leader. He's at 1,585,000. Originally from the home of LeBron James, Akron, Ohio. Please welcome Brian Arbaugh. And rounding out our field today, from Jacksonville, he's at 774,000 in chips. Please give a round of applause to Nick Myers. 9 of you left. Of course, all of you want the top prize. That is $62,251. The next person out, 9th place money, will receive $6,225. Of course, this is a mystery bounty. There's still plenty of bounties at stake, including our 2nd best bounty prize. There is still a bounty pull for $20,000 available. We also have a few $2,000 bounties, plus a couple of 1,000s and a couple of 500s. And before we get going, we are actually going to have a couple of bounty pulls right now. Both Eddie and Brian each have a bounty pull available, so I'm going to bring the drum to the table, and we will have it pulled right at the table. So let's bring it over and have Eddie do our first drawing.
We're going to wrestle for it.
2,000 is a big deal.
All right, to the table.
Pulls the 20,000 right now. I'll get some shots.
No, that's what I want to do is deflate this tonight.
All right, Eddie. Choose your destiny.
First one I've opened this stuff.
Yeah.
Wow. It's ripping. All right, be the one.
$2,000 for Eddie. One of the better ones, second best one available. $2,000 for Eddie. Now let's re-roll this thing. Have Brian pick a winner as well. Brian, go for it.
Still room for 50,000, so we just have to redo the whole tournament.
1,000 for Brian. 1,000 for Brian. All right, well done, gentlemen. Thank you very much, guys. I'll take each of these. Hopefully I can one-hand this thing.
Not those.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we are going to resume play at blind level 6,000, 12,000, 12,000. Annie? You can take them if you want. 6,000, 12,000, blind level, 12,000 Annie. Just 11 minutes left in this level. We do have a color up of the orange chips as soon as this level is over. That will not be a full break. That's just going to be a super fast color up, and then we'll get right back to playing poker. Chewy is our dealer to start things off. The button starts in the 5 seat with Ben. Gentlemen, good luck the rest of the way. Congratulations for making it this far. Chewy, shuffle up and deal.
Yes, everybody, good luck. We all got myself and Jacob on my own.
All right, thank you, Arlie, for the introductions to this final table. Anybody tuning in, possibly somehow unaware, this is a $1,700 buy-in, event number 6 of our WPT series here at Best Bet Jacksonville, located in Florida. Coming to you on a 30-minute delay as these players get underway. A lot of deep stack action. You're going to see some pretty big chip stacks for a tournament final table. The average chip count, much larger than your average chip count heading into the final 9.
No first name.
A couple of questions I see Kevin asking about the players drawing the 50K bounty. We did have a player pull the 50K bounty earlier in the day. As Russell correctly says, Chris hit it with 15 people left. He was around there. Another tournament regular here in the area was fortunate enough to pull that 50K bounty. However, that second place prize of 20K still does remain. So something worth fighting over is 20K is nothing to scoff at. That's about 4th place money as things stand right now. 9 players remaining. Might be tempted to go for it, especially as some of the stacks shrink. Meanwhile, no shortage in the action on the first hand as we saw George open it up. Paul putting in the 3-bet with the ace-king suited, and the ace-king suited is going to take it down.
Congratulations to all these players. I'm pretty sure you already gave them their kudos, but man, like you said, extremely deep play, and I'm happy to see all 9 of them be able to make it to the final table, and they're all playing for one singular goal, taking home first place. So I'm interested to see how even all of them are going to try to get to that prize.
This could be a very fun final table. We got a lot of players on here with a lot of tournament experience. Most of these players have a score bigger than first place in this event, so it's not like you're going to see people knitting it up, hoping for those pay jumps. You're going to have a lot of guys going after it, trying to get the victory. And at the same time, you also see the deep stacks in play, so we might get a little bit of a different feel than you usually see at a tournament final table. A lot of times you come into a final with the average stack being 20, 30 big blinds. It creates a lot more pre-flop all-in action, where this, from what we've seen in the feature table earlier today, definitely opens things up to see a lot of 3-bets, a couple of cool bluffs. People can, use river cards to make bluffs where a normal tournament setup, you usually don't even get it to the river without getting it all in first. So spicing it up with a lot of different options on the table. Hopefully we get to see a lot of fun action here on this final.
Yeah, a lot of experienced players here. I know Brian just won an event outright that came through Best Bet maybe not even a year ago. So
you could say that about quite a few people indeed on this one. It's a very loaded final table. I don't know if there is a soft spot to be had on it. Now, you're talking about Brian. He defended his big. Zach opened it up from the button. Elected to just check back the ace-high flop, under-rep the strength of his hand possibly. Hoping to maybe get played off with the late c-bet here on the turn. Goes out 25K, a little over 2 big blinds. We did resume play at the 12K big blind level. Let's see here, Zach does take it down. Brian not going to stick around with the king high. But we do appreciate everybody tuning in with us, joining us in the chat. We saw a good chunk of representation throughout the day. People sneaking in, rooting on their friend or family member at the featured table. Hopefully we get a nice group of people tuning in, rooting on their favorite player here as we reach the final. A lot of local fan favorites on it.
Absolutely. And
Or is it just like
a
always
lot of
with me?
Wolfpack members, just a lot of that going on, a lot of fun to be had, and I'm just excited to see so many experienced veterans and different style players, right? Eddie Marskowski, very accomplished player, and as you said, Mike, you can probably say the same for all other ace players. So that's why I'm interested to see some of the more intricate spots that you might not see at the feature table that we haven't seen yet. And we have so much at stake, those plays mean that much more.
A lot of these guys, as we're mentioning, a lot of their accomplishments, want to get that first place trophy. A couple people have some victories under their belt. A couple people have some deep runs and maybe haven't quite taken home that trophy yet. They're going to look to do so here. One of these 9 guys is going to take it home.
Yeah,
all of them with a good chance to do so.
Somebody's got to win.
I think Brian trying to win this pocket trays versus ace 10, and the flop comes down ace 9 deuce, 2 spades on board.
Completely masking the strength of his hand. Limps ace 10 suited, just called in the small blind, checks the flop. Looks like he might be in there with a marginal hand, trying to find something when in all actuality he's extremely strong, and I'm pretty sure Nick's not going to know what hit him if they get the showdown on the show.
Now, you see Nick firing out on the turn. Pretty hefty bet size. Sorry, small bet size. I thought I said 85, turned to 35 or 35K. Ryan gonna make the easy call with his ace.
Oh yeah, like I said, he's not gonna know what hit him. Probably go check. I don't think he'll fire a bluff here. I would like to see him give up, but Brian will probably get his chips in quicker than Nick can.
Nick is sizing up a river bet. Looks like he went a little bit bigger this time around, closer to a half pot size bet of 95K into 180K. Much higher proportionate size bet compared to that turn bet.
This is what I mean by just really good play from Brian. He could have 3-bet pre-flop. He could have decided to raise on the flop. Might have put him on a flush draw. He's going to get the maximum here by essentially playing coy, disguising the strength of his hand, and allowing Nick to bet for him.
So you saw Brian check his hand there, seeing that the 10 is in fact a 10 of clubs, unblocking some of the different hands that may have continued, including like a 10 of spades, for example. Let's say, Nick had 10-7 of spades, he would have fired this flop, would have fired the turn, adding a straight draw to his hand. So not having that 10 of spades does add a little bit of value to Brian here, as he's blocking some of the popular bluffs. As predicted, there is the call from Brian after some deliberation. He's going to take down a pretty sizable pot.
Yeah, Nick's on notice. Like that's one of those hands, man. I never thought you'd pop up there with that.
Still kudos to Nick, though. He didn't come in as a short stack, doesn't have to make a move. Not necessarily the big stack either. He's trying to chip up, elevate his own situation, and try to put himself in a position to take this one down. I know recently we did see Nick make a final table here in our Swing Series main event back in June. Finished in 5th place. And when you get underneath of this table, it's the same location, you made a final before. You know, like, all right, I want to do better than 5th this time around. I want to get that victory. You know, you were so close you could feel it. You want to close it out this time around. And, you know, kudos for going for it. Fortunately for him, Brian had the goods.
Yep.
Played it right.
Raise 26.
Another player who's not afraid to go for it. We got Paul opening things up with the aces. Again, 26K to go. It's going to be a fun dynamic. We see Paul in the 3 and Ben in the 5. Previous to the final table redraw, they were on the feature table battling a lot, with Ben having the worst position. They kind of flip-flop their seats here. Might see that dynamic shift up as they were battling it a lot, blind versus blind, running into each other pretty often. So I imagine Ben's going to try to take advantage of his position on Paul and try to continue chipping up himself. Both of those players are no strangers to the final table felt here at Best Bet Live, as well as other places throughout the country.
I love this so much.
Paul there in the 3 seat, sitting at this exact table. And the last time we ran this exact event, a $1,700 buy-in mystery bounty,
Now the commentators have fallen.
he made it 3rd place. Obviously trying to
Commentate
improve.
you doing these drink orders.
Brandon's turn with the aces. We see him open up
He double checks the drink
27K.
order. Now he's taking it. Amazing. Not able to memorize it, oddly enough. Just
Great.
have to write
He
it
was
down.
really
I'll let
good.
him do the breakdown here.
I mean, he gave an expert breakdown, exactly what was going through my mind. I had a little pressure, I'm not gonna lie. If that's what it's like playing in front of lights, I don't want to do it. Don't want to do
He's
it.
in a tough spot. I gave him a piece of crap pen.
Pen wasn't very easy.
After it folds around, Brandon shows the aces.
You're taking shots, right?
You're good?
Wait, are you
You ain't gonna change your mind by the time I get down there, right? Yeah, you are. It's okay. I'll come back to you.
Who's taking a shot? I'll take a shot of whiskey. Let's go.
Saw an early person in the YouTube chat before the stream even went live rooting on Zach's dice. So far, he might have the funniest comments at the final table. Hopefully he can turn his chip stack into a little bit bigger for you.
All right, I'm good.
Who's the short stack at the front?
You guys are trying to give
I
me.
believe it was Zach having come into the table as a shorty. Again, that short stack still being a little over 20 big blinds.
Still pretty good.
A lot of wiggle room, a lot of play to be had in this final.
That's still not bad. And he did come in at the beginning of our feature table.
He said you only have
chipped up pretty well, so I think he'll be just fine.
You don't get one.
I also think he has the capability to be just fine. We saw him take 1st place in an event here at Jacksonville quite a bit of time ago, but does have experience closing an event out, taking it down nonetheless. That event's 1st place payout was very similar to this one, so
We'll take a shot.
a little deja vu. Probably adds that comfort level to see him.
Guys, we are on a color up right now. Not a break, but a color up.
Zach, as the aforementioned short stack, still sitting here very smiley, very comfortable, happy to be at the table. He's not sweating his short stack by any means.
Well,
He knows how to navigate the scenario.
what is
Say 9th place. We've already got a good chunk of change locked up. 9th place paying out 6,200. The pay jumps from here get pretty good. Oh, that's a lot easier than me explaining it. Reading it off of a form right there on the screen. So much simpler to see. Technology is beautiful, huh? But 6,200 locked up already. But again, too, he's won an event before. He's made a final table here at Jacksonville before. The 1st place payout of the event was very similar. You know, once you've done it once, you got it under your belt. Adds a little swagger to your step, feeling a little comfy.
Absolutely.
And that's what we see with most of these guys at this final table. Very long list of accomplishments between them.
All of them are doing pretty well. And you know, the more evident thing is, I understand you have to run well in this game to get to this point, but you also have to be able to play at a certain level to get here.
You just keep on chipping up,
You don't have the 500.
playing every hand the best you can, and
You don't have the 500.
eventually over time all of the positive EV adds up and adds up. It's kind of like a reoccurring interest, you know. Just kind of keep doing it. Next thing you know, it all matters.
Let you know you're in.
Okay, go ahead and do that color up there real quick.
Yeah, a lot of these players very familiar with the Best Bet live table, Best Bet tournaments in general. For anybody unaware, we are in Northeast Jacksonville. Best Bet has a total of 3 locations, this being the main location, closer to downtown Jacksonville. A lot of these players are no strangers to it. It's really one of the only out-of-towners. Brandon there in the 4 seat. You heard Arlie's introduction. He actually used to work here close to 12 years ago now. Hung out for a while, moved down from Pennsylvania. Very familiar with, what does he do now? He actually owns a couple of businesses, including some vape shops. I know he actually just opened one up in my old hometown in Pennsylvania, ironically enough. So we actually moved down here around the same time, crossed paths over the years, working at some of the same poker rooms and casinos.
Who's the better dealer?
Obviously, you know, I'm still here, so the cream has clearly risen to the top. As we watch him make a final table, maybe he's better. Oh my gosh. Thanks for ruining my dreams, Adonis.
I'm sorry.
But no, very accomplished player, fun guy to be around is Brandon. I saw a lot of people rooting for him in the Facebook chat earlier. I think people were tuning in from Pennsylvania. But just because he's from PA doesn't mean he hasn't been playing in tons of events. I know he was bragging about playing a lot of volume online since we don't have the online poker down here. They got WSOP.com and PokerStars up there. You know, have seen him playing in a multitude of events. Recently had a nice run taking down a pretty good event last summer during the WSOP when he snuck out there.
Really?
Took down a 5K buy-in event over at MGM for close to 80K.
Oh, nice.
So again, even though he may not have the home field advantage, he definitely has some poker experience.
He definitely knows what he's doing.
Everybody else at the table might have a little bit better read on each other than he does, but you know, here we are playing poker at a final table. He's been there before. Speaking of him, it's going to be Brandon's action out of the big blind with pocket 9s. Facing Robert's late position open. Brandon just going to put in the call, under-rep the strength of his hand here. That's an unfortunate flop for those 9s as it comes down King 7 5 all spades. Robert just flopping the flush as the pre-flop raiser.
He's no longer Bobby, he's Robert.
And him and Brandon almost the exact same chip stack here.
Yeah, but the spades can probably just get a fold out of him. You don't have. It's not like the board's King 9-7.
It's a small bet with only one overcard. Brandon might peel one street. Does put in the call. See what develops on the turn.
Ooh.
Comes down to 6 of diamonds, so adds a straight draw to Brandon. He's going to check it over in flow to Robert again. See what size Robert elects to use on the turn. Not a spot that Robert would want to slow play and check it back. Here we see the bet from Robert.
I wonder if we can find the fold here now.
Getting out 85K. Not a half pot size bet. Brandon's going to have to weigh his options. Adding that straight draw on the turn. We're seeing him put in the call. Again, the deep chip stacks seem to be coming into play here. It's opened up a lot of room for post-flop play. Brandon checks it over once again to Robert. Just a question of what Robert thinks he may get looked up with when he bets out. What does he put Brandon on? And based on what hands he thinks Brandon has, how much can he get called? He'll fire out a chunky 180. A little over half pot size bet yet again. Trying to get max value. Hoping Brandon has something like King Queen or King Jack, King 10, one of those hands. Brandon is going to look him up and put in the call. Obviously, Robert could have continued firing with Ace X, with the Ace of Spades, something that he would have kept going.
Yep, absolutely.
And with a clean run out, Brandon has to put in the call. Gets the bad news. Robert, though, is scooping a nice pot, a little over 90 big blinds, 1.4 million in front of him.
Set this up. Good luck, y'all.
Really decent sized pot going Robert's way. These players start feeling each other out on the final table inside of the first orbit. Once again, do appreciate it. Everybody tuning in, hanging out with us. If you guys are rooting on anyone or you want to talk any sort of trash to Adonis about his Vikings, feel free to do so.
Yes.
Just like Kenneth over there in YouTube.
Yes, 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 they are.
Adonis loves it.
Oh my
Feeds
God, he
off of it.
fumbled. Oh my God, he fumbled.
Adonis has disappeared yet again.
Watch one end you lost half your chips on turn off. Hey, right when I sat down, he took 500K.
Oh yeah, that's how that goes.
Yeah.
So Adonis distraction aside, we are back in action here as players are folding one by one. Gets around. George on the button. Gonna open things up with a 7-6 of clubs. Making it 35K to go. Paul, let's go to the button. We see Brandon fold out of the small blind. Ben just going to relinquish out of the big. No defense here with the jack tray offsuit. George taking it down without any fight.
I want you to know, normally it's 20K, but I'm going to let you slide with 15. It's because Arlie said that.
That's fair.
I wouldn't really trust Harley with knowing the whole current blinds. He's currently watching football or something.
Nah, Patriots are playing.
I hear every word.
15 to go.
Here we are with action underway. Eddie first to act. Just going to let go of ace-6 of diamonds from under the gun. Not a hand worth playing 9 ways from early position. We also see Brian let go of pocket deuces. Similar reason. This is a full 9-handed final table. I imagine they would have been opening those types of hands once this gets a little bit shorter.
Raise 35.
Now Paul putting his chips to work. Gonna raise it up from the cutoff with King 5 of spades. Brandon getting out of there with the ace-4 offsuit. After that last pot, Brandon down to about 40 big blinds. Kind of has to let go of a more speculative hand like ace-4. When he was sitting 60, 70 big blinds, wouldn't have been surprised to see him get in there.
Ooh, there's a re-raise.
Ben's turn to get in there. Waking up with 10s out of the small blind.
Balls in the cutoff.
Nice 3x 3-bet here. Ball open to 35. Ben goes 115, and Ben's just going to take it down without seeing a flop. Doesn't have to take his pocket 10s out of position against Paul. Again, Ben and Paul were frequent customers of one another. In the early goings, when we were down to 2 tables remaining, they were on the featured table here on Best Buy Live, and we got to see them butt heads pretty often. Interesting to see if that dynamic spills over. Players did get a nice little dinner break in. We redrew to the final.
That's very good.
Maybe that emotion isn't carrying over as hard.
Anytime we have the big it's the Nick Cage.
That's Nicolas Cage's entire range in acting.
Yes. Yeah, the shirt is even better than that.
Folds all the way around the bend on the button.
Oh, he's opening.
King
Oh,
7
he's
suited
open.
is
He's open.
way within the opening range here. Goes with a 35K size. Seems to be the current norm of the 15K big blind.
I appreciate your
Stack the short stack and have to let it go out of the small blind.
Eddie, H6, everybody's kind of around. I mean, if outside of the shorty and Zach, everybody's kind of around the same chip stack. You have maybe 1 or 2 players with an overwhelming chip lead against the table, but everybody's hovering around that like 65 to 70 with that.
Eddie with a very playable ace-6 offsuit. Has the option to possibly put in a 3-bet against the button open. Easily 3-bet ace-6 out of the big. That's what we see happening is Eddie raising it up to 125. Going for a little bit bigger of a sizing, putting maximum pressure on Ben. 125K to go. See if Ben wants to play this hand in position. Both players sitting over 60 big blinds behind. A lot of room for play here between these two. Both very experienced on the best bet live streets.
Very, very.
Very.
Whenever someone tries
We've
to
seen
steal line
both of these
from
players
someone else,
on the live stream tournament final tables
backing me up with
multiple times.
stop bullying.
I always root for the guy who threw that. That's right.
Don't pick on my friend.
After Ben let it go, we're back in action onto the next hand.
What about me?
Eddie chipping up from his 3-bet. We saw Eddie take third place in an event not too long ago. $400 buy-in, 100K guarantee here at Best Bet back in September. Third for 19K. Another one of those spots where he got pretty close to taking home the trophy. It's always that, you know, a little bit sweeter to take home a WPT trophy. But he's gonna hopefully get it done here. Now Paul looking down at ace tray suited, bumps up, and Brandon wakes up with kings very next to act. See what 3-bet size he wants to use. Him and Paul, very similar chip stacks. Brandon,
And they've battled a lot
little
here
bit
at
more.
this feature to final. They've battled a
Brandon
ton.
was on the right of Paul when we were on the featured table. So now having position on him, let's see how he decides to put it to use. Now Zach in a precarious spot. We have an open and a 3-bet. You look down at ace-jack offsuit.
Might take me through it. What do
18
you do?
big blinds.
Will you find a better spot? Will you find a better hand?
Will be tough to get away from it here, but he does just let it go. He was also on the featured table with Brandon and Paul, so a little bit of experience and a read on maybe Brandon's 3-bet tendencies based on what he saw. Thinks that it is a little bit stronger. It did pick a spot to wait a better day. Now that invited Paul to call.
Oh my god.
Heads up to a 9-4 deuce, 2-heart flop.
It's got to be made up somewhere. This has got to be a story written somewhere. This is insane. What an insane flop.
Easily create a check raise out of Paul here. You see Brandon put in the continuation bet after Paul checks. Goes with a small down bet, 65K. Paul does, in fact, just rip it in. And it was an all-in and call, so here we are, Paul versus Brandon. Effectively for both players' tournament lives as they started almost identical in chip stack. Paul looking for an ace, a 5, or a heart. Brandon looking to fade all of those things.
And they're almost dead even in equity.
Yeah, you see right there, 50-50, essentially flipping a coin here. Now 9 of diamonds turn, and now 9 river, and those kings are going to hold for Brandon.
Big, big hand.
They're going to get a full rundown of the chip stack. These guys are very, very close in chip count. Brandon obviously hoping he has Paul covered. That, even though it doesn't matter too much for the chips, the mystery bounty format, if you can get the elimination, you get a pool, and there's 9 envelopes left, one of which includes a $20,000 prize. If you got a 1 in 9 shot at 20K, you're loving it. You want to get a pull at it. Got a couple of 2K prizes in there as well. After all of the accounting, it looks like Paul has a few chips remaining, which is going to spice things up. Whenever he goes in, somebody might be very tempted to isolate raise, try to eliminate a player, get that mystery bounty. Yeah, 9 players remaining here, 9 envelopes left. David Glasper says he was in the Matrix there dodging bullets, referring to Brandon dodging all of the outs that Paul had.
Now Paul has crumbs essentially remaining.
Paul essentially 1 big blind, 2 big blinds left. He's going to be putting it in with just about any 2 cards here shortly. What's more fun is just to see how everybody reacts with the mystery bounty format. We haven't gotten to see it yet today. We've seen a couple of light calls, but we haven't seen too much in the form of an isolation raise over a very micro stack.
Raise 30 on the 1.
Now, Robert, first to act, opening things up with a king-jack.
See if you can hold your cards.
Did see Paul let it go, so fireworks aren't flying just yet. They are
I want to
imminent.
play like a super low stakes, like
100%. He's going to be looking to put it in here shortly.
One by one, everybody just lets it go. Over to Nick in the big blind. Let's see if he wants to defend with the queen 8 offsuit. He does.
Got 30K in there already. Might as well call for
15K to win 70. The price is right, you know.
a gutter ball here for Nick.
Middle pair for Nick. 9-8 4 2-heart flop. It's hard to make a pair, they say. So flopping one is always nice. Now Robert's gonna fire out the continuation bet. Checks over to him. Throwing out 35K. Nick gonna be going nowhere. Calling at least on this street. There is the call. Does not want to check raise with his middle pair. We're off to a 7 of hearts on the turn. So Robert adds a gut shot straight draw to his hand to go with the 2 overs, but it is a 3rd heart on board. You see Robert just check it behind, hoping to improve on the river, but he does not when it comes down to tray of diamonds.
So a pair of 8s are good for Nick. He's going to get the check mark. Robert's just sitting with king high. And now the question is, can you find any value here with a pair of 8s?
I don't think you necessarily want to bet for value. Check it over and hope your opponent bluffs. Especially with such a clean run out. You know, tray of diamonds is a complete brick on that river. Doesn't change anything. Once Robert checks back to the turn, you know your 8 is probably best. Really. Robert had the exact kind of hand that you're trying to trap into bluffing when you check back on the river. Hoping he fires out, thinking his king high is no good.
But he did check it back.
Probably aware that he's getting looked up a little bit light the way that board ran out. Not a lot changed, not a lot of things. Favored the under the gun openers range, especially after the check back on the turn.
My name's Fetch Down My Pants.
Russell, YouTube says, rip the short stack Zach. Well, I'm sure he will shortly. In the meantime, the shortest stack Paul gonna fold again. Sitting there with drums, just waiting to put them in. We'll see fireworks fly, potentially when he does. I think that's why we actually saw George limp in under the gun here. A little sneaky limp in, probably hoping Paul would put his chips in and get a shot at the bounty. Don't think
Those are still in play, right?
Yeah, that's what I said. I think George was aware of that, hoping that Paul gets in and his limp looks strong. And nobody would raise it up.
Call him on.
Because it is super suspect somebody limping in under the gun. You know, he's going for it.
All right, 3-way action, and no one's going to connect here. Ace high is best for Nick. But Jorge's going to keep that.
No, it's
Goes out 25K.
intricate.
Knowing it's a limped pot. He limped under the gun. King high board definitely favors him. If he was limping in with a hand, hoping Paul got it all in. Kind of smacks him, so his bet does take it down.
All in on the Packers.
Dan says, awesome job, best bet staff. Thank you very much, Dan. Really appreciate it. Hope everybody out there is enjoying this live stream coverage. I know me, Adonis, and everybody here on the Best Bet staff has a lot of fun bringing these events and live streams to you guys. Hope all the players and viewers have a great time in doing
Does it ever
so.
get to like, it's like Jeopardy, the final week. One guy just bluffs and doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, you have to.
Now Paul folds from under the gun, so in the next hand, we're going to see Paul all in.
Essentially,
You're in the big blind.
He's got 10K left.
Yeah, he's just
10K in a dream.
sitting there.
Now in this situation, the fact that he has 10K, he's only able to win the ante. Is that correct? Is that right?
It's ante-first format in our big blind ante. So essentially, Paul folding there is almost just hoping for an elimination. I think the chances of somebody being eliminated in this hand and getting a paid jump has more value than putting in less than one big blind, since you know you're not getting any folds when you do so. It's going to be hard for elimination to happen as we see Queen 10 deuce come down. George's 8-7 against Nick's 8-6. Neither player connecting with this board.
Queen on the turn. Yeah. This is it should be a pretty uneventful hand.
Yep, let's go check again.
9 on the river.
Nick gonna bluff at it here, thinking his 8 high is no good. It was good for half the pot. Instead, he gets to steal the whole pot by bluffing at it there, taking it down.
Yep, and now Paul's all in. He's going to take a sip of his Gatorade. Knows his fate is imminent. And just ready to go ahead and collect his payment and head out and enjoy the rest of his night. Hard fought battle there from Paul, making it all the way to the final table. Just got into a nasty situation. Flopped a nasty combo draw against no repairs.
Talk about a crazy run. It is across 2 different series. It was August, our card player tour, now the WPT here, but back-to-back final tables for Paul in the $1,700 mystery bounty event.
Not bad at all.
I mean, this event, this event itself here had almost 300 entries. I mean, when you can navigate 2 300-person fields to find a final table, that's an accomplishment upon itself.
Absolutely. Jack Cochran. So go Eddie. Yeah, Eddie's no stranger to final tables, but I'm pretty sure he will be elated to know that he's getting so much support in the chat.
Eddie's got a few people out there on the rail rooting him on. I saw his wife do the mystery bounty pool for him earlier. She didn't pull as big of one as him, but as a unit, they're pretty much crushing it today.
12K.
Yeah, it's a pretty good day.
It's not bad.
So far, nobody wants to put in an isolation raise until now.
Jorge makes it, what, 85,000?
Yeah, just blasting it up, trying to push everybody out. You happily get it all in against somebody who's mandatory all in out of the big blind. If you can knock a player out and get a pull at the bounty, it's got a ton of value there, and you're not risking much. Ben gonna stick around with his queen 8. Ben probably aware of what George is doing. Gets to play the hand in position. Now the side pot loading up to about 200K in it.
And he can only win his chips back.
Yep, so now Ben out flops both opponents as it comes down to queen 6 tray rainbow. Top pair for Ben.
Yeah, they're satisfying Annie first. You're just all in for the Annie.
And see, the question I asked, I guess, is the same question all the players have.
There's no way that he can't win, like, floor 59.
Oh, they have the same question I did. So would you clarify for him, Mike?
Should be ante only on the win back. Probably won't matter here as we see Ben does have the best hand.
Okay.
Bigger stacks just to scoop all of the pot.
He's also like
He had 10K,
10K, that's
for
right.
the ante.
For the ante.
Okay.
essentially.
It's like this, correct?
Just like that. All he can win is the 10K.
You just want to
Where
double
we
check.
see Arlie directing this tournament, confirming that it is an ante first format.
I wonder how many players know that, considering all of them made the final table.
It is pretty rare that you actually see it come up. I know we discussed it in development of the big blind ante format years and years and years ago, because most people I believe did ante first. Some places still do blind first in these situations. It's just a matter of which one you want to go with, as long as it's clear and publicized so players know should it come up. As we see, George tried to steal it, betting out on the flop. Ben called, and now 8 on the turn. Yeah, if George continues firing, it's going to be disastrous. Ben has a monster here with top 2 pair. No straights possible. 1 flush draw on board, and Ben holding the queen of spades, blocking that pair plus flush draw combo that maybe George is trying to represent. We see him continue firing hefty, 175. Stepped right into it here as Ben has a monster. And this is that domino effect we were talking about just a little bit ago, that Paul going all in with essentially almost no chips creates a lot of weird raising and isolation attempts because of the mystery bounty. If this was a normal tournament format, Ben would have just folded pre-flop with his queen 8.
Absolutely.
Would not be in here from early position like this.
And Jorge is just
Ben
bluffing it off to him.
No scrub, understands the format. That's why he's in here. Now ace on the river. So spades brick out.
What I thought was going to be
an
an uneventful hand is now ballooned up here to 700K in the middle.
And it's about to be over $1 million in the middle as we see George assembling another bet. He's going to try to represent the ace here.
What is going on?
Fortunately for him, Ben's got it. It's a snap call incoming from Ben, I would believe.
25. Had to call a flip show.
There it is, snap call from Ben. Ben obviously can't really raise for value at this point in the hand. He's just going to call.
Oh
and we're going
my
to see a
God.
massive amount of chips go Ben's way.
So now Jorge's reduced to 25 big blinds on what was an ill-timed and ill-advised bluff. I don't really.
Yeah, I did love the raise pre-flop, trying to isolate with the King 7 suited. It's a very good hand against the, drawing near dead micro stack and call.
You ready?
I think once Ben kind of calls that continuation bet, it's hard to continue on a try turn card.
Ryan, you need to head back.
Then again, at the same time, using that ace on the river makes a lot of sense. If Ben had a one pair type hand, he may have had to just let it go, getting away from a pair of queens, for example. As played, crazy hand, crazy sequence of events as Ben chips up to a massive stack out of nowhere. Seemingly for no reason, too. It's the mystery bounty format, throwing a fun wrinkle. We're going to sweat here on the table as Ben pulls the bounty. See what prize he can walk away with.
Let's see what we got.
For that Queen 8 offsuit hand.
You fucking asshole. Oh my god. You got me back.
Yo, you flipped it over. You told the deuce right away.
I know, I did. I was like, holy shit. I was trying to do it slow.
That's hilarious.
I was trying to do it slow.
Is it really?
He bluffed us earlier with the pull.
So Ben did pluck a 2K bounty. It's the second highest amount on board, but with the 20K live, that extra 0 has a big swing. That's what the player said. Oh my God, you pulled it, messing with him. He saw the 2 and a couple of zeros. He thought he did.
What a swing.
Now Zach's turn to be all in. He is currently a short stack with 17 bigs. Gets to rip ace, queen of hearts, early position.
More than just a mystery bounty.
Easy open shove here.
More than just a bounty player.
After everybody gets a good laugh, they kind of quiet down after Zach did go all in. One by one, players will let it go. Gets over to Brandon. Doesn't look down at a pocket pair. Does put in the call from the big blind. Off to the races. We're going to go Brandon versus Zach.
Good chance I
Sixes versus ace queen. Classic race spot. Standard tournament play. Flop comes clean for Brandon. Zach looking for an ace or a queen on the turn. Does not come. Out to the river we go. It's the wrong overcard and a king. And just like that, Zach going to be eliminated in 8th place. Had a lot of fun hanging out with Zach on both the feature table and now this final table. So GG's going out to Zach and all of those fans that were rooting him on. Taking home 7,800 for his troubles there in 8th place is Zach.
If it is, hold on. I'll give you some.
Had a lot of fun. Decent payday for him here.
That'd be cool as shit, you know?
Now Brandon's turn to pluck at the bounty.
Brandon's got his first pull of the day, right?
Yeah,
All right,
this
first
is
pull of the
Brandon's
day.
first bounty pull. In fact, he came in as a pretty short stack to day 2.
I'm just kidding.
Clawed his way to a featured table where he got a full double up with a big hand and has just slowly chipped up since. Finally, getting a bounty pull.
Brandon's got.
See if he can make it worthwhile.
Yeah, of course.
All right, he's going for the slow peel. You've seen it done a few times. I see him do it here.
That's good. It's got a 0. It's got a 0.
A
He's
0.
going for the
All right.
ultimate super slow sweat.
Is there anything as possible?
No.
It's got 3
0.
zeros. I like this.
I say 3 zeros. He's guaranteed at least 1K.
Comma.
There's a comma 100%.
Yeah, and then it's.
As the players sweat it.
So you're in for 10 right
Dude, this guy plays bots, bro. This guy plays bots so hard. Yeah, you need a 0 here.
Correct speculation from the table here that Brandon does play blocker on.
He's origamiing this thing all the way up.
Oh no, it's pain.
1,000.
All of that work for 1K.
Bro, no curve.
See, not happy about it.
I'm
Meanwhile, in action of the hand, we saw
The letdown.
Robert open things up with 9-8 suited. George
Is the 5K
in the
next
call.
weekend a bounty tournament?
Now, the 5K main event this next weekend is not a bounty format. Just your normal casual 5K, 1 million guaranteed event.
Yeah.
We'll get
hand.
back to talking about that in a second when we see a juicy jack of diamonds on the turn. Top pair, top kicker for George. Robert with the flush draw. Definitely going to see some chips enter the pot after Robert checks it over. George double checking his holdings. Does see he has the ace of diamonds to boot. Now he throws out a little 35K bet.
I didn't know that.
Trying to eke out some chips here. Robert does put in the call. George about 20 big blinds behind. Anything he can milk out of this one will be valuable.
However many times this. But if you have
Down,
none, that's
king of
crazy,
hearts.
you know?
Flush does not complete for Robert, sitting here at 9 high. Let's see if he takes a stab at it with a bluff. Scary river card to maybe push George off of his hand.
Can I get a rolling and get a
Jorge is going to have the best hand here. There's no need to bluff when you have the best hand. So this is called value.
So Jorge actually just does check back the ace-jack. Doesn't go for some thin value, a second pair on the river. Gets a scooped pot. Chip up a little bit. Over 30 big blinds after that pot. For some reason, that difference between 20 bigs and 30 bigs carries a good bit of weight. Lets you breathe a little bit easier for a minute. You got some wiggle room for play. Everybody on this table is pretty deep stacked. We just saw the 2 shortest chip stacks eliminated. 7 players remaining here on our $1,700 buy-in Mystery Bounty WPT event number 6. Everybody vying for that 60K up top in the trophy. Now, Nick gonna raise things up with the ace-king offsuit. Premium hand from early position. Makes it 35K to go over the 15K big blind. So George just on a flat call with the pocket fives again, just chipped up to a little over 30 bigs. Now Brandon, one of the big stacks, gets to put in the call from the button with speculative ace, deuce, and spades to take this hand multi-way. Ben gets invited in with his big stack with the king-jack offsuit out the small blind. Now Eddie looks down at ace deuce off. He's got a chunky chip stack too, 70 bigs. Only has to put in 20K with 170 in the middle. So we're gonna see him come along, and now with 5 ways to a flop. Flop comes down 7, 6, deuce, 2 diamonds on board. So both Eddie and Brandon flop a pair of deuces, but being multi-way, neither one's gonna stab. George gonna check his 5s as well.
Yeah, turn's going to clear the board, and I can't imagine anyone feels too good about their hand right now.
Yeah, as it stands right now, let's see if anybody wants to step out and put a bet. Well, he's a little nervous to do so 5 ways, but Eddie, I don't think he even knows how to get nervous. Gonna fire out, betting 75K. Board pairing 7, pretty safe card if you're George with your 5s here. Action did check around on the flop. Might be a little weary that because Eddie was out of the big blind, he would check. There's something with a 7 in it on that flop, see what everybody does.
Yeah, he calls, so he's not putting him on a 7, He's saying by calling a 75,000, maybe you're on a draw, but I have the best hand currently, and he would be right by the river as well.
Definitely plan A. It just depends what Eddie does here on the river.
Do you think he bets or he just gives up?
He does have a deuce in his hand, so he does have showdown value. That's why we're going to see him check it over. Maybe he would have called a bet. You know, George could have a lot of missed straight draws or flush draws. That's that tray on the river. Other than 4 or 5, nothing really came in. So if you put your opponent on any sort of draw, that river didn't help them. You can happily check over your deuce, take it to showdown. George has a pretty similar hand in those 5s, happy to take his pair to showdown as well. Gets to rake in another little pot going George's way. That probably puts him closer to the 40 big blind mark now.
Yeah, he's going to make up for that little boo-boo he made earlier with king 7 of clubs.
Yeah, I mean, that took him down to 20 bigs, but in the few hands we've seen since, he's chipped up to close to 40.
Yeah,
Immediately recuperating.
At a table like this, it's so effective, so deep. You're going to want to get those chips back in a hurry, because the minute you're short, you better believe everybody's going to know and they're going to pounce on it.
And again, with 7 players remaining, that means If you knock a player out, you got a 1 in 7 shot of pulling that 20K bounty.
I keep forgetting that 20K is in play, and that's definitely going to alter the way
Knockout
they play.
equity is growing.
Oh, you got 2,500.
Man.
2,500.
Because it's about 4K in equity if you knock a player out alone. That's more than the current pay jump. So the knockouts mattering more and more, especially as that 20K stays alive with so few players remaining. Chances of hitting it increase.
Looking to tip up a little bit more here. An ace on the button for Ben. It's going to be a fold. Let's see what
Fold by
happens.
Ben there, possibly avoiding some disaster. George with queens. Multiple hands in a row for George. Gets to keep that momentum going. Now Brian, defendable hand, king 8 from the big. Gonna put in the call. Brian came into this final table as the chip leader. Close to still having it. It's him and Brandon basically tied up top. 10, 6, 4 flop. George's overpair. Way good. Assembling a continuation bet.
I always thought the WSOP thing.
Goes to 55K. About 1/3 pot size C bet.
Could be easily rigged, I feel like.
Or like you have a floor that uses like
Brian just gonna let it go.
the marshmallow envelopes. And you got like the glasses.
Or a different
I guess that's true. How do they do it in Philly? Same way?
like
Really, they're not even envelopes. You just pick the highest price. You can see them.
the Vergata one was weird though. At the Vergata, that thing.
This is where they're at in terms of chip stacks. You see Brandon and Brian there at the top.
A lot of
Nick
chips.
and Jorge down at the bottom. But like I said,
Say the short stack is 43 big blinds. Crazy good structure here for this event. Not often we get to do commentary or view a final table that's sitting this deep.
No, I think the last final table I got to, like, blinds were like 25K, 50K. So there wasn't really much room for wiggle room. Here, like you said, I'm just really excited for the players to be so extremely deep. It opens the door for a lot of intricate plays. It opens the door for a lot of moves to be made.
And a lot of different branches on the game tree that we get to see. We were here last week for WPT Event 1. Me and Adonis, I believe it was us last week, sitting right here. The first opening event to this series. And like Adonis said, it was much shorter chip stacks at that final table. I know we saw a lot more pre-flop action.
I played the 3K.
This one has had a lot of turn bets, river bets, value bets, a lot of interesting, different decisions, I would say.
250,000.
Okay. I think he may have been, he got the 50, but it wasn't the biggest. So it may have been.
I got 2 outed on me too. And
Fun hearing the players on the table discussing mystery bounty history as they discovered.
The line for cash out is right there.
Oh, you told me
Brandon and Robert discovered they both played a couple different mystery bounty events on the East Coast.
I was sick.
Were you in the money?
Scott over on Facebook asking who pulled the 50K. It was Chris. We had him on the featured table when he did it. The Terminator.
The Terminator.
or something like that. I mean,
So it was. He went by the Terminator today. That's correct. Huh?
Yeah, I mean, he was definitely terminating things. And it helps, and it adjusted his play when he pulled the 50K. But even in his knockout, he got knocked out aces versus king 9, runner straight. But he had 50K in his pocket to feel a little bit better with being knocked out in such a cooler-ish kind of way.
And taking home essentially first place money.
yeah.
Definitely going to put you in a nice mood.
Hell yeah. Like, get deep in it, man. That's the epitome of being deep in it, right?
35?
There's Robert. You gotta be deep in it at all times. Yeah.
Robert defends the big blind with king 8 of diamonds after Brian opened with king queen from the button. Flop jack 8-6, 2 hearts. Brian wants a continuation bet.
Right.
Got 100K in the middle. So Brian continues. See what size he wants to go with. Does go with a 35K size. Imagine Robert's not folding here. Flopping middle pair against a button open, pretty strong.
Interesting turn card.
Do some cards turn, yeah.
Brian's going to pick up a queen high flush draw. And Robert, pair of aces, probably feels has been downgraded now because his board is just ridiculously connected. And you know it's going to be hard to get the showdown. But they are going to get a river here. That looks like it's a red card. It looks like a board pairing 6 of diamonds, but I'm not sure.
Interesting to see if Robert goes for some thin value after the turn did go check, check.
55.
Must have been a board pairing 6.
Yeah, that's what we
Yeah,
see,
it
a
was.
55K bet from Robert, 1/3 pot. Ryan thinking it over. Maybe thinking about putting in a bluff raise. Wondering if his king queen high is the best hand. Reaching for the big chips. Those black and yellows worth 25K each. We see a big raise coming in. 255K, the new price of admission.
And what do you think Brian's repping here by doing this?
Trying to say that maybe he turned the flush. He did c-bet the flop. Checked back the turn, making it look like he was trapping his opponent possibly.
And Robert unfortunately does not have a heart to cry for in his hand, so he has to kind of give him merit for those kinds of holdings and make the fold, the tough fold. Once again, an expert play there from Brian.
I guess mine's up 10, 20.
Make those moves, you take those chances. It was a very well-timed bluff there, bluff raise there from Brian.
Ryan adding more chips to his chip lead. Saw him, Brandon and Ben all pretty close there up top. He is expanding.
I need a call now.
Looks like Brennan already found the fold before his cards could get registered.
Easy fold under the gun with 9-7 offsuit. It's all the way around to the button here.
That was a really good raise there from Brian. That was a very good hand.
Still trying to figure out how he knew,
Yeah,
huh?
yeah, that's a very good hand. That was a very good hand.
I know there was a series we had a couple months ago where Eddie actually joined me in the booth. He went out on the final 2 tables, came in for the final. And those were the kind of questions he could ask. I don't think either one of us can actually give a real answer of why Brian was able to navigate that hand better than either of us
That's why
would
when,
ever
like,
imagine.
when Eddie's back here, or when some of those accomplished tournament guys are back here, it's so good to get their perspective because it's easy for them to kind of like understand the moment. Where I'm like, man, how do you even find a raise there when he's leading into you? Like, he's betting for value. You have just a queen of hearts.
He saw the bet for something different than we saw. You know, he maybe read Robert's bet size as a little blockerish, a little scared of facing a raise. Whatever it was, it worked.
It definitely did.
Whew. Now George put some chips to work, betting out 60K when he turns and opens a straight draw after the flop check through. He's going to get to take it down as Nick's 10 high, no good, no draw. He has to just let it go. Yeah, going back to what we were talking about earlier, you know, that river bluff is something you couldn't really ever think about even trying to pull off in a shorter stack event.
That's what I'm saying. I don't.
Different concepts, different things you can do to navigate a table.
Really,
all
really
these
big moment.
different tools in the belt.
I love it. I love it. Expert structure, the way everything played out. Like I said, crushers have made their way here at the final table. And I couldn't call it, I couldn't pick it, I couldn't look at it and tell you who I thought would take this down, because every single one of these players have the capacity and also the chip stack to get the win. Kings help as well for Brian. I mean,
Kings do help, so I'm told.
Kings aren't bad.
Brandon with a pocket pair of the big blind. So two of the big stacks at this table possibly clashing here.
Oh my God.
Clash they will. 8-6-4. Whew. 3 clubs though on board might slow him down a little bit, but Brandon flopping middle set against Brian's overpair. We want to see how things shake up here, as we could see a chip leader emerge.
Absolutely.
These two were 2 of the top 3 chip stacks, pretty close in count.
Go with the fourth pot bet.
Yep, see the down bet on the flop. That is correct.
And now it's kind of Brandon's world here, right? Like, you could do a mirage of different things. You could raise, you could just call. I think either avenue is fine. I mean, what does my opinion matter? But I'm like, these guys here are so these guys here are so accomplished, man. Like, I don't know what I'm talking about, but he does elect to raise it up to 85,000.
Yeah, I mean, I think you were correct with both options being valid. You know, if Brandon wants to trap by calling there, it keeps anything that Brian has, like, you know, say he has king, queen offsuit, queen, jack offsuit. Maybe he has to keep firing at a turn. Now, obviously, Brian doesn't have to be opening as strong as pocket kings.
Hey, Angel, what's up? Hey, Chad, what's going on? Yeah, I know you got a lot of friends at this final table. I was hoping Toby made it, but I did. I was witness to that cooler of a hand that he took on.
Yeah, Toby did take a nasty cooler. Brian just finds the fold with pocket kings there.
Brian just told him what he had. Brian just told him what he had.
He just said, big fold for me.
Yeah, Brian just showed him what he had. Brian's like, you got a set?
I did have it,
Now, obviously, probably with the king of clubs, Brian probably peels. But I'm just surprised he found a fold, but this is why these guys are meant to be here. This is why they get here. That he found a rather quick fold there. That's some discipline. Absolutely.
Yeah, Slim Jim says that's some discipline. That is massive discipline. Sick read of the situation, too.
Well, when you play at my level of poker, you assume he has ace-x with the ace of clubs, ace-x with the queen or king of clubs.
Bobby Boucher gonna take this down, baby.
Who's Bobby? Is Bobby Boucher at the table?
Bobby Boucher is planning on making an appearance here at the final table, apparently.
Who is the water boy? Oh my God!
You don't know the water boy?
I don't know the water boy.
Wait, all right, hold on. Adonis has never heard of the water boy.
I mean, I don't see him at the table. I know exactly who the water boy is.
I got no reason.
I thought you were saying you didn't know the water boy for a minute. I was about to just throw you out of the booth, tell you to go watch the dang movie, and report back to us.
Give me the DVD and watch it immediately. What's up, Slim Jim?
It's just such a dicey spot. Yeah.
Slim Jim says, what up?
Yep.
I'm saying what up back.
Both players flop a piece. Uh-oh.
Little
60,000.
pairs for both. Action did go bet call 60K. Jack of spades comes on the turn. Ben, the only player with a spade in his hand, but it's only a 4. Looks like he's going to check it over to George again. George just going to check it back this time. And well, the 4 of spades didn't look too good in terms of a flush draw, but now it improves to 2 pair. Now you like it again. You're back in love. It's an on-again, off-again relationship Ben's got.
I was going to say, it definitely is an on-again, off-again relationship for sure.
So we're going to see Ben fire out pretty hefty bet here on the river with his 2 pair. Looks like he went full pot size bet, betting 240. 240. Max pressure. George is going to have to let go of his deuce. Yeah. George had a stronger hand. Would have been a very interesting decision point for him.
Yeah, and he can't help but think about, once again, I said that small mistake he made. with King 7 of clubs against Ben's turned 2 pairs. So Ben has his number tonight. I think Jorge realizes that. Doesn't want to put any more money in that pot when he probably realizes he's drawing dead. You have those nemesis on tables where you're just like, man, I don't want to mix it up with them. I just don't want to. I just want to avoid them at all costs.
Talking about getting to those tables where one guy or 2 guys just completely own your soul, have a read on you. Been there.
No matter what you do, I hear it all the time. Man, Adonis, I was running so well. I ran into this guy, he stacked me. I bought back in. He's running so well. Ran into him again, he stacked me. You just got to stay away from those guys. You got to avoid them at all costs. As Nick here is going to do the exact opposite, and I think he's actually raising or has raising chips. Let's see what he does.
Really gun +1. Brian did fold, so Nick is going to be the first one to raise it up. He's getting a full chip count, seeing how many big blinds he has.
There it is.
Rip it. A little over 20 big blinds. Just
Let's do it.
stick it in now. See if anybody wakes up with a playable hand. It's around to Ben. That's not going to be it. Jack 5 offsuit into the muck.
No matter what it is, alright.
Eddie. Feigning interest in the 10 deuce offsuit.
10 of hearts. 10 of hearts.
Chuckles and lets it go. Nick chipping up a tiny bit there.
Give me a little bit of a throw up.
Sneaking up to close to 30 big blinds.
See something.
Still a lot of room for play. Everybody at this table. 7 players remaining. Our 1,700 buy-in. WPT event number 6. Mystery Bounty format. Started this event with a total of 290 players. Came into day 2, kicking off around noon today. 37 players coming back. We are now 8 hours into gameplay today. Gotta wonder how much that's gonna start affecting people's decision making. Been playing for 8 hours so far.
Absolutely. Big situations in big moments. Let's see what they do.
Raise 45.
What Ben's gonna do is raise it up from the button. These 2 soft suit. Looking down at King 10 offsuit. Very playable hand. All options on the table. Just gonna fold. We did see him 3-bet a similar spot earlier. Maybe thinks it wouldn't get through this time. Ben just gonna take it down uncontested. His button open. Once again, do appreciate everybody tuning in, watching along with us here on the Best Bet live stream. We got me, Mike, hanging out with Adonis.
Hey, hey, how y'all doing?
Adonis recently making his Best Bet live return, and it's been a fun return so far.
Yeah, Mike been holding it down, man. I've been listening to you a few nights. You sound nice. I like your voice.
I put you to sleep. You've been listening to me. Like
no, I like your voice.
Bore you to bed.
Nah, you got a good voice. You got good analysis of the game. I didn't know you played.
Not as much as I used to, unfortunately, but a lot of fun.
Yeah, I can tell you're good at what you do in every facet.
Aw.
Yeah, you
Thanks, Don.
do a good job over at Park. They run a tight shift over there. But that's because Gator don't take no, well, you know the word. Gator don't take that.
Yeah, we're here. I think we're just here to discuss the poker on the table, not off the table, behind the scenes stuff. We don't need to get too personal. Talk about injured quarterbacks or what we do for a living.
Hey, sometimes it might segue there, but I promise you I'll return right where I need to be, which is like he said, poker.
Speaking of poker, it's Brian, Ben, and Nick. 3 ways to a flop here. A couple of pocket pairs, and Nick out of the big blind with a speculative 5 tray. Everybody has a little pair. Nick flops a tray. Ben and Brian with 4s and 6s. Action is just going to check all the way around. See another pretty scary card for all opponents involved in the Jack of Hearts on the turn. Easy to see this one check through again. Actually gets over to Ben. It was the pre-flop opener, just checking it back. Wow, ace on the river. A hand that no one really probably wants to represent. Anybody could represent it would be Ben, but he's also just happy to take his fours to showdown. Everybody kind of had one of those hands they would rather just see checks through showdown, because you know, pair may be good here.
No reason to get myself into a spot I don't need to in a hand that, or a pot that should have no relevancy at all.
Especially for both Brian and Nick out of the blinds. Easy for Ben to have an ace there. Pretty action-killing river card.
Absolutely.
If you guys do enjoy hanging out with me and Adonis on the live stream, we'll be back at it plenty throughout the week. I know we got events just about every day this week. Celebrity Bounty on Wednesday. Feature table, final table, that one. There's a ladies event on Tuesday, if I remember correctly. Ladies event
Then the
Tuesday night.
celebrity tournament.
And then Celebrity Bounty on Wednesday. And then things kick up even more.
Talk to me.
We got the live stream meetup game table on Thursday, November 9th. And Brad, Owen, and Andrew Nemi roll into town.
And what's that tonight? What happens that night, Mike?
Well, that night is the big game.
Let's get it.
50, 100, no limit hold'em cash game that Thursday night at 7 p.m. after the meetup game live stream table. So back-to-back coverage that day.
Big money, baby.
And then, you know, flip forward to the next day. We got main event kicking off at noon. We'll have another 50, 100 cash game that night as well.
Yeah.
Huge, huge week incoming for us here at Best Bet.
Oh, we have an 8 or better tournament.
A lot of tournaments.
Wow.
A lot of side events. You know, that Celebrity Bounty event on Wednesday, we were talking about the meetup game, and a lot of people talking about maybe sneaking in early as you know, the time says 2 o'clock, but imagine cards get in the air, you know, around 10 a.m. when we open.
Cards are in the air at 2, so you don't want to get here at 2.
The tables might be full by 2 o'clock, so if you're feeling really frisky, that Celebrity Bounty event the day before we're talking about with a feature to final Best Bet live coverage does have Nemi and Owen playing in it.
Yep, 15,000 starting stack, 30-minute levels.
They will be 2 of the Celebrity Bounties in play, as well as our boy right here on this final table, and Eddie, going to be one of those Celebrity Bounties, local celebrity there. In addition to another Best Bet live regular, Don E, going to be a Celebrity Bounty that day.
Nice, looking forward to that. 5% free roll Don.
Gonna be a fun day.
He doesn't know.
Another fun thing, flopping top pair for Robert. Blind versus blind. Robert did raise it up. George defended.
How are you getting plays that high?
7 deuce flop. Robert flopping top pair, going to continue betting. About half pot, 55,000.
Well, he makes the call.
Decent board for pocket sixes. Only real one scary card in the form of that queen. If your opponent doesn't have a queen, then you may have the best hand.
You know Louise?
This is a blind versus blind battle.
Oh, that's my boy. Yeah, yeah.
Ranges really open up in this formation.
Ooh, he's gone a little bit bigger here on the turn. I think he's going to have to give up those 6s. They probably are no longer any good.
At the same time, if he didn't believe Robert on the flop, maybe he's not going to believe him on a pretty safe 5 of hearts turn card.
For his health, I hope he does believe him.
You're correct. He does not continue, just lets it go. Lives to fight another day.
I know we had 2 rather quick, or I think 1 quick elimination. No, 2, because Paul is that.
It kind of happened so fast, it lumped into 1.
I feel like these boys are ready to like put in some time. Like, I don't know. I'm not saying they look fresh. I'm not saying that they are fresh.
Saying they don't look fresh? They have bad style? I mean, look at Eddie over there with the cowboy hat.
I love that. I'm not going to lie to you. I know I can't wear one. I know it's not a good look for me.
Same.
But I love a cowboy hat, a good cowboy hat. And those things are expensive.
Well, when you make as many final tables as Eddie does, you can afford a cowboy hat or 2.
Yeah, I took a trip to Nashville, Tennessee, man. Cowboy hat was $700.
No, it's not quite cowboys, but Ben's waking up with ladies. He's got a hat.
You better hope the wife ain't listening. Boy, I got it. Like I said, I got a blanket in the car, man. You can get on the couch.
She's definitely listening. I saw her pop in a couple times throughout the night.
Oh my God.
So thank you, Adonis. Maybe getting me in trouble. Might take you up on that blanket you got.
I got food in the refrigerator too. Oh, and there's a call from what looks like, or was he just saddling up? No. Okay, so
It's going to be
he
a
threw in
call.
one chip, I guess signifying a call, but Kurt quickly reminded him that you got to throw in a little bit more to make the call.
This is Brandon looks down at 9s in the big blind.
Lots of dead money behind.
We know Ben has the capability of opening light, even though it is from under the gun. Sitting here 7-handed, he would be opening pretty wide. All those flat callers may be tempted to go for a squeeze play.
There it is. I knew it was going to happen. I was like, there's too much dead money out there. Any moment to make a move, I know he's going to go ahead and
There it is. It's a little hard to see, but he has a 100K chip there. Slightly oversized white chip right on top. 160K.
Whew. I think he going to be real scared if Ben just cold calls with 2 players behind. At this point, you know if you don't get a 9, you probably did. Yeah, at this point, Brandon's like, oh my God.
I think as soon as you see Ben start putting chips in there, alarm bells go off a little bit. At the same time, these guys are 80 big blinds deep, 90 big blinds deep.
So like the implications of going bust though shouldn't happen.
You could easily be calling a 3-bet here, off and open with like 7-8 suited, 8-9 suited, suited connector type hands. Which unfortunately for Brandon, that flop kind of smacks. You're holding 2 9s, those suited connectors would include a lot of 7s. Same time, paired board. Worthy of throwing out a continuation bet. Brandon thinks so, he's gonna fire one out.
There's only 1 9 in the deck that can help. Just 1 9.
That's what I'm saying. You don't want to risk it.
If you're Ben sitting here, call or raise. Seem both valid. He's going to go with the call. Continue. Just assess the situation one trade at a time. 4 of spades on the turn. Front door flush comes in. Brandon's just going to check it over to Ben now. You're realizing my hand can't be the best, especially when the obvious draw comes in. Ben's going to check it back as well. Now another action-killing card, King of Hearts on the river.
And he might try to turn this into Ace-King, maybe, but I think Ace-King he probably would have 4-bet. Oh no, he did 3-bet, Ben just called, so. Right now, as it stands, his 9s are no good. He probably knows this, so yep.
I think that's a great read by you, Adonis. Being the 3-better, Brandon can have the Ace-King.
Oh
Ben
boy.
only calling pre-flop.
He doesn't have the Queen of Spades, so it's like, he can give Brandon all the Queens of Spades, Ace Queen of Spades he could have.
At the same time, Ben seems very under-repped here. That's why we're going to see him put in the call, I think. Underrepresenting the strength of his hand, especially checking back that turn.
Yep, he tried it. Valiant effort from Brandon, even better call for Ben.
Yeah, I think Brandon was trying to push Ben off of a 10x hand, which may have worked. When you got the queens, it's a little bit stronger. You under-repped it by only calling pre-flop, only calling flop. Just 2 really good players battling it here. Same time, maybe if Brandon went with a bigger sizing, it would have worked. Only 180K. Say only 180K. 180K there with close to $1 million in the middle for Ben. Only has to be right a small percentage of the time. Go back and forth about that hand for quite a while, I feel like.
Definitely can.
A lot of interesting dynamics at play. Fun one to see. Robert opened it up with the King 9 of Hearts. George calls the Ace-10 from the button.
Uh-oh. You got that look.
Like, I could go for getting some of my chips back. That look?
I severely misheard what you just said.
There's something bad you did.
Yeah. I'm not saying it.
I don't think at this point he would think this long. Bump it up. There's Ben with King Queen. Wow. A lot of playable hands in the field, but probably the most drawing live hand is Brandon's.
Oh yeah, I never would check that.
You probably still said it's down.
Interesting fact of, George calling the button, sitting with about 25 bigs. Maybe makes everyone involved a little bit gun shy about going for the squeeze. Never mind. Ben doesn't know how to be gun shy. Fires out a chunky 3-bet, 250K. About $250,000 in chips. A little over 12 big blinds. One by one, everybody's got to let it go.
Good raise there for Ben.
Ben, nasty 3-bet after making a nice call.
Brandon's like, man, why can't I squeeze like that? I get folds. I make it 160 and I get called by queens.
People calling me so light when they have queens.
What the hell?
Interesting to see Ben trying to walk away with a chip lead. Him and Brian kind of stepping away from the rest of the field slowly but surely, keeping themselves up top.
Doing a great job, too.
That's my question.
20 to go.
So once the push starts,
Action back underway. Folds over to Robert. Going to open it up yet again. Second hand in a row. Going to bump it up to 50K. This time he's got ace, deuce of spades. Brandon going to call from the button with the Jack-10 offsuit. Ben not squeezing it this time, just puts in the call. Hit clubs. Eddie getting an insanely good price, but looks at an insanely bad hand. Just has to throw the 10 tray into the muck. 6, 6, 5 rainbow flop. Squadouche for all three.
Yeah, checks through. Turns at 5. Now pairs the board. Robert might have the slight inclination is ace high is best. Wonder if he'll bet it.
Instead, just checks around.
Consequential trail in the river, and I'll be surprised. Just check, check, check. If anybody wants to show bluff and step into it.
Ace high, good for Robert. Like you said, everybody not wanting to step into it. Quick checks through. Robert's ace high, going to take it down.
I mean, if you want, I'll take it. I'll throw 5K back to Brian.
Okay.
He's not gonna complain.
How long you were gonna do it with me? Just play kid.
Looks like we got a couple of Eddie fans popping up over in Facebook.
20 to go.
I'll see if I can talk to Jacob about getting him some better cards, okay, Bobby? Can we watch the decks in the tournament? Of course not.
Raise 50 and 2.
I'm just asking really good questions because I'm trying to get Eddie some good hands here, man. Gonna change it up just a little bit. Something's not going right.
I was really hoping he was going to wake up with a hand, like right then and there.
Like, see, I
be like,
talked
ha, but never mind. Fortunately true for this hand as well, but George opened things up. Brian going to defend the big blind. Ace tray of hearts versus 8-6 of hearts. I'll take the 8-6 after it comes down. King 8-6 on the flop.
It's pretty above average flop for Brian.
And George sitting here with a little over 20 bigs.
He's gonna do it.
75.
A little over half pot size continuation bet out of George here. This could be danger for him. Brian decides to keep trapping with his bottom two.
This could be curtains for him. If he makes the call, the pot's gonna be up to, what, 275?
Yeah. Looks like Brian's gonna raise. Such a wet board. 2 clubs on there, a couple of different straight draws available. Bottom 2 pair, very susceptible. After Brian check raises, we're going to see George just let it go. Yeah, Brian trying to commit George's stack. If George had a king there, they probably just get it in right then and there, just what Brian wants to accomplish.
Yep. Hey, what's up, Saul? Just got home from dinner with the wife. Final table's been good. Lots of big hands. But for right now, just kind of slow and steady wins the race. As Mike said, the tournament structure is just so amazing that players are really, really deep. So anytime there's a 3-bet, 4-bet pot that the players are entering, it's not an automatic like, oh man, stacks are going to go in here. Like they can navigate flop, turn, and river with so much behind.
We've seen a couple of river bluffs today that have been something you just don't see too often outside of cash games.
Yeah, really good one from Brian with King, Queen, and Queen of Hearts. I believe Bobby had an 8 with paired board, 6 of diamonds counts. He bets, and Brian snap raises it up and folds. It's really good time bluff there from Brian. So, like Mike said, a lot of well-timed bluffs at this final table. But what is it that you're really going to expect, you know, from players that are so accomplished and have played so well up to this point that they've made it here? We want Robert to win. Okay, Tyler. We now know who the Robert fans are. So
A couple of them showing up, huh? Nick with a 3-bet shove. It's going to work, obviously. We see Ben snap fold the Jack-5 suited, but Nick's going to keep putting that 20 plus big blind stack to work. Seen a couple of all-ins so far. Nice to see Robert get some love in the Facebook chat. Always fun seeing people come out, root on their player at the final table. Obviously, it's been always respectful, at least in my history. Everybody's going to cheer on their person. I mean, how can you not? It's a lot of fun seeing the support. Robert trying to bring a trophy home.
where's home, if you don't mind me asking, Tyler? You know where this Robert guy's from?
It was Ocala in the introduction, so
Ocala?
not too terribly far away from here.
Okay.
So short drive.
Well, he still has chips, so he's in a pretty decent position right now, and he's still in. So let's see what he can do here at this final table. It's good to see you guys rooting for him, and I'm pretty sure he's excited for you guys to be rooting for him.
He does seem pretty poised so far. Had a deep run this last summer in a WPT event. It was down at the Hollywood Hard Rock, but it was their main event, so a little bit more money on the line in that one. Makes you feel a little bit more comfortable as you enter the final table here. Hopefully he can create a new biggest score in terms of career cashes. He takes home first place in this event.
Jorge with Queen Jack suited, gonna open it up to 40K. He's gonna get called in 2 spots by Eddie and Robert. So your hometown hero in Ocala, Robert has found himself in a hand here. Let's see if he can flop well. It's not the most uneventful flop. It does have a gutter ball. A 5 or one of Eddie's 5s can help him. See that straight on the turn, but
If we arrive to the turn, we see George throwing out a pretty sizable bet here between high flop. Robert, Eddie both just have to relinquish. George takes it down, chipping up a little bit, gets back over the 20 big blind mark. We got Kim rooting on Ben, it looks like, so got a few Ben fans coming out as well.
good.
Nice to see everybody's got some support. It's good to have a rail. It really helps.
Yeah. Bring it home for the home team. Wherever that may be. We know now it's Ocala for Robert, aka Bobby.
AKA.
Bobby 4-5 suited for Ben. It looks like he's opening it up to 40,000. Seems pretty standard at this. Halloween's over. So I assume somebody hit something pretty great in the room. If you want your chance to hit something great, something amazing, win a lot of money, come on down to Best Bet Jacksonville. And you'll be screaming just like that, hopefully.
Hopefully.
Somebody win a pot on the live stream.
Eddie says that was his rail going nuts. They saw him win a hand on the delay. Fortunately, we haven't really seen Eddie take down a pot in the last 30 minutes.
No, we haven't. We have not.
A little bit of quiet so far.
35.
And throws out the C-bet, keeps the pressure on. Really putting that big chip stack to use, especially against an opponent like George in the big blind with 20 bigs. Just can't push back too hard without flopping a piece. Saw him let go of ace high there. Ben chipping up.
They just had 3 games in 3 night stretch. Those are hard.
20 to go.
In 3 cities. So, the weekend did not go well.
40 and
Ben again going to open things up, this time from under the gun with 9-7 spades. Really applying maximum pressure with his chip stack, especially when he gets it through Brian there on his left. Most of the players to his right are on the much shorter side of things. He gets to continue playing the hand in a very aggressive way, and there is Robert, aka Bobby,
AKA Bobby.
AKA Ocala Trophy potential.
AKA Ocala's own very hero. There he is. 3-betting it up to 120.
Good 3-bet from the Facebook favorite Robert. Aware that Ben's been opening a little too often. Just going to go ahead and 3-bet it up and take it down now. Chip up again.
Oh, that's your firstborn son? Come on, Ben.
Oh, wow.
Go bring it home, Ben. Mom's out here watching. There's nothing better than mom's love. And I'm pretty sure Ben can feel it, and hopefully he can take that love and find himself a tournament win. He's no stranger to those, Mom. You know that. You know your son is good.
20 to go.
He's going to have his work cut out for him tonight, but I couldn't see why he wouldn't try to bring this tournament win home tonight. For the family. For the Scroggins name. Come on.
Put some respect on that name.
You better, baby.
Well, it's going to be tough.
Oh!
Robert wakes up with
Hold
aces.
on. Valerie, don't look.
And don't look.
Turn away. Close your eyes.
Ben is in the big blind on this hand.
Hopefully, he doesn't have a hand to control.
Never mind, you can open your eyes again.
You're good. You can come back now. All right, so since we got so much support, let's see where everybody's hanging around in terms of chip stack. Really quick, Ben of the Scroggins household at 2.5 million in chips. That's about 29% of the field. Jorge at the bottom there, 21 big blinds, and everybody else is kind of hanging out, hanging tough, and trying to, well, get up to where Ben is right now.
A couple of those players just a double up away from doing so.
Raise 45. Hold 9. Hold 1. Hold 2.
All right, Brian's turn to open things up, raising with ace-jack from under the gun. Brandon on the button. Gonna play the 10-8 suited, putting in the call. It's just going to be Brian and Brandon heads up to the flop here as it comes down 9 high, all hearts. So Brian flopping the nut flush draw. Go with his betting lead. Brandon, just a gut shot straight draw. Sitting here with only 10 high.
And a
may
dream.
elect to start betting. And a dream. A couple dreams, I think.
And a dream. Yeah, if your stream is pausing or if it's a little spotty, try refreshing. And if that problem persists, we'll have Brian come back here and take a peek at it.
Who? Oh, Ryan. At least said Brian.
We're bringing
I'm
Brian
like, Brian's
back
out here trying to hit the nut flush draw. You know, calling it Brandon's flop bet. Now king on the turn. So if either player wants to represent hitting that king. Brandon double checking his holdings. See if he wants to continue bluffing at it here. Could work. We can see Brian's only holding ace high. The price isn't great. Might let it go. I did fire out a half pot size bet in 105K. Brian might be getting the right price to be putting in a call if he thinks his ace is live. And even if Brandon has a pair of kings here, any heart or ace would improve you to the best hand, possibly. Might want to put it in the call. That's what we see as Brian does put the call in.
Wow.
Pot
For that
almost
heart on the
$500,000.
Does not find it, but ace high is good enough.
Brandon's been betting every street. If he can find the triple barrel here, it's gonna be crazy. So Brian checks over. We're gonna see if Brandon can pull the trigger. Board just pairs bottom card of 4 on the river. Pretty decent river card to fire, and Brandon finds it, empties the clip. Triple barrel, baby.
That's what he's known for. I got 3 in the chamber. I fired 1, 2, and the last one should get the job done.
Adonis called a triple barrel Brandon earlier. Now it makes sense.
See what I'm saying?
Now it all makes sense.
Triple B, baby. LeVar Ball put it best. Big baller Brand. 3-bullet Brandon.
Ryan, really thinking it over though. Double checks his holdings. Again, holding the ace of hearts. If he thinks there's a chance Brandon is doing this with a missed flush draw of some kind, might look him up. Ryan, another solid player. Him and Brandon both very accomplished.
Ooh.
Ooh. And there is the fold. I think that king of clubs coming on the turn really helps.
Oh, he knows he got bluffed.
Yeah,
but, I mean, for
it.
what it's worth, it's really tough to make the call with Brian.
I think that king on the turn makes it extra tough, as Brandon could have easily been betting with king X of hearts, king of hearts, whatever else it was.
Note that hand and let me know, alright?
Players having fun, exchanging pleasantries, knowing they're going to watch it back in a little while. Like, tell me the truth now. No, I don't want to tell you yet.
No.
20.
I gotta look at it.
Hey, blinds up. We're gonna be next.
Wow, we did sneak a little peek of William Scroggins jumping into the YouTube chat. Thanks for the shout out.
25,000 Eddie, 15,000 small blind, 25,000 big blind. And we'll take a break at the end of this level. Assuming we're still
Blinds will be up after this hand. Folds around to Eddie. You know, people have been asking for Eddie to get a playable hand. Well, here it is. Puts in the call with Queen Jack. Brian just checked his option with a 9 tray suited. Playable hand continues for Eddie as he flops top pair when it comes Queen 7 tray. Brian does have bottom pair. His hand isn't over yet. After Eddie leaves, Brian just lets it go, and there it is. He did it, guys.
He got a hand.
Eddie took down a pot.
Celebrate. Where you at, Bobby? What was his name? Where you at?
What?
Robert
Wouldn't
dare watch Eddie win a pot.
That's the whole reason I played that pot.
Bobby, Facebook is what Adon's talking about. Okay, okay.
I want to let him know things that happened. You did reset it many times.
Been a minute. It's been a minute since he requested it.
No improvement.
I'll cheer for him. Thanks. Even if I'm in the pot, I'll still.
No respect. No respect.
I know. And secretly, they want an autograph, just so you know.
25 to go.
Everyone's too afraid to cheer.
Now Brandon gonna open things up. Ace, Queen
Beautiful
of
hand.
clubs.
Beautiful, beautiful hand.
Oh yeah. 55K to go. New price of admission. Blinds did just go up on this hand. Big blinds now 25K instead of the 20K we saw in the last hand. Oh, we're seeing the size increase.
Oh my God.
Oh, for Brandon. I don't think there's any way this doesn't go all in right here now. We've seen Nick 3-bet shove a few hands. Assume he's about to do it again. But what do we know here in the booth? Not an all-in. Now it is. Nick raised,
No,
Brandon ripped.
Mike, you were exactly correct. That's why I didn't say anything. I'm like,
This
is a slam dunk situation. There's really no way they can avoid it.
We all know where we're going, just no matter how we get there.
Clean flop.
Aces look great on that flop.
Sweat of a turn for a chop. Sweat the chop.
No sweat.
No sweat at all. Clean double through Brandon. And he's going to take it pretty well. He's going to smile about it and work over the chips. And Nick can now feel a little bit better. You found the full double up. You're still alive, and you have more chips than when you start the hand. That's a recipe for success.
It's spicy.
Double up for Brandon. Double up for Nick there through Brandon. Push Nick up to 40 big blinds. Suddenly, a lot of life. Sweating, 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 sweating. Hanging out as one of the shorter stacks on the table this entire time.
All right, so yesterday you saved me, now today I saved you.
Well, yeah, it's the same. It was for the same amount too. It was perfect. The aces for the same amount.
What a fun final table this one is.
Yeah, it was a big.
It was really short.
It was a big 80,000. 80,000. Aces versus kings.
These guys having a lot of fun here.
I had 40K.
I think that was about as much time as you took to call it off.
They just returned the favor.
I think you just went aces and just turned them over.
It means more now, but it's fine.
Not going to slow down as Brandon going to open things up again. Same price, 55K. This time it's 9-8 of spades.
We can only share if you play again. Just so you know. Your VPET's like 40% right now.
Oh, wow.
Totally. I
Calling
agree.
Eddie out.
That's not how I envision this thing going.
That is a pretty decent.
Oh, Robert couldn't defend out of the big blind with ace-4.
That's why that one was so pivotal.
Brandon open.
We missed it.
Now 10-6 deuce flop comes down. Brandon with a gut shot straight draw. Robert, best hand in ace high. Probably not loving it yet.
Can't trust the Purdue guy, Tyler? Is there something I don't know? Please let me know. He definitely got some. Ooh, nice turn card for Brandon. I mean, if he didn't already feel.
Plays it coy, checking it back when he makes it straight.
Yeah.
Opening the door for Robert to bluff.
Did complete front door hearts, but I mean, at this level in the tournament, you can't shy away from getting value when you can. You can't always put your opponent on the nuts or a hand better than yours. Found out that's not a good way to play poker. Like, he just has to have it. No, he doesn't.
It's Adonis giving away all the secrets here.
You know me, I got a master class on how not to play poker. You're the one to sign up for it. The price, Pringles.
You see Brandon fire out the river bet, trying to get called with his straight. Robert quickly let go of the ace high, avoiding some disaster there. So Robert fans are going to be happy. He didn't put any more chips in the pot once Brandon improved.
Guys, peace out. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
See you later this week, I'm sure, for many of you.
Job well done, sir.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Raises 55 and 4.
For the third hand in a row, we're seeing Brandon open it up at 55K and runs into it again when Ben has pocket kings here next to act.
And I assume he is going to 3-bet him again. And now Brandon will have to quickly fold.
Raise 165 and 5.
That has been the Adonis Masterclass.
Welcome. Grab a cigar and take a seat. We'll be here all night.
I don't know how deep these players are. We may be here all night.
It's a possibility.
Action around on Brandon. 100K, more to call. Might be just a little too expensive. Try and hit a piece. So, doesn't quite want to let go of it. Wants to get in the mix and play some hands, does Brandon. There, the chips go in. So if you took Adonis's masterclass, you are owed a refund as we go off to a flop. Ace high.
The old dreaded ace always pops up.
Not the card Ben wanted to see, that's for sure.
Always pops up.
Will we see Ben put out a continuation bet when it checks it over to him? Here it comes. Looks like a down bet is in order, betting 100K to almost 400.
Yeah, Kings the last time Brandon did that, didn't he? He had queens. He did hit queens.
Brandon gonna put in the float.
Oh
Might try to
Lord.
take this pot away on a future street.
Oh,
If you were
well, you trying a little something.
turning all the equity in the world.
You got 7 outs. 7 outs once.
Brandon checks it over to Ben. Let's see if Ben wants to pot control with a check back. Maybe bet for some thin value.
Oh boy.
Brandon, 760K in his stack, 600K in the middle.
That's a club. My Lord Jesus, that's a club. Wow, runner. Almost perfect. He had 7 outs. So not quite near perfect, but damn good if you ask me. Brandon is gonna upgrade here to a flush on the river and crush Ben's pocket kings, and there's a hefty bet. What looks like almost 300,000, and indeed it is. And Ben does have the king of clubs. Wow. It's like 200 and... What is that? Is that 4 bumblebees? 290,000? 240,000.
Big half pot size bet for Brandon. Action back to Ben, and
He is going to be absolutely floored when they get, if they get the showdown. Like, what is going on? You call a 3-bet, you call a flop bet.
there is the call. He is going to see it.
Oh my God. Takes it on the chin like a champion.
Mrs. Scroggins is still watching over on Facebook.
Ouch.
I hope you closed your eyes and turned away. Let's see.
What a sick hand from Brandon.
Sick hand. As Tyler says, Brandon, you dirty dog. That was pretty dirty indeed. Runner club.
How do you even?
After floating the flop.
It's a lot. Whew. It's a lot. It's just a lot.
Ben not showing any emotion.
There's a lot going through his mind, you better believe it.
Replaying the action in his head. Not gonna let it slip that maybe he's annoyed with that run out. Staying stoic. Still a very large mountain in front of Ben, even after taking that big hit. And he's still the chip leader at this table. It's crazy to say after shipping a 1 million chip pot to his right.
Yeah, for sure.
Just brought him closer to Brian in terms of chip stack. Brandon trying to catch back up to those guys. Made a big leap there.
Put down to play the 16. Okay. All right, Tim. If you pop in the chat again, be sure to remind me or whoever's back here, and we'll try to get you on whenever that day comes around. All right, go ahead and take those new chips for a spin. Gonna go and bet 60,000 into the pot with a pair and open-ended, and Nick's gonna fold his ace high. Brandon's gonna take another pot, moving now north of 60 big blinds. 1.6 million in stack, man.
Nah, I like how it ran.
You did?
Yeah, I thought it ran.
You're free rolling turn.
Jack 9, baby. You know what time it is, Tim. It's good to see
Almost Jack 9 time. Almost. Meanwhile, we're still here, 7-handed at this final table. Event number 6 of the WPT, rolling through Best Bet Jacksonville. We are coming to you on a 30-minute delay. This event is occurring right now in the room. Our primary location, close to downtown Jacksonville, Florida. Happy to be bringing you the broadcast. My name is Mike, joined in the booth by Adonis. It's been a lot of fun hanging out with everybody all day. We had a featured table all the way to this final table. Action started around 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We had 37 players come back for day 2, and now only 7 remain in this big mystery bounty event. Started with 290 players in total across the 3 day 1 flights.
Look at that. Brandon can find luck with 5 trade and fall into good cards like Ace Jack offsuit while facing a raise from, well, one of the more action players on the table.
Same time, George.
Oh,
short
damn.
stack at the table.
Wait, why is he doing that?
Because George is only operating off of a near 12 big blind stack.
And what if somebody wake up with a hand behind him?
The only player behind him was Ben in the big blind. He was just
Now
trying to isolate.
Now I understand. There it is.
He's going after that bounty. So as a reminder to everybody out there, in case you haven't been watching up till now or somehow miraculously forgotten, there is a 20K mystery bounty still alive. Mystery bounty format. If you knock a player out, you get to draw an envelope out of the bin. Envelopes ranging from 500 up to 50K originally. Unfortunately, for these 7 players, the 50K has been plucked. But there's still a 20K prize in there. So if you knock a player out, you got a 1 in 7 shot at 20 grand.
There you go, my friend. Payouts. I'll give you more payouts here after the hand. That was pretty quick. I didn't want you to think I was playing with you. I'll put those back on the screen following this hand.
Hey!
Yes. Again, 20K prize, still live. A couple of 2Ks, 1Ks.
Down the back.
You gotta walk.
These players vying for that 60,000 payday up top in first place. At the same time, 20K is nothing to scoff at for the top mystery bounty prize at this point.
Oh, yeah.
You knock a player out, you got about 4K into equity just from the knockout alone, pulling the
Andrew
envelopes.
made a final table at some point?
Guys, I'm here, guys. It was a decade ago, Brandon.
Oh, okay.
Table is heckling the rail.
Last one. He finds
Really
somewhere to
fun
bring it up
sequence of
every
events going on.
There you go, Brian.
Glad the players are having a lot of fun. Glad the rail's having a lot of fun. Hope you guys and gals out there are having a lot of fun watching this final table along with us. I know me and Adonis are having a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Definitely a good time.
About 9 hours into the coverage so far today. Might start getting a little sleep deprived, a little loopy, just like these guys on the table.
They're gonna have to kind of try it out.
Yeah.
Can you let them know?
Wrestling in the parking lot.
Oh, really?
We're PG-13. We're okay.
You're going hard.
Yeah, but we've said it like 8 times already, so it constitutes as R at this point.
They're gonna beat that out. Country's back there right now.
He's top notch. Grade 60.
Taking a break from the alleged profanity, Brandon's going to raise it up with pocket kings. Players in position. Don't have playable hands so far. They're going to let it go. Now, action on Brian in the small blind. Brian and Brandon have seemed to butt heads pretty often at this final table so far. The only exception here is Brian looks at 10s, just going to flat call. Electing not to 3-bet. Well timed by Brian to do so.
Ace is going to shut down most of the action though in this hand.
And another ace high board. Similar to just a few hands ago when Ben had the kings. Ace comes out, Saul says 158% of the time it's going to happen. Pretty good percentage. We see Brandon C-bet. Brian's going to call. We're off to a queen of hearts on the turn. Brian checking it over again. Brandon, do you want to bet now to be able to check back the river? You want to check here and put yourself in an awkward spot if Brian leads river. Elects to go with a small bet yet again, making it 60,000.
That's good.
So Brian, queen coming on the turn, another card that you don't want to see, gonna let it go. Brian's gonna show the table as kings. Happy Brian didn't have an ace there.
What happened? That was the same night with
Now Brandon, ever so close to the 2 million chip mark.
I got him though.
It's a lot of chips.
I got him.
A lot of chips, Adonis.
I think where he was and where he is now, he made a dynamic turnaround. It does help to get there with 5K suited.
Does help. Does help.
But he is now in a pretty good position to be in.
Right over there.
50 risks.
But trying to extend that position. Brandon raising it up yet again. 50K this time with the Jack 10 of diamonds. So far, everybody's letting it go. Get around to the blinds. Nick's going to have to fold out of the small. Robert with a very defendable 7-6 of hearts, putting in the call.
All right, let's head to a flop. Heads up.
On the flop, Robert checks it over.
One ender, good enough. Good enough for a bet.
Yep, C-bet and taking it down yet again. Brandon just chipping up every opportunity he gets. Mary says she loves this final table. See you Tuesday. Appreciate that, Mary. It has been a lot of fun on this final table, and I would assume that means you're playing in the ladies event this Tuesday.
Let's go, Mary. I love Mary.
Hope to see Mary on stream playing in that event. We'll have a featured table and final table coverage brought. I believe it'll be Adonis on the mic.
I'll be looking forward to that. Seeing all the ladies and mixing it up with them, having a good time with them. They know how to have a good time at the final table. I think last time was chocolate covered strawberries and champagne.
I remember tuning in and not turning off the coverage of the last time the ladies' final table was aired. It was a lot of fun.
It's real good.
We're talking about kings being fun. Eddie's turn finally with a premium hand.
Here we go.
Seeing good to work. This might be one of the first times we've seen Eddie being able to put in a pre-flop raise. Put it up to 55K.
Uh-oh.
And Eddie gets a shove from George.
Lord.
Sevens versus kings. Everybody was asking for Eddie to get a hand. Well, he got the hand here. And if he can hold, we're also going to see him pluck a bounty. And everyone at the table will ladder up.
Oh, boy.
George is at risk with pocket sevens. All in for a little less than half of Eddie's stack.
He's standing up.
See George all in moment here. Off to see the run out.
Clean flop. Oh.
Scary turn.
He's open-ended.
And he
Oh
gets
my
there.
God.
Poor Eddie.
Are you serious? Bobby, you better not look at that, Bobby. Don't look at that, Bobby. Turn away. Bobby, go to bed. Go to bed, Bobby. You don't need to see that. Man, just a tough beat there from Eddie. Like Mike said, you've been here, you've been in the final table, you're looking to mix it up with your table mates, but you just can't find cards to play. And,
wow.
Is that what I get for playing a hand, says Eddie there. Taking that right on the chin, but definitely a little frustrated there.
Everybody at this table let out the laugh in agreement. They've all been there before. They've all been in Eddie's shoes.
For sure.
It's frustrating.
Did you already know when the flop came out that that's how it was going to run out pretty much?
The needle of a lifetime. The needle of a lifetime.
Now Eddie going to be sitting on a 20 big blind chip stack after that bad beat. Whew.
Just tough.
Gonna have to try to double up and recuperate. seen other players make comebacks before.
Jorge now has amassed somewhat of a chip stack. He's still in it.
Yeah, big double up, hitting 30 big blinds in front of him now. Two other players are going to get involved here. Robert opened it up from the button. Brandon just put in the call. Had both options with ace-10, raise or call. Selected it just flat. Robert's going to bet out with his pair of queens. Brandon with a gut shot to Broadway.
He's been running good tonight. Why not?
Plus, he has an ace of clubs, and he's hit runner clubs before. He knows how. Not happening here.
Fourth pairing king.
Pretty good card from Robert's perspective. It reduces the number of kings that Brandon can have, beating your queen.
80.
See Robert fired again. On the turn, Brandon has to let it go.
Gives it up.
Robert chipping up a little bit more, trying to accumulate chips, take that trophy home with him. Short drive away to Ocala.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. This is going to be a tough final table for him. Not impossible, but
Nobody's got an easy pathway on this final, that is for sure. And all 7 of these players very experienced, very good, know how to close it out. We've all been here before. Some players, this could be a big score. For others, we just want to win that trophy. We're all out here vying to win. Nobody's playing for a ladder. It's been a lot of fun to watch so far. Saw Eddie raising it up with ace-10 from under the gun. See if he can drag a pot. One by one, everybody lets it go over to Ben in the big blind. He's got a king tray offsuit. Does defend his blind, putting in the call. Eddie and Ben heads up to a massive flop for Eddie. Ace-10-6. Wow.
Good flop for Eddie. I don't know if he'll be able to get much back, with Ben having king high, but at this point, this pot that I feel is very inclined to scoop to be moving the right direction.
We saw the small bet from Eddie and an immediate fold from Ben. Ben's not going to try to bluff short stack off of his hand here with no equity, just letting it go. So Eddie got to chip up a little bit there before the big blind hits him on this hand. Extra little bit of breathing room. Always helps. We now see Brian opening under the gun with the king-queen offsuit. Taking in 55K to go over the 25K big blind. Brandon sitting here with ace-9. Thinking about it, holding some raising chips in his hand, weighing his options. Does think better, just lets it go. It isn't under the gun open from Brian. Those two have clashed quite a bit as well, so maybe your 3-bet won't get through as often against the opponent you've been battling with. Eddie's turn, very playable. Ace-Jack in the big blind. With a 20 big blind stack, may elect to just 3-bet it here. Can also put in the call. A lot of options on board. See him take the call route. Ooh, gets rewarded with an ace-6-6 flop. Dream flop if you're Eddie. Very dry. See him check it over his opponent, hoping Brian puts out a continuation bet.
He raised 10s, misdev, flats, aces. I had king jack of spades, I call. Flop is 10-9 of spades with a 5 of diamonds.
Brian reaching for
Brian
chips.
checks.
Let's see.
Misdev bets.
A small continuation bet.
Brian makes it 65.
Min bet of 25K.
Turns 8 of spades.
Honestly, a pretty good spot for Brian to use the very small bet here. Ace 6-6 board. It's a way ahead, way behind scenario. He can have the aces under the gun. Eddie on a short stack. Every big blind matters. So if Eddie doesn't have an ace or a 6, he would probably have to just let it go.
That's 15 to 400.
Raise it up 80,000.
Make a really lame
Now
call.
Eddie putting in the small raise. Aware of those dynamics. Click it back, essentially to Brian.
Yeah, but that's still back second too.
Brian gonna have to let it go.
Didn't miss spade either, really. Couldn't get more.
Eddie chipping up yet again, trying to undo the damage from the massive suck out we saw not too long ago.
I noticed that too, Angel. Feeling so relaxed.
Angel saying Ben is sitting there looking super comfortable. And I think we saw him kind of sit up a little bit when Brandon put a nasty beat on him a little while ago.
Yes,
he didn't show it too much. But it took away some of the sunny disposition.
20K.
Luckily, he didn't tilt off. He just recollected himself, got right back to work.
Is just more of the characteristics of a veteran, good accomplished tournament player. So many times you're like, man, my next marginal holding, I'm in no matter what. Not him.
Speaking of him, Ben gonna raise things up with the Queen 8 of Hearts from the button. Eddie wakes up with a monster Ace King offsuit in the small blind.
Here are those good cards he's been wanting. I understand that bad beat with kings, but you can't deviate from the plan. You got to play it just like how you would before that cooler.
Especially against a button to open. Good dynamic to 3-bet here. Cooler.
Josh Allen could look like the best player in the league, or he could look like
Eddie just debating whether he wants to 3-bet small or 3-bet shove. He does just rip it in here. Something he would do with more marginal hands. He's hoping Ben has a pretty real hand. You know, if Ben has ace jack, ace queen, he'd have to be putting in the call here for a little over 20 bigs. Instead, Ben, very marginal Queen 8 of Hearts, just has to let it go. Just like that, Eddie. 30 big blinds. Getting that life back. Similar we were just talking about with Ben staying composed, taking a nasty run out on the chin and act like, it's in the past, we're moving on, let's figure out a way to recoup.
Not only that, I still have a ton of chips.
And that's what we just saw Eddie do now. Got his kings all in against George's pocket sevens not too long ago. Got an unlucky run out, doubling George up. But since then, immediately just kind of laughed it off, recouped himself, and just like that, he's back to 30 big blinds.
Walks in shoulders, Ben. He's played like I played Stroud today. I hadn't looked all day, and then on the TV I saw that they were like.
Speaking of
some
George,
caption that just said like
raising it up with the ace 10 offsuit. His turn to raise first in. Everybody letting it go so far. Over to Nick in the big blind. 7 offsuit. 25K more to call. He's going to put it in there. Now Nick and George heads up to a flop. Comes down king high. King at 5 deuce. All diamonds though. Nick with top pair. George with the betting lead.
And there he goes.
Throwing out 50K. Same size as his pre-flop raise. Nick gonna call with his top pair. George gonna be looking for a diamond to improve the turn.
I can't tell what that is.
It's up.
It's a diamond. There's George. Check it.
Happily just check back. Try to get the showdown with his 10.
See what Jorge does now.
It does fire out about a half pot size bet. Trying to represent. Nice diamond in his hand. George with a 10 of diamonds.
Calm, cool, and collected with those nice shades on. Makes
Goes
the
ahead
call.
and puts in the call. Calm, collected. Not quite recliner calm. Pretty cool, calm guy.
Nice and calm and relaxed. Scoops that pot, and now Nick's like, ah, man, just bluffed it off there. See chip stacks there though. Nick now the shorty at the table, 26 big, 660,000. Brandon is your new chip leader with 1.8 billion in chips. Been close behind Brian there, Robert. Everybody's over the million mark except Eddie and Nick, so they're gonna have their work cut out for them. They're gonna want to attain that first place money that you saw there, $62,000. Let's see if they can do it. I'm interested to see what happens. I've been here all day, but I couldn't even begin to imagine who could take this.
Yeah, we're in a team keeper league, so I got
7 of these players clearly alive.
raised to 50 C5.
All of them with a very good chance being the one to emerge as champion.
Tough to bench Mahomes. Absolutely. Hold 7.
Ben opens it up, and Eddie's going to have to let go of 6s. All the players to act behind him. One of those players behind him puts in a 3-bet. Spidey senses may have been tingling for Eddie. That's why we saw him fold the pocket pair. Both options on the table for Nick. Sorry for Ben after Nick did 3-bet it up to 150. Leaves himself 20 big blinds behind. See if Ben wants to go after those chips. Sure enough, he does put in the call. Big pot brewing between Nick and Ben here as the flop comes down 10-9 deuce. Rainbow board. Nick with top set, Ben with a gut shot straight draw.
But you know how Ben does with gut shots. He thrives, baby. He thrives. I can think of a similar hand, aces versus King 9, and he gets there. So inevitably, the queen has to come, right? You got 2 outs twice.
Maybe. Ben sitting here with 2 overcards and backdoor spades in addition to that gut shot straight draw. Might be tempted to go for it. Saw him go for it earlier, as Adonis was alluding to.
Oh, Jesus. That means
Here's
it's
the
coming.
call.
That means the queen comes. Oh, boy. Now
Instead,
double
it's
gutter.
7 of spades,
Oh,
too.
damn. He got the double gutter and the flush draw, baby. Woo! You know he gonna hit it. You know he's not folding. Come on, man. Let's just see. Let's just
There
see.
it is.
All right, we got 13 outs once. Let's see if Ben is good at hitting these kinds of things. He's been surviving the river a lot tonight, and he's looking to survive again and send Nick home. And he does. He makes his king high flush on the river, and Nick is going to be sent to the rails, flopping top set against Ben. I like to make my hand on the river, Scroggins.
I mean, if you're going to make a hand, the river's the best place to make it.
That's why they call it down by the riverside.
Must live by riverside. Is that Ben eliminating another player. Nick going out in 7th place. 7th place good for just a few bucks shy of 10K. 99.42 going Nick's way for his troubles. Not too bad. Got it in great shape there. Just couldn't hold against Ben.
Big hand.
Here we see the update. Ben now emerging as the chip leader after that knockout.
There's Ryan there at the top of your screen. Getting it in.
Just wait till the break?
There's a break in 4 minutes, guys.
No, I can't wait.
There you hear 4 minutes away from break. Ben's going to do his bounty pool once we go to break. Given the fact it's so close, rather than pausing the action here right now.
If I peel a 2, I'm not gonna look at the rest. unless they make me.
Oh,
There's only 2 2s. There's 2 2s. Yeah. So if I pull a 2, it's going straight in the pocket unless they make me. Because they might make me show so everyone has the same info.
Ben
or
discussing
something.
some slow peel strategy on the bounty pool as Eddie looks down at ace queen offsuit.
Okay.
They don't. You don't.
But
you won't know either.
They won't know either. Though.
Yeah, but you won't
Is
know.
that a problem? Okay.
No, you won't know
If
either.
everyone's cool with that, then yeah. That'd be
And then the next person that knocks out somebody is just kind of like, well, eat it, because I got 20K right here. So now you have to know what it is.
After Eddie opened, we saw 2 callers. Eddie gets a nice flop, ace deuce
Probably
deuce.
do it at the end of the break.
What a believable fight.
Action checks over to Eddie.
boys.
Just check it back.
100%.
Really under-repping how strong his hand is. Trying to feign some weakness here. He's got it kind of locked up. The ace, deuce, rainbow flop. Action checks through once again over Eddie's way. George did improve, hitting the 8 on the turn. Kind of what Eddie was hoping for. Somebody turning a pair.
60,000.
We're going to see a 1/3 pot size bet, betting 60K into 190. George gonna put in the call now after improving on the turn, hitting the 8. So we're off to a river card heads up. Comes 5 of diamonds. Pretty safe river card for Eddie. See if he can extract any value. Try to get some of those chips that got shipped George's way from Eddie's chip stack back. Eddie really thinking it over, deciding what bet size to use here. May get looked up with. There is the bet from Eddie. Knew it was coming in. Went with about 1/3 pot, 110K into 310K. George, curious as can be, is going to flick in the call. And a bunch of chips go back Eddie's way. And just like that, he's over 40 big blinds, over 1 million in his chip stack. Making the comeback is Eddie. Shipping up
the guy that
nicely.
went on? Wait, what? Do we know the bounty with the guy that went out? Oh, nah, Ben hasn't pulled it yet, right?
Players elected to wait until the break, which is just now about a minute or two away before Ben pulls his bounty.
Are they excited for the break?
Eddie here?
Eddie, I already gave you my tip.
She's sick of you winning pots.
Are we done yet? Is this over?
Eddie is the bad guy here. Shoot him a Gavin. Remember that?
Oh yeah. That's one of my favorites.
You are on the break.
Real.
You are on break.
Raise
65.
Gotta get you back.
Yeah, that's a good heads up though.
Ryan opened things up with ace-9. Players will be going on break up his hand. And
Oh, I thought he put it all. I was like, whoa, Brandon, please.
Brandon with the pump
You always
fake.
look like you're folding. I know. Like, when you do this, like, I think you're just gonna pitch it.
Everybody that like is always to my left always like pre-folds. Folds out a turn all the time.
Looks like that players will be heading to their break. We'll be taking a quick break with them. We'll be back in action in just a few minutes. Stay tuned to see who wins.
You can go ahead and draw.
And then bring it to the table.
Yeah.
Alright, you draw and bring it to the table, Ben.
But then you don't want to show it.
All right, we're getting action back underway. Players coming back from their break here in the $1,700 buy-in mystery bounty event. Part of our WPT series. Coming to you from Best Bet Jacksonville. As the players make their way back, we're going to take a quick look at the chip counts. We got Ben currently holding a bounty envelope, the chip leader of this final table with 6 players remaining. It's a mystery bounty format. When you eliminate a player, you get to pluck a mystery prize amount from the envelope. Remaining big prize still in there, $20,000 up top. Right now, Ben, a 1 in 6 shot at plucking that 20K. Let's see if he can do it.
He's going right out.
Buddy peeling, sweating it slow.
That's long. That is long. That's long. That's probably it. Look how long this is.
Yeah, why? Feel it too.
Where's that? There it is.
You got it. You gotta have it.
There it is. Ben gonna take home $20,000 in the mystery bounty envelope. Plucking 20K is Ben. As our last remaining big payout. Saw the 50K get pulled earlier. All the 10Ks and 5Ks are off the board, and now Ben gets to take home the sweet 20K in mystery bounty payout, as well as being the chip leader here with 6 players remaining. Ben eyeing up, taking home the trophy now, along with first place payout. We can see over 60K for the first place winner. Right now, all 6 players are guaranteed 12.8K. The paid jumps start climbing, 4K. In paid jumps from 5th, close to 6K between 5th and 4th. Things are escalating and, you know, building quickly. Everybody looking to ladder. Mystery bounty aspect will kind of come out of play a little bit as the last big prize just got pulled there by Ben. You're calling it?
Done. 20K. There's nothing else to play for.
Adonis is sad as the 20K comes off the board.
It was a sweat. I liked it.
Created a fun dynamic. Wait a few times. We saw a short stack all in Crypto Paul. We saw a player pull a kind of sicko bluff move, going for stealing away that bounty to himself. Ran into a freight train in the form of Ben, flopping top pair, turning top 2 pair.
Freight train.
I mean, he is a freight train. He's chip leader.
You're not gonna make it if you
Luck in the
run into a
big
freight
bounty. You're not gonna make it.
It's not good.
Adonis does have a master class in freight trains.
I've seen Unstoppable with Denzel Washington. I know what happened.
Basically an expert now. Players are going to get back in action. Kind of removes some of that cool fun in the mystery bounty, but obviously with 6 players remaining, the actual poker play kind of can take hold, step its way into the limelight.
What if anything,
It's a couple of 2Ks, a 1K, and 4 500s. So
they're not playing for that.
Oh, it's an equal.
We each get 1, yeah, because there's 6 left. Yeah.
players are agreeing to just take an envelope each right here and now.
They all have come to terms of everyone pulls 1 bounty, and that's theirs.
Okay.
You just deal it out.
Yeah, deal it
You want
out.
me to just?
Yeah.
None of these guys too worried about the difference between the 500 and the 2K.
Equal's been my good luck charm. Well, you're guaranteed to get 500 from her.
It's been a lot of fun at this final table. See everybody kind of enjoying themselves, hanging out, cutting it up with one another. Even with a lot of money at stake, these guys are all A, here to win, but B, here to have some fun.
Wait, we were saying let's do time flop for who gets the first one. You know what I mean?
What are y'all talking
Add a
about?
wrinkle, buddy. You got to add a wrinkle.
I was like, what are y'all talking about? What do you mean time flop?
I hope it's not a free.
Well, they're going to have Taniqua, current tournament director, deal out these envelopes 1 per player. Ben's saying just using like the time flop format, decide which seat gets the first envelope. Spicing it up. You got to add more wrinkles.
That's fun. I like that.
But not the win.
Meanwhile, Robert opened things up, raising it up The min click to 60K with pocket 7s. Got over Brandon, putting in the call from the button with queen 10.
Alright, I want a 3.
And now everybody folds behind.
Right here. I am 4 or 5. 4.
Still want a 3?
So Robert and Brandon heads up. Brandon flops it all. 7-6 tray.
Bobby's not even worried about that. Bobby's got top 7.
Yeah, I was 7 when I came in. I was in the 7.
Alright, we'll let it go. Are we peeling?
Let's wait. We'll all do it together. Alright, I took his hand. Yeah.
He's like, nah, let me get this pot first. I got top sets, and then we'll go from there.
Only a 7-7.
I had full 5, but I figured you were a bet up, so.
Everybody gonna peel their
It's like
envelopes,
Christmas.
see what they're taking. It's a nice gift. Everybody's getting 500 to 2K here, as those are the remaining prizes.
You got 500.
Player said, let's just keep it easy, eliminate those pulls later. I don't want to get eliminated and have to.
Jorge hears all the 500s and he's still sweating.
Nice job.
A couple of reverse slow rolls, I feel like, coming in there. Little turbo show that I hit the 2K. Turbo 1K. Well, now,
Well, no, now you're gonna have
mystery bounties are done, so it's poker time, baby. We can go back to regular, good old-fashioned tournament. No limit hold'em now. Again, this was a $1,700 buy-in mystery bounty event, part of the WPT series. Event number 6, still quite a few events to go. Not the main event. That will be next week. 5K buy-in, 1 million guaranteed net prize pool. This is kind of the warm-up precursor. That's why you see a lot of these guys having tons of fun joking around with one another.
They're looking forward to it.
Obviously, 60K for first place, nothing to scoff at, but all of these guys are accomplished players who have had some big scores in their careers.
And regardless of the outcome tonight, they have their eyes set on that $1 million guarantee come next week.
I think that's all right. Cool. I know I'm going to head into this week now. Probably going to be able to book a win no matter how many tournaments I play. Head into the main event with some confidence. Good spot to be in for sure. Not a good spot is Ben here. Eddie in the lead with pocket 9s over Ben's pocket 7s on a 10-10-8 board. Actually gonna go check. Wise check back by Ben there. Could easily see him continuation bet. Queen of clubs turn. Odd door for Ben to start trying to represent a strong hand. Instead gonna check it back. And now Ben gets bailed out with an ace of clubs. Falling on the river, giving him a flush.
$1,500.
Show I have a club.
I didn't know if I had one. I was going to look after it. Nice one.
Eddie's saying he wasn't sure if that 9 of spades was a club or not. Assumed he was just going to check back and look at his hand if he had to, if Ben fired a bet at it. But we do see Ben dragging another pot. Ben currently the chip leader. Brian and Brandon not too terribly far behind him. They'll be clipping at his heels, trying to fight for it themselves.
I'm sick of it.
He said I'm sick of it.
Eddie's been fighting a very uphill battle so far on this final table. Only big pot he got to get into. Got it all in free with kings. George there in the 2 suit had pocket 7s and found a very fortunate run out and getting a double up through Eddie. Meanwhile, Ben, pocket 8s, gonna raise it up, makes it 60K to go. Eddie on the button, ace 5 of diamonds, sitting on just over 30 big blinds. Could see a 3-bet, may continue to just flat call, play the hand in position. Both options are definitely on the table here. Looks like he's grabbing some raising chips.
Good. Ooh. It's like, Ace Queen suited for Brian in the small blind. Just when I thought this hand couldn't get any more eventful, Brian says, hold my beer and let me analyze the situation and see if I might want to 4-bet.
Especially against Eddie, the shortest of the stacks, Brian might want to do so. just a matter of does he want to go for the knockout now that the mystery bounties are off the table? Does he want to maybe play it a little bit more straight up now? If he thinks Eddie's not getting out of line 3-betting light, puts him in a tough spot, and he's going to let it go. We haven't seen Eddie 3-bet too often on this table. One of the only times he did was with those pocket kings. Maybe that's what's weighing in there for Brian. Wow. Obviously, you still have Ben in behind you as well.
Not only that, he's out of position too.
Yeah, being out of the small blind.
It's a surprising fold until you really think about it. You're out of position there. You're playing against two tough opponents.
180 total, yes, sir.
And you're almost going to get involved in a pot that's going to have close to $1 million in pre-flop. Or, excuse me, not $1 million. 180. Good.
Right, you got this over? No?
Blade, Ben putting in the call here.
Yeah, so close to $500,000 already in the middle.
Like 5K or whatever that was, or whatever.
Oh, wow.
We get an action flop. I don't know if you know what action flops look like, but that's one of them. 5-4 tray, 2 diamonds.
Nothing worth mentioning.
Eddie, straight flush draw, plus top pair. Ben with an overpair to this board.
$500 event, the other one was a $600. So it was like, yeah, 12K and 13.
Eddie, 800K behind, a little over 400K in the middle. See how he decides to navigate this.
This year was my first year making day 2. Yeah. Yeah. You're not making last longer with anybody, are you?
215.
Yeah. But we do like in that game in the RS. We do, yeah, so it's all those guys.
15K from Eddie.
We do
About half pot size bet.
And there's
Really targeting a hand like Ben is holding.
about 20 people in it, so it's 100,000 usually, roughly 100 to 125,000. And the one guy that won
Double checks his hand. Does see he has the 8 of diamonds in it.
Not this past year, but the year before.
Not sure if that's going to sway his decision
It was like
in a direction.
the 4th person to cash or something. Like it was min cash, but it was like the 4th person to cash, and he won the 100 and some odd thousand.
Chips do come in from
Plus they had
Ben.
a 25K bet too.
Big pot
10 of them
after
for
Ben
min
calls.
cash. He got 300K just for min cash. That's hilarious. Yeah.
Wow. And 5 from outer space. If there was any way I thought Eddie would have gotten there, would have been the diamond or the ace, but he actually gets there in a way he probably didn't think so either. Catching that miracle 5 of clubs on the turn to upgrade his hand from now pair plus flush draw to now trips plus the nut flush draw.
Gives him a hammer lock on this hand. He may be very tempted into checking back here. If your opponent has a draw, you're not too worried about it since you have the nut flush draw. And well, there's nothing to be worried about now.
Nah, you coasting right now. You're somewhere on a beach with your feet up with an umbrella drink.
And at the same time, from Ben's perspective, that's a pretty safe looking run out. Easy to think your overpair's best. Eddie would be firing at the turn with a pair bigger than 8s.
Ooh.
This is good player on good player action. See Ben check it over to Eddie. Most players would have been tempted into firing there for value. Ben aware he could only value own himself if he fires out. Now Eddie, what's he gonna do? 20 big blinds behind. Close to 30 big blinds in the middle. That's a pot-sized shove in Eddie's stack. See if he goes for it all. Or if he goes for a small value bet. Easily get looked up if he throws out a small 100, 200K size.
I was gonna say, what looks more suspect, the shove or just a nice small value bet to the tune of like 180, 185, or do you just go for the gusto?
I think if he knows that Ben, or believes that Ben has an overpair like this, he might go bigger. If he thought Ben has something like ace high, then maybe he puts in the smaller bet, trying to make it look like he also has ace high and is trying to get him off the chop. We may never know as the chips keep falling off there. Saw Eddie actually kind of let out a giggle that chip kept falling off of his stack.
You're not
seasoned pro, allegedly. We do see Eddie fire out. 260. His 260K. It's right in that middling amount. Not polarizing with a shove. Not so small either. What do you do here if you're Ben? Getting a pretty good price. Then you think, is Eddie giving me that good of a price because he has me beat?
What do you leave yourself with?
Here Ben asking, how much does that leave you behind? Thinking that might matter, and Ben does put in the call. Just literally said, wow.
Can't believe it.
He saw Eddie's hand. Wow, nice hand indeed. Just like that, Eddie gets a huge pot pushed his way. Look at that chip stack now, 1.7 million.
You guys gonna share?
Ben started that hand with a chip lead. Now he's at 1.8 million.
Not bad.
That gap has shrunk.
How big does the pot have to be?
I gotta be the height.
Brandon doing my work over here. Gotta put him on the payroll now.
He said put him on the payroll.
Eddie with some friends and family over on the rail. That's why he joked around, why aren't you guys cheering for that one? You know, first hand I've won in a few hours, it was huge.
After not playing a hand at the final table for the first like hour and a half.
So Kevin in the YouTube chat asking, I had to check out for a little while. Did 20K bounty get pulled? Well, unfortunately, Kevin, it did. We saw Ben right there in the middle pull the 20K bounty right after we came back from break. At which point all the players elected to just chop it up in terms of the bounty pool, each taking an envelope and ending the mystery bounty portion of the event, with all the remaining prizes being small. So essentially, realistically, the mystery bounty is over for this event. We're left with 6 players here, just playing it out, trying to ship the event itself. We saw Brian open up with ace deuce and just take the blinds uncontested.
He's gonna hit a nice little hand there. I mean, listen, like I said, you can't make it up. You don't play a hand for an hour and a half. You get the first playable hand that you have of any magnitude in against pocket sevens and pocket kings, and you lose. You make the slight remark, well, that's what I get for playing a hand. And now he's chipped up to a towering 1.7 million in chips. Nice job there from the seasoned vet, Eddie Marskowski. You think he should have shoved? I mean, I don't know. I guess that's the question we would hold on to for Ben. You know, does Ben make the call there if Eddie shoves? We do know that he bet 270,000. You get a call for shove. He might have folded. Who knows? You might be right in your assumption.
Ben did have a pretty strong hand there. He may have had to look it up with the pocket eights. We may never know, as Adonis said. Might send Adonis out there to ask Ben in the middle of a hand, but it might be a little rude. This hand now is Brian. Did open up things pre-flop with ace-10. Robert put in the call. Now Brian putting out a continuation bet, and it gets the job done as we see Robert have to let it go. Robert's been pretty quiet recently. You know, we've seen his virtual rail out in Facebook rooting him on. See if he can get anything going moving forward. We are about 10 hours into coverage now. All these players came back at 12 p.m. here on the East Coast in Jacksonville, Florida at Best Bet. And you know, 10 hours later, these 6 players remain all feeling a little bit tired after a long day. Still feeling pretty pumped, trying to get that WPT trophy. See who can zone in and who can take advantage. So now Eddie gets to open things up with King Jack fresh off that big pot. A lot of wiggle room to play here.
A lot of fun to be had here. Now you're in the thick of it with the rest of your table mates, and you're like, somebody else can be the short stack now, but it won't be me. That short stack is Jorge.
Speaking of short stack, is in the hand. Now Ben with a decision in the big blind. Just going to get out of the way with the 5 trade. You can see he was tempted to put in and call and defend. Says, no, maybe I'm getting myself into trouble here. A little frustrated after losing that last pot. Let me just let it go. Now Eddie facing George in position. Is the short stack with 20 blinds. Has the position on Eddie in his hand. So we're going to see Eddie just check it over.
Let's head to a turn card.
Another brick. Who do you think's going to stab at it first here? It'll be Eddie with a delayed C bet on this turn. See him thinking about it. See him really thinking about it.
Yeah, 200 and the 205.
Big bet.
Job done.
That size, it kind of just puts right to the test. You either got to shove now or let it go. Let it go he does. Eddie wins with not the best hand. Gets it done. Betting out there with the King Jack. Let's see if Eddie can keep that chip stack going. Making the deep run in this mystery bounty event. We will see Eddie back in action later this week. We have a celebrity bounty event with a featured table here on the live stream. All the way through the final table. It's going to be on Wednesday of this week. So just a few days away. Eddie, one of the local celebrities, as well as Don E. And then some of the bigger celebrities we got coming in. Andrew Nemi, Brad Owen will be making an appearance in that celebrity bounty event before their meetup game on Thursday, November 9th. So they're rolling into town a little bit early. There will be a bounty on their head. It is a relatively affordable buy-in for that event. I would highly recommend checking it out. Now that we know those guys are going to be here, how do you not sneak out and play in it? You know what I mean?
Yep, you got to sneak out and play something like that.
A couple other well-known names are going to be in that event, including Ali Torelli. It's a good mix for poker professionals and local guys with some bounties on their head. Now, Ben gonna try to, take out Eddie a little bit early. It's not quite the celebrity bounty, but he's still gonna try to knock him out here when he flops. Straight draw plus flush draw does Ben. Blind versus blind action and a limped pot between Ben and Eddie. Ben checks it over. Was a limped pot pre-flop. Eddie double checking the suits of his king and 9 here. Seeing how many clubs he's holding and which one is which, just to be sure. Now we're going to see him bet out. 30,000, one big blind. Good for a 1/3 pot size bet. Easily see Ben put in a check raise at this point.
Raise it up.
That's what happens. Ben raising it. Ben's not one to shy away from the aggressive route, take control of the hand. That's what he's trying to do here with a 90,000 raise over Eddie's 30K lead. Eddie trying to decipher what it means. Just going to have to let go of his king high. Aggression works for Ben. He gets to take the pot down there on the flop without showdown.
All right, let's get to the next hand. Sitting there at timely raise with a marginal holding that turned pretty good on the flop, even without a pair. Definitely had a big hand going to the turn and river.
We'll be back underway in the action here as under the gun, Robert going to open things up, making it 65K to go with 8-7 of clubs. Just talking about, just talking about Robert being a little bit on the quiet side. Maybe Ben won't 3-bet it because of that, but just said in the last hand, Ben not one to shy away from the aggressive route. So both options seem very likely. There it is, 3-bet from Ben. 200K to go. Just another awkward spot for Brian. Out of the big blind with king queen offsuit, facing the 3-bet. Gonna have to let it go. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. Robert
quickly lets it go.
Says sorry for trying. I'll go back to being quiet. Lets it go. So Ben keeping his foot on the pedal. 3-betting there and getting the job done after check raising on the last hand. But once again, do appreciate everybody hanging out with us, chilling with us on this stream. A nice Sunday night here at Best Bet Jacksonville.
Final table action, baby.
Final 6 and very welcoming hand here.
75 race.
George goes with the 75K open with his pocket queens. A little bit bigger of an opening size than we've seen the last couple of orbits. Let's see if it can get any action or gets folds around. So it got all the way around to Brian in the small blind.
Let's see what he has.
He's got to have something to be thinking this long. Saw him pretty quickly fold king-queen offsuit on the last hand in a 3-bet pot. You know he's not posturing by any means. Does put in the call. Does Brian with pocket 7s. Robert going to come along for cheap out of the big with that jack 6 suited.
Queen of hearts, but king high flop. Being the shorty, I think Jorge's going to go ahead and commit himself here to the spot.
Action did check over to him.
Check around.
He takes option number 2, just checking it back, seeing what the turn brings, and it comes king of spades, pairing the board. Pretty nice card to see if you're George. Boosts the number of kings your opponents can have, but Brian maybe thinking his 7s are best, maybe thinking he's going to start bloating this pot up in order to push people off of it. He's going to fire right out, betting 100K. Can't imagine George is going to fold. He may not be in love with it though. Donizetti is the short stack, 17 big blinds in front of him. All these chips matter more and more when you're getting that short. He does put in the call, and we see a jack of spades river. George has a pot-sized bet behind. Brian just going to check it over. Not going to try to push him off of it here. George just going to check back the queens, take it to showdown. He will get to drag in this pot with his queens. Table may be a little surprised to see that he checked back that flop. This hand going to showdown, everybody gets to see a little bit of information about how he played that hand. So everybody's quietly making those mental notes.
Yeah, they've played long enough with each other. They've kind of gotten somewhat of a read on the situation, and now they have to try to continue to build on what is already their increasing stacks and keep their eyes on the prize. Keep their eyes on the prize.
Now action coming around. Gets to Brian on the button. 10-9 offsuit. Could see him open things up here.
60.
Does raise it up to 60K. Robert waking up with a pretty good hand on the small blind and ace-jack offsuit. See if he wants to call or 3-bet it. He's definitely assembling a 3-bet here.
Uh-oh.
Here it comes.
215.
Making it 215,000.
That's a pretty big bet.
Brian with the 10-9 on the button, facing this raise. Thanks for a little bit, and then lets it go. So Robert chipping up with the 3-bet pre-flop there with his ace-jack offsuit. Robert was a recent fan favorite in Facebook as his contingent was out here rooting for him to bring that trophy home to his home over in Ocala. Just a short drive away from Jacksonville, Florida.
Yeah, he's still hanging tough. He's still got chips, so the dream and hope is still alive.
He's certainly alive. 6 players left. He's not a micro stack. He's in the mix. These guys aren't going to make it easy for him, though. Ben is back at it again, raising it up with the queen jack of clubs from under the gun. Takes it up to 60. Now Robert will be in this hand again as he puts in the call with the pocket trays from the button. Blinds get out of there. Robert will get to play this hand in position against Ben's queen jack, and wow. How do you like that flop when you got pocket trays? King, tray, tray. Flopping quads. Robert praying Ben's got a king. Ben's going to represent that king, betting out a continuation bet of 60K.
You gotta feel good. Look at you. You're like, man, I'm licking my chops. I got quads. I can't lose.
Beautiful spot to just slow play and trap and put in the call. And could Ben
queen high flush draw now
get done in by runner clubs again? Saw a massive stack go Brandon's way through Ben earlier with running clubs for Brandon. If Ben catches running clubs here, it would be disastrous. Especially turning equity in the form of the flush draw. We may see Ben continue firing. And he sizes up too, going up to over 200K with this bet, 2/3 pot size. Robert counting his chip stack, seeing exactly what he may want to do here.
Oh yeah.
I think we all know that he is just going to flat call. All of his fans should be praying for a flat call here.
Making it seem like, I can make the call, I guess. You don't ever want to raise.
There is the call from Robert. Good call here. Don't want to push your opponent's bluffs out like Ben has. Now Ben fortunate enough to not hit a club on that river, but at the same time, no, Ben's not one to be afraid to pull the trigger. Similar to a spot we saw many hours ago on the feature table. It makes no sense for your opponent to have a tray here because you opened pre-flop. Button callers should never have a tray in their hand. But instead, Ben, reading Robert for some strength, the way this hand is played out, gonna check it over to him. Just shut it down with his queen high. Very fortunate for Ben there that he didn't empty the clip, put in that third barrel. As we know, it would have been firing chips into the abyss. They would have gone over to Robert for sure. Now Robert deliberating how much he wants to bet out. If he thinks Ben has any sort of pair, if he thinks Ben has any sort of king, see him just rip it. Go for the maximum in case there's any chance Ben had like ace king or king queen, pocket fives or pocket sixes. Instead, Ben snap folds and Robert gets a huge chip up. Closing in on 50 big blinds, 1.5 million in his chip stack. So hashtag Team Bobby looking pretty good.
Looking real good.
Said he was patiently waiting for a pot to explode on, and he got it there. Chipping up nicely to 50 big blinds. Now the gaps have kind of closed between most of these players at the table. No overwhelming chip leaders. We've seen Ben kind of get chipped away a couple of hands.
Yep, we'll do that at following this hand, Kevin. Like I said, I think me and Mike have kind of just come to the conclusion like this is about to take a while.
Now Brandon and Ben's turn. See them both sitting there with about the same chip stack. Again, that 50, 55 big blind mark. It's getting tight. Ben had a nice lead. Lost a couple of pots.
Ooh, nut flush draw for now, Brandon.
Go with this pair of deuces. Ben with nothing but garbage, gonna let it go, and we're gonna get a chip count update as requested. And look how tight they are. Other than George down with 27 bigs, everybody, Brian through Brandon, off 44 bigs to 58 bigs. Such a tight grouping there now. As we saw Ben have a chip lead earlier. Lost some of it. Obviously still a ton of chips in front of him. It's not like he chipped all the way down to the short stack or anything like that, but he was trying to, obviously wanting to expand that chip lead he had, put some pressure on his opponents, and it worked in most hands. Just got, unfortunately, went the other way on that last one for him. Now Brian with the pocket jacks under the gun, gonna open things up. Easy spot to put in the raise. First to act. Makes it 65K to go.
Nothing playable.
Everybody folds around to Eddie. He's got something playable.
Blind on blind action.
King 10 offsuit for Eddie. Gonna be worth defending out of the big blind. One overcard, two Brian's pocket jacks when it comes down queen 8-5, two clubs. See if Brian wants to put out a continuation bet here. Instead, just checking it back. We're off to a 4 of hearts on the turn.
Yeah, king high still no good. Brian's jacks are best.
Interesting to see if Eddie wants to start bluffing at it on that turn card. Some of the hands he defends with start coming in. Eddie can have, 7-8, 6-7 suited connector type hands. Action did go check check yet again. Now Eddie weighing his options, checks it over. Pretty fortunate check for him there. Is very likely Brian was going to put in a call should Eddie have let out. Now for Brian, just a matter of whether he wants to put in a value bet. If he does, how would he respond to a check raise if Eddie tries to rep the 4?
Since they're so close in stock,
there is that value bet.
doing their balls a dire move.
Snap fold by Eddie. Again, that chip stack, we saw Brian out of the 5 players up top was on the slightly shorter than the rest, so he just closed the gap even more. 5 players just grouped all the way up top. George all by his lonesome as a short stack, but that short stack's still over 20 big blinds, so nothing for him to worry about too much either. See 6 experienced players here, all vying for the trophy, and now all of them in contention. Near identical chip stacks. It's anybody's race at this point.
It's real close.
Brandon gonna open it up with 7s, making it 65K. That's just gonna take it down as the blinds have to let it go. Everybody kind of settling in, maybe aware it's going to be a long night. As it's been 10 hours of play so far, and with 5 players sitting around 50 big blinds deep, a lot of room for play to continue. We're going to stick with it until one person takes home the trophy and that first place prize. Real curious on who it's going to be. You tell me it's any one of these players and I believe you. Folds around to Ben, his turn to open things up. Ace-6 of spades.
60 raise.
Not raised to 60. Eddie, next to act again with the king 10. This time around, he's just going to let it go. Brian is out of there, out of the small blind, and now it's up to Robert whether he wants to defend and does not want to play defense with the 6-4 offsuit. He's going to fold as well.
This level of play is too much at this table.
Saying they're too good?
Yeah, these chip stacks ain't moving. Everybody's so close. Give up a little, get a little. insane.
Definitely seeing some ebbs and flows. We saw Eddie get pummeled all the way down to sub 20 big blinds, then turn it around and chip right back up to 50. Saw Brandon a couple hours ago get moved to the feature table. It's one of the shorter stacks. He patiently waited, found a good spot, got it all in, doubled up, and then chipped up from there. We saw Ben walk away with a chip lead for a little while. Lost some of those chips back to everybody on this table right now. Kind of put him back in the near average spot that he's at. No, easy come, easy go. Everybody riding the waves, trying to make the best of them.
Well, you got a re-raise there from Eddie.
Yeah, Eddie putting in a big 3-bet. We know Brandon let it go, folding the ace tray, respecting Eddie's 3-bet here. Flashed the tray of clubs when he did so, and Eddie gets to take it down with the ladies.
Bunch of marginal subpar holdings.
What do you do with them, Adonis?
Throw them in the trash, put them in the muck, and you go take a walk, stretch your legs out if you're Brian. After all, you've been playing poker for now closing out on 11 hours, and I'm pretty sure during his flight he played close to that as well. So mental fortitude, people, you gotta have it, and once you get to this point, you gotta make sure you can hold it, because the implications are big.
70.
Robert using that mental fortitude to find a bet here with his 10 high and gets to take it down. Somebody cheered for him there, it sounded like, so he's got one fan out on the rail.
That's good, as long as you got some support.
You have to take it down with 10 high, always nice. As Adonis said, these players played for a good 10, 11 hours on their first day, whichever flight they chose.
Holy shit. I'm so glad clubs didn't come. Oh, God. I had queen jack of clubs. Yeah, that was quads. Nice hand. Wow.
Oh, yeah. It's still 30K, but next hand will go up 20, 40.
That's sick.
Ben just got the news that Robert had the quads there a couple hands ago.
Man, I was
just screaming at the TV.
He says, whew. Thank God for club.
Sit down, whatever.
You're like, no, don't bluff, don't bluff, don't bluff.
Oh, yeah, actually, they're still worried.
Don't punt it off like you always do.
Dad's over there. I can't look. I know what he's gonna do.
Story before. I know what happens next.
This is why we watch it at home.
30K.
A little blind versus blind limped pot here. I see Brandon from the small blind lead out after flopping middle pair. Ben gonna float. Has the king of hearts. Let's see if he tries to use that card later on.
It's a pretty good card to have in the king of hearts when there's a heart on the turn. Now upgrade yourself to a king high flush draw. As if you had king high in a dream, you now add some outs to what seemed like an impossible hand to win.
Reaching for chips. Puts in the
Calling him
call.
down by the Riverside Bend. Not tonight. Not right now. Maybe later.
By the time this tournament ends, Riverside bars will be closed though. We are in for a long one.
Oh man. You ain't never lied, brother. You ain't never lied.
Let's see if Ben wants to go for a bluff here. After Brandon checks the river. Ben with just king high.
Yep, there it is.
Here it comes. Putting the pressure on. Looks like a hefty wager too. Full pot, 250K.
These are some dangerous, disgusting boards that he's putting in these bluffs. Straight draw completes, king 9, 8 9, hearts, queens. You know, Ben's going to be targeting his marginal holdings, which is what he has. You know, you have a jack and you have a pretty decent kicker, but you lose to a few different hands. So, pretty good river card for Ben here to try to bluff, especially holding the king of hearts. It's a pretty important card to have, given the hand dynamic.
Now Brandon playing the game of I have a marginal hand. If Ben's trying to push me off of a marginal hand, what should I do? Double checks his holdings, thinks it over, clearly frustrated. Maybe he expected a smaller bet out of Ben on that river. Doesn't love the size of it, just gonna let it go.
Yep, and Ben gets one through. You'll want to look at that in about 20 minutes.
So Ben lost some chips, you know, through aggression and running into some big hands not too long ago, but recollects himself, continues to play his style, take advantage of the opportunities that he sees, and that was one of them. Gets the chip up. Keep on trying to take that chip lead again. Got to move forward, don't look back. Especially after you find out you did run into quads. Kind of good news that you didn't fire the clip.
Yep, it's kind of good news that you didn't bluff off any more chips than you already had. You know, you're like, man, this could have been real tough.
Pocket pair for Brian. Fresh off the blinds increasing. It's now 30K big blind. Brian going to raise it up to 90K with the 9s. A little bit of a Freudian slip maybe, making it 90 with 9s.
Look at old Brandon here with 2 queens on the button. Looking to get some of those chips that he got bluffed.
Yeah, meanwhile, we did see Robert call, so this could look squeezy. Brandon 3 bets. If Brian saw what we saw in that last hand, that little bit of frustration out of Brandon on the river.
215.
That was chunky. An easy spot for maybe Brian to think Brandon's doing this a little bit light out of frustration from that last pot. Ben maybe thinking something similar, debating a 4-bet. The ace-5 suited just lets it go. Everyone lets it go. So action back on Brian, only 125K more. Can't imagine he's folding. It's just whether he wants to raise or call. If he thinks Brandon's doing this a little bit light from the dealer button, maybe a little frustrated.
You're absolutely right about that.
1.3 and a half, like that.
Here, Brian asking for the chip count.
1.375.
Brian weighing his options. Pretty easy to negate Robert behind since he only called. You know he's not sitting there with a monster when he doesn't 3-bet it pre-flop. I see Brian just put in the call. Hoping to hit a 9 on this flop, and then for such a great price, Robert's going to put in the call as well. So this pot ballooning up.
See the wheels turning on Brandon's head.
720K in the middle. So we go 3 ways in a 3-bet pot.
Ooh.
Whew. Queen high flop for Brandon.
Top set's pretty good.
If you had to pick a hand, the nuts would be a pretty good hand to pick. Brandon flops it in position. See what bet size he wants to go with here. See him assembling a wager. Has to throw out something being last act. Pretty small, 190K. Hoping to get looked up here. Ryan with the 9s again. Only one overcard to his pair out there. If he thinks Brandon might be doing this with hands like ace-king, ace-jack, ace-10, could call and reassess on the turn. At the same time, he's got Robert behind him to worry about a little bit. Multi-way pot, queen on board, somebody should have one. See Brian think it through and let it go. Robert snap folds, and Brandon getting to chip up over $2 million in front now.
I'm waiting to pop this
praying to get action.
I'm waiting to flop this set.
Ryan says, I was hoping one of us hit a set, just not you.
Yeah, I was playing a squad.
Whatever you did, like to grab the white chip and the extra 15 at the same time, I was like, I would fold just on that alone. Yeah, he's good with them. Good with the chips.
That boy.
That boy. Good. Boy, bad.
Whole table having a lot of fun here tonight.
It's heavy.
Easy to be tired and quiet and sleepy,
It's pretty heavy.
but over 10 hours in, they're still lively, needling one another. A lot of money at stake, but
Yeah, I'm sure they
they're still having fun with it.
Yeah, which is surprising because there's so many hours later and they can smile and have a good time.
Adonis doesn't know how.
No, I don't. The light's beating down on him. And is there anyone on this table that's been, because obviously with redraws and the moving players, has any of the final 7 that we have they been here the duration? 6? Have they been here the duration of the featured final?
At this point, I don't believe anybody has. We saw Brandon get moved to the featured table. We went down to the final 2 tables.
Yeah, that's right.
But he did not start day 2 on the feature. None of these players actually did, surprisingly enough.
Just saying, being under the lights, man, that's 10, 11 hours, and y'all are making jokes. You know those Moonrock jokes died.
And if only there were Moonrock jokes.
Then it'd be worth it.
Dig deep and find them later. Right now, Robert with the pocket 8s did raise it up pre-flop. Ben defended from the button, putting in the call of the King Jack. So it looks like Robert is going to continue here with the King 7 deuce board, betting out 90K, same size as he bet pre. Obviously, we can see Ben with a pair of kings going absolutely nowhere, putting in the call. We're off to a turn card, comes down to deuce, diamonds, brings backdoor diamonds. Not too afraid of either playing having a deuce. So if Robert thinks his 8s are still best, he might bet again. Trying to deny some equity if he thinks Ben has a spade flush draw, for example. Now, Robert does bet out 150K, about 1/3 pot size bet.
Sticking his hand in the cookie jar.
For Ben, it's probably just going to be a flat call again. You know, if you raise, you're only really getting called by somebody who outkicks you. That's why we see him put in the call here. Now 4 of clubs on the turn, all the draws miss. No spades, no diamonds come in. Be interesting to see what happens. Robert checking it over. Now Ben, if he thinks his hand is best, may go for value. If he thinks there's a chance Robert is checking here to maybe induce with king, queen, or ace, king, could see a check back. It's just a matter of what Ben thinks Robert has. We are going to see him bet for a little bit of value here, betting 1/3 pot, 250K into 750, and now Robert really quickly calls with the 8s. Ben could easily have had a missed flush draw,
Yes, he could have.
especially with 2 flush draws coming out there. Robert's got to put in the call and eye it up, and now Ben chips up nicely again. Robert kind of dwindling on the short stack side.
Can we get a mic over there, please?
I actually texted you about this story. You wouldn't about a person we met.
20
So now Robert, George there, and the 1 and the 2 seat are the 2 chip stacks in this field, being side by side and the blinds hitting them. See what kind of things can develop if anybody wants to keep pushing them around, or if they battle, or if they continue to just chip down, hoping to find a hand.
I'm gonna have Andrew come in and play a hand.
Folds around to Eddie on the button with the queen 8 suited.
Wait, is it coach? No, that's not cool.
He could raise it up
Open up his hand.
He's definitely going to open it up. Queen 8 suited from the button.
Yeah.
The one you're most worried about is Brian there in the small blind, but with a short stack, and Robert in the big blind. There is a call from Robert. How you feeling right now? If you're Robert on a 15 blind stack.
Damn.
Action flop. Damn indeed.
Action flop and a good flop for both players.
Queen, Jack 8, Rainbow. Eddie flopping top and bottom pair. Robert flopping middle pair and straight draw. May see the chips get in. May not. Action does go check, check. Turn 7 of hearts. Eddie checking back that flop, I would assume, trying to get his opponent to bluff at it, thinking he's got it locked up on a rainbow board.
Robert can try to sniff at this spot.
Robert continues to check, though. Would have been easy to throw out a bet there with his hand. Doesn't fall for it. Now Eddie gonna have to put a bet in here on the turn. Start trying to help his opponent.
130.
Let's go for 135,000. Pot was 220,000. A little over half pot. Now Robert's got to put in the call with his pair and straight draw. 11 big blinds for Robert behind. See if he can connect with the river.
Ooh!
Connect he does.
Oh my lord!
Just a nice smooth check over again out of Robert.
I didn't think he would have gotten there, but he did. He has it straight. Eddie might be kicking himself there for checking the flop.
Honestly, though, with that flop, we may have seen Robert check raise shove if Eddie put out a continuation bet.
Slams him down.
A little frustration is similar to earlier. Eddie built some momentum in a good spot to win a big pot. Gets a bad run out. Happens to him again here. Robert on the good end of it this time around.
You need a glowing bottle.
Yeah.
Short stack, chipping up there is Robert.
My dad brought 2 of those. It's not open.
Oh, I'm all good.
It's got B12, B6, caffeine.
No, I appreciate it. I'm about to get another coffee.
Okay.
He said, I'm about to get another coffee. Yeah, you're going to need it, buddy.
See how friendly.
Stacks ain't moving, man.
See how friendly this table is, though. He just offered, Ben just offered a, energy booster to an opponent who's clearly tired. Could easily just let him stay tired. Try to take advantage of it.
He wants to make sure he's in top 2 on one side.
To beat him straight up.
Yeah, I don't want you to say you were tired.
But happy to see a friendly table. Sometimes it can be quiet, boring, a little tense. Everybody really wants to win. These guys all want to win.
They do.
You can win in a friendly way too. Now after being real nice and offering an energy drink, Ben raising it up with a 10-8 offsuit, still going for the kill. Ryan calls from the button. King, queen.
You know ever tell you about what happened in Houston?
An ace, tray, rainbow flop. Ben just gonna check it on over. Probably pretty similar to how Ben would play a hand if he had an ace.
I met him and we were talking about it. Really
Ryan trying to decide what that check rather than a c-bet from Ben means here. We know Ben usually fires the continuation bet. Brian reads it for weakness. That's out, taking it down.
No.
Anything?
Yeah.
I had my favorite hand, so I was like, better not.
Oh, you got king 9?
I should just, no, actually.
King 9 or bottom?
10-8 is actually my favorite hand.
Oh, okay, alright. You said king 9 was earlier.
Well, it kind of is. I guess I got 2.
Oh.
He's got a lot of favorite hands.
I was going to say, I feel like that's where he was going to arrive. Like, yeah, I just got a whole lot of favorite hands out here. 10-8, king 9.
10-8 is just like a
Jack 4.
Yeah. Get to that point. Raised to 90 and 5.
King 9's like crack, and then 10-8's like pot.
Oh!
It was cool 4 or 5 years ago.
Those are some very strong comparative measures as to how strong he loves each of those hands. To that I say no to drugs. Say no to drugs.
Say yes. Ace king.
Until they get
Eddie
cracked
gets
and it pisses me off.
just call. Ben's open. Yeah, he's getting a little sneaky deaky here. You know, we've said this table's kind of leveled out. Everybody's got a pretty good feel for each other. So when that happens, like this spot here, Eddie just throwing a little wrench in there just in case flop comes ace high. Maybe able to get a big one.
Jorge says, screw all of you. I'm going to flop trips. And I'm going to sit here with this dastardly smile on my face. You guys can't stop me. Now, what will be disaster for Eddie is if this goes check, check, and an ace or king comes on the turn.
Well, step one was all the checks. That occurred. Ace not on the turn. It's a 5 of spades instead. Ben may think he has the best hand here now. Such safe action on the flop, and now a safe turn card when you have pocket sixes. Let's fire out 125.
Oh boy. Looks like he stepped in it.
And Jorge is the in it in this scenario. See if he springs the check raise or just continues to try and trap with a smooth call. Maybe put in a call praying Brandon comes in behind you. Same time, only 13 big blinds in his stack. He's going to be looking for that double up. There it is, going for the full double. Ripping it all in. Ben saying fine.
Realizes he ran directly into quads earlier and he was running into trips there.
Man, I need 10 more. We're at
Getting
40.
tired. Ready to hang it up.
Brandon, I need one more. We're at 40.
Ben tried to get the job done there with his pocket sixes. Fortunately for him, Jorge flop 3 of a kind. Gets to extract a little bit of extra. Letting Ben fire the turn. Eddie's turn with a pocket pair. Pocket 9's under the gun. Think he's going to raise?
I'm going to find out.
Yes.
I think he's going to raise.
Absolutely.
I didn't get that. I didn't have anything anyway.
When you fail, you must try and try again. But not give up.
He's got to try to not fail. I think Eddie did bump it up to 85K. We are at a 40K big blind at this point in the tournament. Brandon from the small blind with ace-7 offsuit. Tempted to get in there with an ace. Doesn't give in to temptation. Puts in the discipline fold. Now Ben's turn in the big blind with 10-6 suited.
The only reason he raised, he knew I was weak.
Puts in the 45K more to call. It's going to be Ben and Eddie, mano-a-mano, off to the flop. Flop comes down, ace, jack, 7, 2 spades on board. Ben's just going to check it over. Eddie, the pre-flop raiser. See if he wants to c-bet on this one.
Yeah, it's going to grab a little bit of chips.
Nice little c-bet gets it done. He called it 40K. No reason to go big, just click, click. Little bet. Accomplishes the same thing as a medium-sized bet. We're just going to move along to the next hand. Next hand underway here.
Listen, you've seen how these final tables go before. People are in there with that. Don't disappoint.
This is my first final table. Congratulations. I'm trying to
Get a t-shirt?
Yeah, I did.
I get you a t-shirt.
I got Sage to autograph it.
Jack trade offsuit for Ben in the small blind. He's going to elect to complete, and now it's over to Eddie to exercise his option. With King 8 suited.
It's a couple of options with that hand. I'm trying to get a chip count on Ben. Seeing what he might be up against here.
You can run ITM and 1.5. Oh, okay.
After a fun exchange of pleasantries, I see Eddie just check it back, go to the flop. Still more spicy. Ben with the flush draw.
Oh, he
Eddie
fumbled.
with a straight draw. Backdoor hearts for Eddie as well, plus an overcard. We're going to see him fire at it. After Eddie does bet out, Ben puts in a call, doesn't want to check raise it this time around. See a 9 of diamonds come on the turn.
I
told him I would chop.
saying it to them.
I told him I would chop. I take 62K, though.
Checks it over.
That's good, Joe.
Eddie just going to check back now. Here comes Jack. Ben improves with the best hands, not the way he thought he would. Obviously looking for that flush.
They closed. Bro, I know, but I mean, we're going to day 3.
Does check it over.
We might have to, dude.
Yeah.
That's the best hand.
Eddie does check it back. Ben shows the jack tray, and he gets to take this pot down.
Good, honestly. It's just right. Yeah, it's perfect.
Well, Ben gave this to us.
I did.
With how he played his first play.
Yeah.
Sorry. I like it. I told Brad earlier.
Starting at 2,500 big blind.
Because there's so much play.
Yeah, there's so much. There's a ton of play.
Wonder how many hands we've gone through.
40. You talking about just final table, or you talking about
Just final table.
I'll definitely take the over on that.
Snap 40. That's 40 hands.
what's our hand count?
No, the blind.
Oh shit, we got
117 is my guess.
Well, let's take it.
No, he just wanted final table.
Oh wow.
Full.
I need to stop thinking.
A little off there, Brad.
100 and full.
So action folds to George. He's going to bump it up with the ace queen. It makes it 100K to go. Started 40K big blind, so it's a 2.5x open. He started the hand with about 25 bigs. Action on Eddie out of the small blind. 9-8 suited. Just going to let it go, though.
Double the blinds there. Thought he might have peeled there with 8-9 suited in the small blind.
He thought about it. See him thinking about it. That's for sure.
Wheels were turning.
I do appreciate everybody tuning in with us, watching the ending of this final table. 6 players remain out of a field of 290. Event number 6, WPT at Best Bet Jacksonville. Mystery bounty event with a 1,700 buy-in. Been 6-handed for quite a while, like Kevin had said over on YouTube.
Oh, the King Jack versus ace.
Very good experienced table here.
But that's her card. So
Not bad at all.
it was literally perfect.
Nobody here is the soft spot. Everybody knows what they are doing at this final.
Yeah, no one's budging, man.
Me and Adonis can't get a read on any of them.
Wait, when he has 10?
Oh, yeah, set of 10.
My name is Mike, joined in the booth by Adonis, in case anybody out there is unaware. We've been hanging out all day.
All day long.
Adonis is starting to lose it.
Yep.
His sanity is breaking. We've been on air since noon.
Coming in and out.
These players have also been here since noon. They are way more composed than we are as a collective unit. But that's what makes it fun is Ryan gets all the fun flopping 3 10s. Action went check, check. Robert did not stab. It is a blind versus blind limp pot. Ryan checked it over, hoping Ryan would go for it. Turn 7 of clubs, completes the rainbow. Loving this board if you're Brian.
Oh, they got her, yeah.
It is
4 out.
your
4 out, got
favorite
her.
hand.
Queen 5-3.
Queen 5-3 float. Queen 5-3 float.
After Brian bets turn, Robert's going to call the 60K, and now Queen falls on the river.
I flap a small one. Pull it, Queen Jack.
Brian try to extract some value with pretty clearly the best hand.
What the fuck is aces there?
There's one heart on the flop, right?
Yeah.
I guess that makes you, that's what you float with.
He down.
What size he goes for here? Looks like he is
No heart,
sizing up,
he's
going
not-
for the
he's not
maximum,
calling.
praying Robert has a 10. Or maybe river that queen and wants to look him up. Making it look like he's trying to blow Robert off of it. And Robert does think that's what's happening. Puts in the call.
Spike the jack.
Thought Brian was applying maximum pressure. Given the fact that Robert's on the shorter side of things, he thought Brian was maybe bullying. Puts in the call with those deuces. Got the bad news. Brian had it beat.
Oh yeah.
Seemingly out of nowhere. We saw over $500,000 get pushed Brian's way.
That, I mean, our final table is lasting longer than that did.
Yeah, right?
Is it not?
They could learn from her structure.
Like, that was extremely weird.
Yeah, there was just so much
Where did he go? That's why everybody thought there was a deal made.
I don't feel like there'll be any deals made here. They've played a long time. At this point, they want all of their money.
There was a joke about a chop a little bit ago in which just about everybody said, if you want to give me first place, that's the only way I'm chopping. It wasn't just one person at this table. They're all trying to take home the trophy. All these players experienced, wanting to win. After Ben did open things up with King 8, we see George just put in the call with the Ace Queen, electing not to 3-bet it.
Oh, gonna find top pair here.
And flopping second pair. Action somehow goes check on that flop.
You know all the lower ones aren't real gold.
Or they're playing a suit or
Makes sense. Yeah. I thought they were real, and I thought the rings were real too, and they're not. The rings aren't real? No. Stainless? No, they're like...
Bet 100K on the tray of diamonds turn. Ben gonna call with his pair of kings. Either player improves as we see jack of spades on the river. Action's just gonna go check. George, the shorter stack, suddenly chipping up a little over 30 big blinds now. Getting his name in that mix. Everybody pretty tight in chip counts. Robert gonna be the lone short stack, only player down at the bottom all by his lonesome.
WPT has a TLC, right? They have to.
They used to.
Do they not anymore?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, wow.
Robert, the lone short stack on the button this time around. Got through the blinds. Everybody else pretty tight knit in terms of chip counts at this point.
Oh, is it? There's only if you win a major you get in? Is that how they used to do it?
Yeah, it wasn't. This isn't even count as a
No,
event.
no, I know.
It's like it's a free one.
Yeah, this is a. They just slapped the name on it.
Yeah.
Now action gets around to the blinds. George just going to call the jack 8 of clubs. Brandon going to check his option with the 10 and 6 of clubs.
If you go on the WPT site, they don't even list
Go off to a king and 5 deuce, 2 diamond flop.
Yeah.
Action went check. Either player wanting to lead out. After we get to a deuce of clubs on the turn, both players turning the flush draw. George bets out. Brandon's going to put in the call. Was a 50K near min bet. And now ace of clubs falls in the river. Disaster river card for Brandon. As George has him out flushed. Jack high flush versus 10 high. See George bet out 125. Imagine Brandon's going to put in a raise here for value. See him replaying the action in his head. Thinking it over. See how much he makes it here. You see him sizing up a raise. Here it comes. Looks like 325, 345K is the price from Brandon. George finds the call. We're gonna have almost $1 million in chips in the middle. There's no way George can fold here.
Mike's been in there all day.
Looks like he's putting the call in, and there it is. Brandon shows his hand, assumes it's good. Gets the terrible news And he got out-pipped by George there. Jack high flush, over 10 high flush. We see a big shift in chips. George now over the 40 big blind mark. Nearly $1 million in chips getting pushed his way.
Adonis, you better stay in here, man.
Yeah. Was blind versus blind.
No getting off early, Adonis.
Cheap pot. Ballooned up, courtesy of a river card, bringing both players their draw. Nasty, nasty spot. See if Brandon can recollect, regroup. Seen just about everyone at this table at some point kind of get kicked in the head in a nasty, nasty way, in a nasty pot. Everyone has been able to regroup, recollect themselves, and make the best of it.
That's a call.
Something that their experience allows them to do. Brandon likely to be no exception. Even though we are about 11 hours into play and the players are getting a little bit tired, all of them kind of know how to overcome that obstacle. Get back at it. Back at it we are. George opening things up. Originally limping, actually. Flopping Broadway, now leading out. Going full pot. Ben's just going to let go of his fives. George gets it, take it down with Jack high. Things quieting down a little bit. Back underway. We go again. Still 6 players. Been 6-handed for quite some time. Everybody ebbing and flowing their chip stacks up and down, trading them back and forth. This hand we're going to see Brian open it up, makes it 85K. George now again with a big hand. Pocket jacks this time. Finally enough chips that he can start playing with a 3-bet, but not all in size. Here it is. 3-bets up to 215K. See if anybody wakes up with a monster behind before it gets back over to Brian. Now Eddie looking down at an ace in the form of ace-6, wondering is George put some of the chips to use a little bit light. Does just let it go. Brian likely gonna have to let go of ace-9 offsuit here. Goes a little bit stronger. May see him go with it. But offsuit ace-9, just gonna have to let it go. And just like that, George is chipped up crazy. He's over 2 million in chips now.
Insane. I mean, it's the chip stacks. Like, I'm gonna give you a little bit, but I'm gonna come back for him in about 20 minutes. But
so we're gonna get a quick update, especially after all that movement for George. Look at him up there, from worst to first is George. Now the chip leader, over 2 million in a stack. And then we got Ben, Brian, Brandon, Eddie, all pretty close knit. 32 big blinds, 46, and then Robert, the lone shorty. Robert there in the 1 seat is our short stack with just over 500,000, 14 big blinds. Lines are coming around fast. Now we're going to see Robert actually rip it from under the gun.
It's over.
With that 14 big blind stack.
Ripping it down. Let's get it, baby.
So far, everybody's looked down at garbage. See if anybody can wake up with a hand and go for it. The mystery bounty aspect is out of play. Nobody vying for some light calls, hoping to hit that 20K anymore. We saw it get pulled by Ben there in the middle seat a few hours ago. For that reason, everybody lets go of their garbage hands pretty quickly. Robert takes the blinds and ante, then just immediately reposts most of it now as he is the big blind on this hand. Always nice to break even. You know, heading into the big blind, being able to steal it the hand before, pretty nice.
Not bad.
Here we go.
That's really hard. So they do the best thing in the world. It can't be done.
See a couple of folds over to Ben. He looks down at ace-5. He's going to bump things up. Makes it 80K to go. There's a 40K big blind. With a min click. Most players have been using the minimum raise at this point in the tournament. For seeing the stack sizes kind of get shorter and shorter overall, is that we've been 6-handed for quite some time. A couple of blind levels now. They all started very deep when we got to 6-7-handed. Average chip stack, 40, 50 big blinds. Slowly shrinking.
I'm not sure.
Robert defended out of the big and flops an open ender. Could have seen a c-bet from Ben, but instead it goes check, check. Now king on the turn. Let's see if Ben wants to use that card to start bluffing at it.
Looks like Ben might be thinking about it.
I see him just bet out a small bet here.
75,000. Bluffing with the best hand.
Robert puts in the call to straight draw. Let's see if he can connect.
He did.
And he does. Deuce of clubs on the river. Just going to rip his straight. Ben sitting there with ace high. Has to let it go. Robert getting some much needed chips. Nearly doubling up there. Started that hand with around 13, 14 bigs. Now he's at 20.
Very good.
Big difference between 10 and 20.
He's breathing.
In terms of big blinds. A lot of breathing room at 20. Especially, we saw those chip counts just a minute ago. A lot of people in that 35, 40 big blind range. If you got 20 bigs, you find a double, and you're right there with them.
I'm really good at finding the wrong one. Yeah. See, the note scratch them off the list for next time.
What do you go?
The right one.
Back, underway we go. No overly short stack now. After Robert chipped up there. He is our shortest stack with 20 big blinds. Back to normal as Ben opens it up. 6-5 suited for Ben. The standard 80K open action around to Jorge in the big blind with pocket eights. You see him just put in the flat call. He hasn't putting those chips to use. We saw a 3-bet not too long ago. Electing just to call it here.
Jorge faiths are still good though. On a flop, king, king, queen. Ben sitting here with 6 high in a dream. But that's not going to stop him from betting this flop to the tune of 75,000. The action's back on Jorge, and he's going to make a quick fold with 2-8.
Ben taking it down with the best bet. That's why we call it best bet instead of best hand. An old adage the regulars like to say here. Are coming to you live from Jacksonville, Florida. We're in the midst of our WPT series. Wrapping up the $1,700 buy-in mystery bounty event. So all total 290 entries in this event. Down to just 6 as it stands on this final table. Start of the day with 37 players. Let's see which of these 6 can take home the trophy.
So far, it looks like all of them.
Same thing I did.
None of them want to fold.
And just realized he was sleeping at the wheel there for a second. It's his turn.
Didn't want to do the first
Sleep at the wheel.
See him mentally check back in. After he folds, everybody folds around to the blinds. George just going to limp in. Brandon going to check his option. Ace, ace, queen, 2 heart flop. George going to bet out with his heart draw. Brandon has to quickly let go of the 10-5 of clubs.
Jack high flush versus 10 high flush, so I know he's going to be holding on to that little nugget.
Definitely going to hold on to that one. So anybody tuning in a little recently may have missed the mystery bounty aspect of this event is essentially over, as we saw Ben pull the 20K bounty. All the players decided to chop it up, pull an envelope out, take home the remaining prizes, all ranging from 500 to 2K. Right now they're just playing for the actual prize pool in this event. We will be back with another bounty event later this week. It's not a mystery bounty, but a celebrity bounty on Wednesday. Gonna have Andrew Nemi, Brad Owen, Alec Torelli. Got Eddie there in the cowboy hat, one of the mystery bounties that will be in play as well. Local celebrity status for him.
Yeah, some tough competition in the field.
A couple other local celebrities will be in that field, and if you knock one of them out, you get to take home a prize. $300 buy-in, pretty easy way to maybe jump into an event that Nemi and Owen are going to be playing in, just in case you don't think you'll get to see them on Thursday for their meetup game here. Now, Sean Brandon, the small blind, bumps it up to 110K. Blinds just recently increased to 2550. 110K size, pretty standard.
All right. Brandon's going to flop the best of it here, top and bottom pair against Ben's bottom pair. 130. Looks like he's at 130 and a 270. A little under half pot. Ben's looking to float here with middle pair plus backdoor diamond. Would be his worst nightmare to make 2 pair. Obviously because it would be good, but he's looking for not that card. Let's pick up a gutter ball.
Looking for a 10. Trying to make Broadway. Also been one to use pretty scary runouts to push his opponents off hands. I've seen him do it quite a few times tonight. If he thinks Brandon has 1 pair here, he might raise it up and try and push him off of 1 pair. And Jack 10 came in. If he was defending with King Queen, it came in. Instead, you see Ben pretty quickly let it go. I think he had a read that Brandon had a hand that time around. Brandon gets a much needed chip up. Again, we were talking about before that hand started, the meetup game coming this Thursday, November 9th. Coming through Best Bet Jacksonville, Andrew Nemi, Brad Owen hosting the meetup game. Action officially starts at 2 p.m. However, as just said, they're going to be playing in that event Wednesday. You can easily see them sneak into the building a little bit early.
Yep.
Obviously, with
Try to get in the action.
a large amount of tables and a large amount of names on the list for that 3-5 no-limit game. We got over 130 names on the board already. You might want to get here early, lock up your seat, not have to sweat waiting in line or waiting for the long list.
Yeah.
I would recommend getting here a little bit early. I know I will be. Me and Adonis will be here for that meetup game, hanging out on the live stream again.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a fun time. Like Mike said, get here early. The game is 3-5, no limit hold'em. So I believe it's a $500 to $2,000 max. And we'll be playing that from 2 to, I'd like to say 7 or 8 o'clock.
That's what the schedule says, 6. You know, there's always gameplay kind of moves over to the bar for a little bit afterwards. I know Brad and Andrew always like to host a little bit of an after party. That way, if you didn't get to play with them on the table, you can still walk up and say hello in the bar area, grab a bite to eat.
That should be some fun. I'm looking forward to that. Not only are they, they're good poker players, and the content they create has thrusted them into the position that they're in, being ambassadors for WPT. But not only that, they're good people. They know how to have a good time. They know how to chop it up with you and just be human.
Quick here, the action went check on the turn. Went off to a river. Ben had top pair. Jorge open-ended on the turn.
Ooh, it bounced off the pavement.
$500,000 in chips. We see a 9 on the river. George just sitting here with Jack high. Ben with top pair going to bet for value on the river. The way this hand is played out, especially if there went check on the turn. No reason not to bet for value. First to act now for Ben. George thinking about making a move?
Well, he thought about it.
Seems like he was thinking about it. Jack high, obviously no good, just lets it go.
He just got all those cool new chips. I don't know if he wants to give them away just yet.
In addition to those streams that we have coming this week, we also have the ladies event on Tuesday. Feature table to final table on that one. So that's Tuesday, feature to final ladies. Wednesday, feature to final celebrity bounty. Thursday, not a feature to final, but kind of feels like it because we're going to do a double header basically.
Yeah.
We're doing the meetup game, having a live stream table. Hopefully Andrew or Brad end up on the feature table on the stream for us. And then we have a 50, 100 no limit cash game following the meetup game, but hold on a minute.
Oh.
Looky, George waking up with pocket kings.
Don't think he'll be able to find a fold there as he takes another peek at his hand.
Go woohoo.
Might be thinking, I mean, it doesn't really matter what he does, right? Like, if he calls 8-15, he has a real enough hand. There's really no way he could string along the players behind him as if he's making a call with a marginal hand. This only looks strong.
No, the action of the chips will look strong. I think he's just trying to make it look like he has some sort of decision whether he should isolate or not. As we can see, pocket kings clearly happily getting it in. Did shove. I saw Brandon have to let go of an ace. Ace Jack. Now Eddie with pocket 9s. Couple of real hands here.
Yeah, he's can't call. There's somebody in the hand that could stack you and send you home.
Never mind.
And there is the fold in another real-ish hand here. Brian with ace 7 suited has to let it go. So now Robert's going to need a lot of help. A lot of help with king queen offsuit against George's pocket kings. So after a few hours of 6-handed play, we may see an elimination here.
Let's see. Oh!
Well, ray of sunshine for Robert, hitting a queen on the flop.
He's going to need another queen, and only a queen.
Queen for Robert would keep him alive. Does not come.
Everybody.
So George went from bottom rung to chip leader in the last 30 minutes plus. And that's going to send Robert to the rail. Going to be eliminated here in 6th place. Going to be taking home almost $13K in prize money. $12,851 for Robert. Not quite the trophy he was looking for or his fans were looking for. Still taking home a nice chunk of change. Maybe he'll continue playing in some events this week. Might see him again in the main event.
0% chance, right? And then the next one is a jack.
Main event kicking off next Friday. First flight on Friday, second flight on Saturday. See if any of these players, who I assume most of them are going to be firing at it, make a reappearance on the WPT main event final table. Meanwhile, we are down to 5 players now in this $1,700 mystery bounty event. It's been a long time 6-handed. Took a while for anybody to dwindle down short enough to be eliminated. A little surprised to see George is the one who took over the chip lead. In all honesty, he was short stack or second short stack the majority of the way.
Well, the hand that he played with Brandon, he definitely got a good portion of those chips in. And Robert there, obviously for his tournament life, chipped almost $1 million over to him as well. So he's at 2.7 million.
Patience pays off for him. Waited for some good spots, found them. Took advantage and accumulated chips.
Yeah,
nobody.
2 sevens kept him in the game.
Nobody on this table. So, yeah, you're correct, Eddie. Got it in all against him. Really early on to the final table. Found a fortunate run out to stay alive. Definitely took advantage of that extra life that he received. Now, Brian opens it up. Brandon's going to defend his big blind. And look at this flop. Ace, King, 10. Broadway for Brandon. Top pair for Brian. I see another big clash incoming.
Yeah, I envision at least one street. I don't think it'll get too out of hand unless, 8 on the turn or another ace on the turn.
See Brandon check it over. Brian put out the continuation bet of 85K. I know it's been quite some time, but recently these two have battled. And
like another ace or an 8, nothing really happens here.
Like Adonis predicted it. We're going to blame him. Ace on the turn. It'd be hard for Brian not to think his hand is best now. Turning 3 of a kind. 5-handed here. It's not like you're at a 10-handed table or anything like that.
You're so right, man. You're short-handed, so you don't think stuff like this is capable of even happening.
See Brian firing out, presumably for value, 150K. So we have seen Brandon and Brian clash quite often. Oh my God, what a river card.
Wait a minute. Hold up. All right, bro. All right. It's way too late in the night for stuff like this, man. I was expecting to just chill out, nothing crazy happened. I can talk back and forth to you. We don't need this runner quad mess right now, do we?
Running quads for Brian.
This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous.
Just wait till Brandon sees this showdown.
He's going to be disgusted.
Absolutely throwing up in his mouth right now.
Look at Brian.
How you're not.
Look at Brian like, what's the proper sizing here with quad aces?
Imagine he's just going to rip it in here. Pray that Brandon has a king.
This is ridiculous. You know what? I need instant replay. I'm throwing my challenge flag. Something just is, this is insane.
Ryan really mulling over his options in terms of bet size. Does fire out a chunky bet. Looks to be about, you know, 350. Now, Brandon, I've been saying some bluffy type hands here have me beat now. He's gonna have to let it go. Just sick run out there. Huge for Brian.
Brian's not even gonna show him. Brian's gonna put him in hell. Brian ain't showing him. Look at Brian, evil mastermind. I might have had it. So, man, so nerve-wracking. Like, you know, Brandon's like, yo, in 20 minutes, if one of my friends is watching, I need to know if he had it. Man, flop the nut, man.
Fortunately for him, he does have a friend or two over there on the rail. Maybe he'll get that news soon. Being a little bit of turmoil until then.
Yeah, and then he makes the quick, like, remark, even pocket deuces beats me. I fold. Like, good fold. Really good fold.
Not much of a choice there. Just a very unfortunate sequence of events for Brandon.
Okay.
So just another clash between Brian and Brandon. They've seemed to have run into each other in some weird spots over and over again. That one was no exception.
Perfect, man. Like, ugh. Damn. Now if you're Brandon, like, everyone's having a good time, everybody's smiling, everybody's communicating and being real fun about it. But you better believe these bad beats are slowly but surely accumulating in their head. And even the most seasoned players can tilt a little bit. Especially when you, like you said, you flop the nuts and you find out you lose to quads.
Especially after 11 hours of play. Almost impossible not to get a little frustrated when you flop the absolute joint, the guy's betting into you, you're trapping, and gets bailed out by running quads. I mean,
just smokes you, just takes you out.
Gonna be frustrating. See if he can regroup. Again, we've seen every player on this table get frustrated at least once, I think, so far on the final table. Everybody's kind of run into a bad situation at some point, and it just happened to be Brandon's turn that time around.
Yep.
Now we're going to see it get around to Ben's small blind. He's just going to limp in. Eddie in the big. Going to check his option, and we're going to take it to the streets. Going to the flop here. Ace, tray. 2 hearts on board. Ben first to act out of the small blind. Going to check over his king high. Eddie checks it back.
Yeah, he burned it down.
Queen of hearts falls on the turn. Goes check once again, and now another queen comes on the river. King high versus jack high. Both players just happy to check and show down their big card. Ben's is a little bit bigger. King high good. Now we're going to see Eddie down to around 20 bigs as well. Him and Brandon kind of hanging out there. Everything tightening up. Blinds have been slowly increasing. Been a great structure, allowing the players for some deep play. But as they all kind of just stick around because nobody's busting themselves, we're starting to see a few chip stacks shrink down to the 20, 30 big blind mark. After a couple folds on Ben, has to let it go from the button with the queen 5 off, so it'll be blind versus blind again. Eddie out of the small blind, looking down at king jack offsuit. See if he decides to raise it up or Ben. Limp in it is with the king jack. That's the option on Brian with the jack 7 offsuit. Brian sitting around 30 bigs, Eddie around 20. Brian just going to check his option here. We go off to a flop. It comes down 9-7-4 rainbow, so Brian out flopping Eddie, hitting middle pair on this board. We're seeing Eddie fire out, betting betting 50K, sorry, 50K, min clicking. One big blind bet here with his king jack.
This is for the game. Cannot stop the clock anymore.
Brian with middle pair. Debating between raise and call. Gonna put in the call.
My 7 is good. I know it. I just know it.
Now turn 6 of spades. Making the board a little bit scarier. Adding some straight draw potential. Backdoor spade potential. Eddie just gonna check it over now. Knows that 6 of spades not good for his hand. If he connected with that flop betting out. Obviously being called by Brian. Well, here we go now.
4 on the river, 2 pairs good.
Board pairing 4 does not bring the backdoor spades. If you're Brian, it's a pretty safe river card. If you're Eddie, you have to think your king high is no good, might fire at it. Does decide to check it over. Brian debating whether he wants to bet for some value or not. Does just check it back and sees it as 7 is best. Eddie announced the king high, and Brian gets to take this pot down. Another pot going Brian's way, another pot going away from Eddie. Shaggy YouTube says 6-handed king jack in the blind, almost always a bet. I thought Eddie might raise it up there. I think he's trying to mix in a couple of limps here and there. Got to mix up the play a little bit. These guys have been playing shorthanded for quite some time. A lot of players getting good reads on each other at this point. So maybe just trying to mix it up. Doesn't want to mix it up with 8-5 offsuit. Lets that go from the button, does Eddie. Now Brian's turn to play out the small blind. He's just going to fold the 10-5 off. Chip leader. George was sitting in the big blind. Happy to take it down with the jack 4 via a walk, that's for sure. Tell everybody getting a little bit quiet now. The chip stacks have relatively shrunk as the blinds have increased. Things are getting a little bit quieter, a little bit more tense. Pay jumps are starting to matter a little bit more. Everybody trying to figure out how they can navigate themselves to the first place finish. As numerous players on this table that remain have openly stated they don't want to chop, they want to win it outright.
Oh yeah, that's not going to happen. Just not going to happen.
So at this point, everybody trying to formulate a plan. That's not the plan. Looking down at pocket 9s when you get a walk. Not what Brandon wants. He's obviously hoping to get some action.
He's struggling.
Now the players break the silence. Cracking a couple of jokes, trying to stay lively. They are getting a little bit closer to a break, probably hoping to get up soon, stretch their legs, wake back up as
get the coffee.
About 11 and a half hours into gameplay here.
Get the little minor pick-me-ups, get some information, you know, all the fun stuff.
See Eddie, first act with ace-9 offsuit under the gun. Looks like he's gonna open things up here. 5-handed, can't wait for a much better hand. After 17, big blind stack, opens it up to 105. Everyone just gets out of there, respects the under the gun open from Eddie, lets it go. Steals a couple of chips real quick before the big blind hits him.
I shove in between.
I got a tank for
I got insulation.
See Brian get out of there first to act. Action will be over on the chip leader, George. Looks down at garbage, throws it in the trash. Brandon gonna let go of the 7-6 from the button. Now action on Ben with the queen 8 suited. Could see him raise it up out of the small blind here. This is a very playable hand. Sure enough, he does raise it up, makes it 150K. A 3 big blind raise off of his 37 big blind stack. Raising into Eddie, who sitting around 20 big blinds deep. 3 big blind to open. Kind of putting Eddie to a fold or shove it spot.
Oh no, fold. You got 19 big blinds. Things are about to get real.
Eddie followed Adonis's advice.
About to get real here.
About to get real?
Yeah, I mean, you're dwindling down. Everybody else got more chips than you, because I think right now Eddie's the shorty. Yeah, Eddie's the shorty right now. Him and Brandon are pretty close in chips, but
I think Eddie, 19 bigs, Brandon with 21 as things sit right now. Neither one looking to just ladder one spot, hoping the other one busts though. Both want to find the victory. That's evident when we see Brandon raising it up with 6-4 suited. The player wasn't going for the victory. They wouldn't be opening this hand off of a 20 big blind stack. Maybe unfortunate for Brandon that he is, because Ben immediately wakes up with pocket 10s next to act on the button.
yeah, he might pay for that.
I'm gonna guess he pays about 110,000. Can't imagine Brandon's gonna continue facing this 3-bet from Ben. We do see the blinds get out of the way. Action back to Brandon. This 200K more represents a good portion of the stack, but Brandon doesn't care.
Oh,
He's putting in the call. He's trying to chip up and win this thing.
Something tells me it might be a disgusting flop. Let's see. See a 10, I
You
think.
sound pretty resigned to a disgusting flop. And there it is.
Yeah.
9, 7 deuce, 2 hearts on board.
Yeah.
Easy board for Ben to throw out a C-bet. An easy board, we can see Brandon check raise, shove it. There it is. C-bet of around 200K, all in from Brandon. Snap call from Ben. These guys will be off to the races. Flush draw for Brandon, over pair for Ben. Let's see if Ben's pocket 10s can hold here. Well, 10 on the turn helps. 5 is a brick on the river, and we're going to see Brandon eliminated in 5th place. Well, in the blink of an eye, you see a player eliminated. Brandon taking home almost $17,000, $16,859 for the 5th place finish. GG's to Brandon and all the people that were watching, rooting him on. Had a good run here on the feature table, final table. Came into day 2 as a relatively short stack. Didn't have a lot of faith in his ability to come back, but sure enough, he found himself in the mix with just a few players left. Hopefully we'll see Brandon back at it again in the near future. Might be sticking around for that main event this week.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he'll be playing it.
Definitely going to see him in a couple of events, I would imagine.
I think they have it all.
Yeah, they write it down. I don't have any of those.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But now Ben emerges as the chip lead after
just keep it in there.
knocking out an opponent.
It's pretty cool.
Gonna leave Eddie as the lone short stack
Yeah,
also.
wake Arlie up. They're like, Arlie, what were Eddie's bounties again?
Who was that 4th 500?
Yeah.
But we did see Brian limp in with an ace out of the small blind, four-handed. Jorge checked his option. See what develops as it comes down 10-9-5. Bottom pair for Brian. Brian's gonna lead, betting small. As soon as he does, George lets it go, and Brian taking this one down. Gonna stay right around 35 big blinds. Eddie, lone short stack, sitting on just under 20 bigs. Ben closing the gap between him and George for the chip lead after that elimination of Brandon. Still anybody's game on this table.
Still. Ben's got close to a little over 3 million, but Jorge's right there, knocking on the door, 2.7.
6 blinds. Wait, I actually have 3.
No less.
Wait.
No
Brian's got
4.
1.7. Like it's
No, it's 4.
it's anybody's game at this point.
Oh wait, no, these are 500,000.
Yeah, right.
Okay, 2, 1, 2, 2, 6. It's like 3. A little over 3. So, yeah.
Action starts on Eddie.
I miscounted.
He is under the gun. We are four-handed though. Gonna have to open things up. Makes it 100.
I counted these.
10,000 to go with Queen Jack offsuit.
This format?
Brian gets out of the way. Eddie will get to continue this hand in position against George and Ben. See George call out of the small blind with the 8-4 clubs. Ben going to defend his big blind with ace-7 offsuit.
Yep.
So 3 ways to the flop we go. Eddie, the pre-flop aggressor. Not the flop Eddie was looking for. Comes down ace-9-6. Ben checked it over, hoping to see Eddie c-bet. After Eddie doesn't continue with a c-bet, went to a king of clubs on the turn, which gives George flush draw, gives Eddie Broadway draw, and that flush is what comes in.
Oh boy.
He's put Adonis in a corset action this time. Can he leave it? He's struggling on that.
George gonna bet out with his flush on the river. On for about a half pot size bet, 200K into 380. We're gonna see Ben put in the call with the pair of aces. Ben was slow playing his flopped top pair. Gonna get the bad news that by doing so, it allowed George to get there. Ben was waiting to see Eddie fire out some chips at some point during that hand, but Eddie didn't fall for it.
Got a new chip leader, Mike.
On who is it?
Go Jorge in the corner.
All by his lonesome over there in the 2 seat, taking over the chip lead. What a fun spot to be in. Four-handed WPT event, chip leading after you were nearly eliminated not too long ago.
Not only that, known as a cash game player. I don't think I've ever seen him play until now.
It sounds good.
He knew which one to try out the first time. Said, that's the one I'm going to win.
You play better when
He's going to go 1 for 1.
Until there's
and then never play again.
out of energy.
That's how you do it.
And lack of food.
Be the greatest of all time.
I think the best thing to do is eat just like a huge breakfast. Give it 2 hours to digest.
Raise 105. Fold 2.
So Brian's first act opened it up with ace-10 suited.
Got really picky about
Gets around to Eddie's big. Dwindling down now is Eddie with 15 big blinds behind. Jack-8 offsuit. See if he wants to defend.
Just suck down some honey packets.
Yeah, I was gonna eat those later.
They were deeper. We could easily see the defense call come in. He's going to defend here, putting in 55K more.
Oh boy. I want to keep track of every chip that's put in this spot.
Heads up.
We go to a 7-4 tray, all heart flop. Eddie, the only player with a heart in his hand. See how he wants to proceed first to act here. Does have about 700K in his stack. There's around 300K in the middle. You see Eddie lead right out, betting 75K. Betting here into the pre-flop razor, not checking it over to Brian. Brian double checks his cards, does confirm that both the ace and the 10 are a diamond. Neither one being a heart. See how Brian wants to respond to this lead, and he's just going to have to let it go. Eddie gets to steal one here.
I don't know about that one, Eddie. Yeah. I don't know about that one.
Hear Brian say, it feels like you were up to something. The read was right.
Right there, that's for sure.
The read was correct.
What population?
Of the over bluffers.
$50 to go. Fold.
Could see the same two players clash again. Folds around to Eddie in the small blind. Brian there in the big blind. Well, Eddie shows his cards as we look down at 7 deuce. So don't think a clash is incoming. Just lets it go. Brian gets a walk with the 5 tray. So, do appreciate everybody hanging out with us. Getting a little bit late here on the East Coast. Adonis is essentially falling asleep while sitting still. Kind of amazing to watch, to be honest.
It's awesome.
Never seen somebody so relaxed. We've been at it for about 11 and a half hours.
Trying to conserve the energy.
Came back to this day around noon with 37 players. These 4 are all that remain. One of them going to take home over $60K for first place and the WPT trophy for this event. Thank everybody who's been hopping in and out of the stream, watching, chatting, rooting on whoever they're rooting for. We're not here to judge. You can root for whoever you want.
Man, he's really finding some cards here late.
I would recommend root for George. Makes up with ace king, gets a nice 3-bet in there. Ben's gonna have to let go of the ace tray off.
What a great time to pick up some steam.
Pick a time to run hot. I think the end is the time.
Yeah, he ran subpar to only pick up steam when it matters.
George was one of the shorter stacks for a long time on this final table. We saw him find a very fortunate double up through Eddie with 6 or 7 players remaining when he got it all in with an under pair. Pocket 7s against Eddie's pocket kings. Hit a straight on a fortunate run out indeed.
What?
To stay alive, doubling up.
Just want to drink beer.
Taking advantage of it ever since. Waiting for some good moments, finding some hands. Brian's turn with finding a hand and waking up with ace king himself.
No one's been appreciating my folds today.
Crowd goes wild as Eddie put in the fold pre-flop. For Brian open, we did see Ben defend his big with a 10-7. Ben gets a favorable 10-high flop. Comes down 10-9-5, top pair for Ben. Ben has not checked it over to Brian yet. Interesting to see whether he wants to lead himself or check it. He does check it. Brian elects to check it back rather than continuation bet. Now we're off to a 9 of spades on the river.
Turn 2 pair.
Ben may elect to lead now, just in case Brian has, you know, ace of spades, king of spades, queen of spades, any sort of cards that you want to start charging. Not let him see a free river card.
175.
Goes with about a half pot size bet, a little over half, 175.
Looks like Brian's going to go deep into the tank here, thinking about his options. Maybe 15's good.
Four-handed, holding the nut ace high here is Brian. He can beat a couple of drawing type hands. If Ben's doing this with 7-8, queen jack, some sort of spade in his hand. Brian's unblocking the spades, having none to himself. I'd say Ben just had ace deuce offsuit with the ace of spades. We would see him lead here a good portion of the time. There are some hands that you beat right here and now if you put in the call. We've seen it a couple of times tonight. Ben more than capable of stemming bluffing out a lot of hands. After weighing his options, we do see Brian just let it go. Ben gets to drag in a modest pot. Brian sitting there wondering, thinking, was that the right fold? Should I have called?
I agree with that. They just took a real long exhale. Man, they're playing a while.
Saw him stretching a little bit ago, talking about grabbing some caffeine here in the near future, and the players are getting pretty close to a break in the action. So they're all kind of looking forward to it. Get a chance to go stretch, get the blood flowing again, wake back up. Maybe go for a quick little jog, something to just boost your energy levels.
for a nice crisp jaw.
You know what I like to do when I need boosted energy levels? Look down at pocket kings.
That'll get you up.
It always gets the blood flowing.
Then it's no longer yawning, exhaling, thinking about a proper sizing. Do exact revenge on all of his opponents.
Raise it up, 350.
There it is, the 350 3-bet over Georgia's button open from 115K. Eddie just gonna have to let go of the 6 deuce garbage out of the big blind. Dips below 20 big blinds again, he does. Now George gonna have to let go of the 4 deuce, and Ben gets to take it down with kings. As Michael said, gets the people going. Pocket kings sure do.
Yeah, it does.
It was wake me up.
It wakes me up definitely when I need it.
Wakes me up inside, Evanescence style.
Well, you don't know anything about Evanescence.
Yeah, there's no way I know anything about Evanescence.
There was, you were
what
so
a weird,
offended.
what a weird statement to make.
You don't know. I love it.
You don't know nothing about Evanescence.
I love it. Easy go. Are you kidding me? In the gym?
You don't know nothing about the gym.
How can you see into my eyes?
I see him with Ace King.
Once again, I mean, I don't know exactly what Jorge's getting on his breaks, but running well here late has proved to be a saving grace for him. Obviously, the pocket 7 stands kept him alive, and now he's found himself in a few fortuitous situations, one being flush over flush against Brandon for a rather sizable pot.
We saw that play a large role in Brandon's elimination, coming out in 5th place not too long ago. Blind versus blind flush hand Adonis is talking about.
Really good with
Scoop up 125K in dead money, and
also
makes that
kind of bad because he didn't check raise.
Oh, like, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, he just trap flopped. He could have, like, gotten a lot more money. Yeah.
Something tells me all 4 of these players
What you have
put in very long sessions. So this is not any new territory for them.
Yeah, they don't really see that tired, that uncomposed.
That's what I'm telling you. Like,
they've all been here before. They got experience.
Not me.
Not you, not me, but these guys, they do.
These guys are seated athletes. There was a guy
Seated athletes. Seated athletes.
He still does it. He's like, the guy still, he pops in the chat. He says, look at those seated athletes, and disappears.
That's awesome.
Into thin air.
So he's a seated fan. Nice.
Yeah, and I'm an armchair quarterback.
Oh yeah, you were all day long.
100%. 3-step drop. Eddie should probably find the fold.
Mulling it over though.
Fold. I look at 835K and I'm like, oh, he's fine. And then I see.
You say 10 minutes? 15, yeah.
Looks like the players that aren't involved in the hand are actually going to take a nice little break. I mean, like I said, these guys have been here probably even before we started, which was at noon. They probably got here a little early, around 11, and they've been playing since noon. So give them a break here to get their minds right, get their minds reset, and try to compete here for $62,000. So once this hand concludes, both Jorge and Ben are also going to take a break, and we'll be back in 15 minutes. Let's be honest. Midnight, y'all ain't got nothing to do. Come on back in about 15.
Every single time. Hi guys.
Georgia, what kind of stack?
Players are making their way back. All 4 players coming back from the break. Event number 6, our best bet. WPT 1700 buy-in mystery bounty event here at Jacksonville, Florida. Coming to you on slight delay, basically live. Coming to you from the East Coast here in Jacksonville, Florida. Nearing midnight, these players resumed play today at 12 p.m. So 12 hours into the session we go. See who can have the mental fortitude to take the pot trophy, all the big prizes down. No chop discussion was had on the break, is at least my understanding of it. We see all 4 wanting to ship it. Who doesn't want to win the thing outright?
Yeah, they're all trying, and they're all doing a great job. I mean, I had no idea coming into this things would be so even, you know, like, and somebody said, well, it does. You gotta understand, Jorge has a overwhelming chip lead, and so does Ben. And then 2 hands later, I go, what was that? So, valiant effort by all the players here. If you're a fan of the Final 4, get ready. It's going to be a long night. I hope you don't have to work in the morning. Because we're in it for a long while. I'm interested to see how this somewhat even
Sean, they messed with my chips. My chips were stacked differently. I got to double check this thing.
Talking about how things are going to shake out. Got a couple people in the YouTube chat. Derby says Brian's going to take it down. Dalton says he thinks Eddie's going to make a comeback. If you're out there sweating one of your favorite players, feel free to let us know who you think's going to take this thing.
I wanted to say it back to him, but I didn't want to.
You already cursed a couple times.
I didn't feel great about it. So I was right, right?
Sweat Eddie.
Eddie with one of the more lively rails throughout the night. Saw a couple of people checking in, rooting him on. His wife has been here for the vast majority of the event. I know we got to see her pull mystery bounty on his behalf early on to the day. She's still hanging out, rooting for him to take it down. Obviously knows Eddie wants to ship this thing, take home the trophy, add it to their mantle place, I'm assuming. That's a shared victory. She helped. She pulled the bounty. She's supporting him. She's trying to keep Sean in check on the rail. We heard him yelling just a minute ago. Eddie, a local tournament fan favorite. All 4 of these players, pretty much a local, well-known, considered a very good, solid player. Easily see any of these 4 take it down and take the trophy home with them. See Ben applying some pressure, opening it up from the button here with the jack tray suited. Eddie off the short stack in the small blind, gonna have to let it go. Eddie nearing that ever so dangerous 10 big blind mark. Probably gonna have to get it in the near future.
Yeah.
Brian right behind him in that big blind off the 20 big blind stack. Not a lot of wiggle room to make any crazy moves, has to let it go as well. Let's see which one of them can try to chip up and emerge, start making a comeback. So we've seen players do it time and time again throughout this final table.
I think Ben is going to be first up here, kind of perplexed, trying to dial back in. And yeah, I can see why he looked perplexed here with pocket eights. He's going to open it up to 125. Eddie is going to go ahead and register his cards, look down at the king tray suited, and quickly depart with them. No one else has anything to give Ben any opposition. And Ben's going to go ahead and take down that pot. I mean, these guys are definitely ready for the long haul. None are in any position to go, hey, listen, I have this to do tomorrow. I got this to do tomorrow. No. I want that 62,000. I don't care about none of that. Don't talk to me about no chops. Don't look at me. I'm trying to win these pots. Take down this big money.
I think the only thing on their to-do list tomorrow is watch back them winning the trophy here tonight.
Yeah. Eddie here with a suited Jack 10 variety. Really nice hand, beautiful hand. 11 big blinds. You gotta start thinking. Just gotta start getting it in. It looks like get it in is what he's wanting to do. Making it 175 to go, 175,000 to play. Ooh, Ryan looking down at Ace King offsuit. Oh boy. A sub 10 big blind stack, and now Brian might be looking to apply the pressure.
Four-handed here, Brian happy to try and get it all in against Eddie.
Yep, Eddie's gonna probably quickly fold there and be upset with himself for putting in 175.
At the same time, he can be pleased that he didn't just open shove like a lot of players would do off a 10 big blind stack. Might have saved himself a chance at a double up in a better spot in the near future by doing so. See Eddie doing the math, seeing if he committed himself to now having to put in the call, but thinks better of it, lets it go. He's gonna live to fight another day and hope to find a double up in the very near future. As he is in the big blind with the ante. Tough situation for him off the short stack. See if anybody tries to push him around in the big blind. Anybody wakes up with a play. Anybody wakes up with a playable hand, they're obviously gonna raise it up and probably call off if he shoves. Ryan gonna fold Queen 9 first act. Now George with the Ace 4. He does a playable hand, gonna raise it up. Make it 150 to go, and wow, Ben wakes up with a monster in the small blind, pocket queens.
Start showing that gun pretty furiously. I'll be thinking about making a move to the tune of just raising it up, and that move has been made, and he's gonna make it, what, 550,000? Yeah, 550,000 to go. Jorge's gonna have to relinquish that 150 that he put in there and realize I'm not ready to tango just yet.
Jorge saying, I was raising his big blind, not your small blind. Why are you coming after me, man?
Better? Does it sound better? No, still.
As we do head towards the conclusion of this event, I do want to thank everybody for been tuning in with us throughout the day. Been a lot of fun hanging out, watching chips fly back and forth between a couple of players. This final table's been pretty long.
Really just
a lot of action in it. And fun to watch.
Just wave some pineapple.
There was like 3 slices.
6 tray suited in the small blind.
I mean,
not in yours.
I mean, they ran out.
One of those things you don't want to fold. You also don't want to shove with only 6 high. Lucky for Eddie, he did get away as Brian had ace king in the big blind. Would have ran into a monster.
Always get the cotton candy grapes.
Those things are like 7 pounds.
All right, looks like blinds are being posted, and things are gonna get right back to action.
Ever had it?
They're delicious.
They're just like
they don't
really,
taste
really
like cotton
sweet.
candy. They're just like sweeter.
They're just very sweet. They're seasonal. Yeah.
Just grapes. I think they're green, right? Just
Yeah, they're like raised to 125. They're good. I used to work at Sprouts, so we got all of the all the good.
they don't. Yeah, they still taste like grapes.
It's just sweet.
Brian there taking a nice little yawn. It's going to go ahead and do part with Jack 8. Probably going to get a sip of his coffee or something to put a little energy in his tank. Jorge's got plans here with Jack 9. Man, he's looking to make some moves here in this Final Four.
Wasn't too long ago we just saw Ben 3-bet with pocket queens over Jorge's open, so maybe he's trying to get a little revenge, thinks Ben was doing it light. So it's fine, I can do that. I can re-raise you. Ben, though, putting in the call.
Yeah, and he's going to flop top. And he knows in these situations if he can call a 3-bet from Jorge, see a flop, play it coy, Jorge's going to do all the betting for him. And he can spring the trap when he's good and ready. And so far, everything's going according to plan. Ben knows he has the best hand. Ben knows Jorge's bluffing to the tune of whether he has a flush draw or maybe he might be chasing a straight draw. The point is that Ben knows he has the best hand, so he's going to string him along, make the call. This pot has already ballooned up to $1 million as he turns 2 pair. Excuse me, I guess I'm really tired. Jorge's going to turn a pair of 9s. Ben here with top pair in the gutter.
Check.
Ooh, hefty. Hefty. 650,000. I hope Jorge isn't putting him on a flush draw, but let's see exactly what he does here as he thinks about his options and how he wants to continue.
And you said hefty 650. It is a little over a half pot size bet. Trying to really charge the maximum, push out any draws that Jorge might have. 2 hearts, 2 clubs on board. You got King 10 there. You probably just want to take it down because that is a sizable amount of chips. Ben and George essentially exchanging blows back and forth for the chip lead.
Yeah, and Ben's now over 4 million in chips. So it looks like Ben is winning that battle.
Short stack, Eddie will be first to act on this hand. Gonna have to be getting it in here pretty light. First to act, a very short stack, big blind in the next hand. If he sees any paint, he might ship it in here. And whoa, that's a monster off of his chip stack. Ace, queen, suited. Suited queen might be getting it done, let alone this monster of a hand. Ace, queen. Gonna see the chips go in, might hear some chirping from his rail, so they're gonna root him on.
Yep, there's the all in there from
So
Eddie.
step 1, the all in. Haven't heard step 2, the chirping yet, but see if it comes in. Ben looks down at queen 6 offsuit. Obviously Ben not wanting to double up Eddie. Knows he's a very good, capable player. You don't want to give him ammunition to start mounting the comeback. At the same time, it's just so cheap to call. Ben lets it go. Fortunate for Ben, he did it. So we can see he was completely dominated. Needing to hit a 6 and a 6 only to eliminate Eddie there. Well, there's Eddie's rail. Starting to chirp. Little delayed response. But it happens.
I should.
Ace 4 offsuit there for Jorge. Jorge over on the button. He'll be thinking about, opening it up.
He'd happily take ace-4 offsuit all in against the very short stack in Eddie. Sitting there in the big blind. Before it gets to that, it's Ben. Hand in the small blind.
Good call.
Eddie's going to get out of the way with the 8-tray off. So again, two bigger stacks flashing. Ben trying to take advantage once again. Continue to chip up, and look at this flop. Ace, queen, queen, 2 diamonds. Ben with a royal flush draw.
Real quick.
Jorge with a wise check back there. Could have easily put out a continuation bet with his ace. Checks again, and look at that river card. Ace of clubs. Whew.
He called? Wow.
And given the way the action
on air. On air there.
Counterfeited pocket pair. You know, if Jorge had pocket 5s through, pocket 8s, could have played out in a very similar way. King high, pretty strong in that situation.
He's gonna have to stop giving Jorge so much credit in terms of his opening holdings. Jorge has opened ace-4 and pretty much any ace and king.
So we could have got you a jacket.
Now he did acquire the information. We saw Jorge check back an ace twice. Not something you're going to see four-handed too much.
6 years. Yeah, when I was in Daytona for WPT, I had a Jaguars hoodie, and they wouldn't let me wear it unless I duct taped over the logo because they were on TV. So they didn't have the licensing from the NFL to have NFL football teams on TV.
That's actually crazy.
So yeah, so I ran into an academy on the way to the poker room and picked up this jacket, and it's been my final table hoodie ever since.
Did it used to be white?
It's always been white. Yeah, man.
I cannot get that. That's funny. That's interesting though that they tell him he couldn't wear his Jaguars hoodie.
Clearly a bitter rival had to be in charge that day. Big Colts fan or something like that.
Yeah, I'm like, wait, what do you mean licensing? What are you talking about?
Never know. Never know. We did see Jorge take down another pot under the gun open on that last hand. Gets back to 50 bigs. He was kind of getting a little bit thin there. Was down to just north of 30. Before he got paid off with that full house a little bit ago with Ben.
You gotta give it to him. You gotta give it to him. It's true professional right falling asleep.
Back in action here is Ben.
We never
He's down
get,
at
like,
7-5 suited.
It's pretty solid.
Yeah. First to act, going to open things up yet again.
20 bigs, yeah. 20 bigs, maybe 30 bigs. Raise 125. Yeah.
Price will be 125K to go from Ben. Over the 60K, big blind. Eddie's got to just let it go. Everybody else releases as well. And takes one down uncontested yet again. So action will start on short stack Eddie. There in the cowboy hat. First act here, going to be hoping to find a hand that he can chip up with. Looks down a king 10 offsuit. Could see the chips get in for 5 big blinds. Here they go. The pretty easy open shove. Ryan looks down at a king. So with 2 players behind, he's gonna have to let it go. So now Ben looks down at a suited king in the big blind. Pretty standard snap call from Ben here. Now we're hearing Eddie's rail getting a little loud. Sweaty flop, 2 diamonds. 6 on the turn, open-ended for Ben. board.
Chop it up.
What a hole. First bid, I was already doing the paperwork for fourth.
So just like that, Eddie does find a double. King 10 can hold against King 5. Gets the clean run out. A little scary flop, obviously. Never easy finding your first double up.
I hope they clip that one out.
That's so funny.
Knocking on his last tournament life's door and didn't answer. He's gonna stick around here.
Need more water?
Yeah, I know. That's where I needed Sean to come for my rail to liven up.
What a flop. What a turn.
What do you have now? 6-4, 6-8.
Just like that, Eddie's rail goes completely bonkers here in the background. All one of his fans have lost their minds. Now blind versus blind, we see Ben just rip it into Eddie. Eddie with 10 big blind stack now.
Yeah, call me this time.
And to keep the pressure on his Ben. No reason to slow down. Aggression has been working for him. Anybody unaware, Ben is a very accomplished tournament and cash game player. We've seen him here on stream a couple of times. He's made some deep runs, both in Jacksonville, other locations throughout the country. Same goes for Eddie, Brian. All very accomplished tournament players, all very familiar with closing a tournament out.
Yeah.
They're going to try to do it again today. Another blind versus blind battle between Eddie and Brian. We see Eddie limp in with the Jack 6 of clubs. Brian going to check his option with the 6-4.
Eddie. Got a gutter ball for Brian. Trey makes his hand, but quick check from Eddie. Check back. Queen of hearts on the turn. Really no help to either player. Eddie's gonna quickly check, and Brian just gotta think about it and probably check back. Yeah. The river is now gonna give Eddie the effective best hand. It does complete front door spades. See if Eddie will go for a little value here, but should just get straight here to showdown. He's got 9 big blinds, he's not folding. If you put a bet in, check it out.
Jack?
Back underway we go. Ben first to act. Does not find a playable hand, just let's go with the 10 deuce offsuit. Eddie, 12 big blinds on the button, queen 4 offsuit. Gonna have to let it go as well. It will be blind versus blind as it gets around to Brian in the small. And he just goes ahead and lets go of his 10 deuce, so another walk for George. Everybody quieting down a little bit, hoping to see a couple eliminations. We're only 3 players away from taking home a trophy for this $1,700 buy-in mystery bounty event. A little over 60,000 up top for first place. Everybody wants that in addition to being crowned champ. Feels good to be champion.
Trophies are for some a very important part of the tournament process. You know, the money's always good, but the trophy immortalizes your win. No one can take it from you.
See another walk. This time it goes Ben's way.
We need a Sean on the table.
Everybody pretty lively and jovial. A lot of fun hosting a tournament series. A lot of fun having everybody enjoy themselves. We hope you, the viewers, are enjoying yourselves. I know me and Adonis have been in the booth all day, having a lot of fun, watching this tournament wind down. Started with the featured table around noon. We resumed with 37 players in this field. Real curious to see who emerges out of these four as the champion, as we see Ben just rip it yet again. Eddie's big. Eddie, let's go. Would have been dominated if he called with his king six. Again, just clinging to life support, waiting to find another good spot is Eddie. Trying to find a double. Trying.
You get that double from Ben, which essentially allowed him to play a few more of his big blinds, but he was almost within the same territory he was before he doubled. So.
Yep, right back down to 10 bigs right now. Thinning out. 10 big blinds is always a scary mark.
Hopefully soon with Slim Jim, but we'll see, man. These boys are tough, so I don't know.
So you say long day for us. We're just hanging out watching them play. Those guys out there are the ones sitting there making all the decisions. They're having a very long day, and you would not believe it, the way that they're all kind of just hanging out, having some fun. Now Eddie in the small blind with king six again. This time, instead of somebody opening it, though, he may elect to open. Could raise small, could shove, could fold, all options live. He does just let it go.
There it is.
Ryan gets a very fortunate walk with the 4 deuce.
Right through his soul.
So Eddie's rail Sean has turned on him, it sounds like. Ben opening it up under the gun again. Ben currently the chip leader, keeping the pressure on. Open it up with ace-8 this time around. Eddie lets it go. Brian gonna get out of there. George just gonna have to fold his big blind. Ben slowly but surely accumulating the chips, stacking them up. Trying to close this bad boy out. I don't believe we've seen Ben win Ben outright here in quite a few years. I know he did win a big one back in June of 2021. He took down the card player main event here. Got to watch that one on stream. He took home $159K in that event. Definitely experienced on the live stream in terms of closing one out. It was this table at this location.
Nice little payday too.
Pretty good payday, I'd say. I saw Brian pluck the 20K bounty earlier. Mystery bounties were live. Obviously now all sights are just set on that trophy, hoping to use that chip lead that he has to finish this one, take first place home yet again at another event here.
All right, so Rory's going to open Jack 8 offsuit. Ben's going to call with 9-6 offsuit. They're going to see it heads up. King, king, queen. Neither player connects. I guess we'll see who wants to pop.
Rick Trey, diamonds on the turn. Looks like Jorge is going to put out a delayed C-bet. He was the pre-flop raiser. Representing a monster. Throws out his bet. And before we can even get a count on it, bed snap folds. Jorge back to 50 big blinds. Ben still chilling, a little over 60. We know Eddie is sitting around 10, and Brian there in the 8th seat sitting around 20 bigs. See if Eddie, Brian can start making that comeback, throw their hat in the ring. Action will start on Brian under the gun. We're just going to let it go. First act over to Jorge on the button. Looks like he's raising it up. Does have Queen Jack offsuit. Makes it 175K to go. About 3 big blind raise. Eddie gonna hope to look down at a big hand.
175.
Looks down at King 10 offsuit. 8 big blinds. It's pretty much an all-in or fold here.
Gotta make a choice.
Tough spot.
Move.
I said all in or fold, and instead Eddie says, no, Mike, I'm gonna put in the call because I know how to play this better than you do. We're off to a flop as it comes down ace, king, 8, all diamonds.
Wow.
Now Eddie checks it over. He has less than a pot-sized bet behind. Let's see if Jorge wants to apply some pressure.
200.
Does, betting out 200K.
I don't think Eddie can fold just yet. I mean, you sit with 6 bigs back, right? So you gotta trust your reads here, trust your instincts, and realize you flopped the pair, and that is extremely hard to do.
Eddie weighing his options, double checking the suit of that 10. Maybe if it was a 10 of diamonds, he would have ripped it in. Instead, we see him let it go. Jorge gets to steal one away there with a continuation bet. We haven't seen Jorge get too out of line or try to bully anybody, especially at short stacks. Maybe that played into it there. Eddie reading him for strength. Just decides to let it go. Now he's stuck back at the very short chip stack mark.
6 bigs.
6 bigs in the small. Gonna have to make a move very soon. Everybody else at the table, everybody, you know, likes Eddie, but they also kind of like seeing him off of their game because I know he has the ability to mount a comeback. We did just see Eddie take 3rd place in an event here in September. 400 buy-in, 100K guarantee.
Final tables too.
So he's had a lot of recent deep runs, obviously. Tons of experience for anybody that knows him, knows that he is a very solid tournament player.
We just want to keep going over there.
Final table to World Series Poker main event this last summer. Multitude of entries on him up. You look him up, you're gonna scroll for a while. Ben's turn from the button. Looks like he wants to open things up with the 9 tray. Instead, just gonna limp in here. Probably wants to see what Eddie does off this very short stack. Eddie has Queen 6 offsuit. Gonna try to interpret what Ben's limp means. Does respond by limping in himself with the Queen 6. Now Brian's turn to assess the situation. As he looks down at Queen 8 offsuit out of the big blind. There is the check from Brian. I think he was just doing a little bit of accounting, assessing how many big blinds are in Eddie's chip stack before he checked his option. Head off to a 10, 6, 4, 2 spade flop. So Eddie does flop the best hand right now, a pair of 6s. Probably doesn't absolutely love it being 3 ways and there being a bigger card on board. With 325K in a stack, 240K in the middle. Let's see what Eddie wants to do with it.
Little pair in a dream, baby.
60.
There's the bet, 60,000. Betting out 1 big blind. Gets snap folds, respect from his opponents, and he gets to drag a pot. Now he's got 9 big blinds. He'll be on the button heading into this hand. Sean, best bet regular on the rail, kind of both rooting and needling Eddie at the same time. Really mixing up his rail hollerings.
Raise 125 to the 5.
Now Ben gonna just keep on relentlessly raising it up. Makes it 125K to go at 10-7. And Eddie.
This is it.
Yeah, this is it. This is what he's been waiting for right here. Pocket nines on the button, facing an open.
You gotta do it.
Great spot to try and get the chips in here.
Yeah, you're probably not gonna see a hand better than this.
See how he elects to move forward. There is the all-in shove. 9 big blinds, all in. Over Ben's open. Essentially 2 big blinds. Now Ben looking over saying, getting about 2 to 1 on this call. If he thinks his 10-7 is live, assuming Eddie has big cards, ace, queen, ace, jack, any sort of Broadway combo. Instead, Ben just lets it go, and Eddie drags another pot.
Free hand since you got here.
So from 5 big blinds to close to 15 in the last couple of hands for Eddie. Starting to chip right back up again, trying to get back to that 20 big blind mark.
He's doing it, slowly but surely, he's doing it.
He's keeping everybody on the table pretty honest and quiet. We have a short stack still in the event. It's hard for you to get out of line.
Oh, here's another playable hand. King, queen, offsuit, boy, oh boy.
Yeah, first act, raise incoming from Eddie.
Raise it up.
Yep, as soon as you said that.
Let's go 120.
Just clicking it up to 120K.
That's like, what do they call that?
Fluke.
Everybody had to quickly let it go.
Make sure you're awake, Eddie.
You got enough to raise? Wow. I'm the new short stack guy. Earlier we had short stack here.
Eddie, you're gonna be the 60 piece twice when you get one.
Ooh, Steve.
I know.
Ooh. Big blinds tearing him up.
Yeah, it will get you. Especially when you steal a couple of blinds and back-to-back hands and you're four-handed. It's about to be your turn.
Yeah, it's gonna hurt. And guess what? Those blinds are coming out real quick. Oh.
About one every four hands.
There you go. The pressure there from Ben.
Yep. Multiple times in a row now. Ben just rips it in. Keeps the pressure on. Eddie, for what feels like 5th time in a row, lets it go.
Folded jacks.
Who said I folded jacks? Yeah.
It's too tight. Haven't played a hand in a while. He's got tits? No. Of course he doesn't have tits.
60 to go.
Well,
Four offsuit. There's Eddie in the small blind. Ace 9. Time to answer the call. Here we go.
14 big blind stack for Eddie. Operating out of the small blind. Just gonna put the limp in. Calling for 30K more. Ryan's option to the big blind with the 8-tray offsuit. We've been focusing on Eddie with that short stack. In the meantime, Brian has been quietly dwindling down.
Yes, he has.
Down to a 16 big blind stack himself. He's have to navigate carefully as well.
So, decent flop for both players. You got a gutter ball for Brian, Eddie, bottom pair. Checks through. Ace on the turn. Now Eddie's going to upgrade himself to 2 pair, but can't feel that much relief as there is now a backdoor club draw introduced in. Straight draw is still out there. King on the river, bad run out. I wonder if Eddie can just check call here. If he leaves, he feel like stepping into it.
I think check calling at this point is best. But what do I know is Eddie's reaching for chips.
65.
Firing out a small bet, trying to get looked up light. Brian, I'm gonna double check that he's still just sitting here with 8 high. Thinking whether he can represent the straight or not if he puts in a raise. Really going through the action. Who's more likely to have a jack, me or Eddie? And the way the hand played it out, I do see Brian just let it go.
40, 80, 80.
So Eddie takes that pot down. Him and Brian near identical, if not identical, chip stacks based on the counts. Here we see it.
Yep.
Ben, Jorge, far and away the top 2. Eddie, Brian tied up at the bottom. Pretty big disparity growing between these sets of players. Now, to show the payouts, they're all vying for that 62K up top, around 40K for second, 30 for third, 22. Already locked up for all 4 players. A little bit more locked up if you're Ben, pulling that 20K bounty earlier. Always feels a little bit nice to have that added juice. Plus, the chip lead. A little pep in your step. Did see blinds go up starting this hand. It's 40,000, 80,000 now. So the pressure is going to continue mounting as everybody's chip stack gets a little bit smaller in terms of big blinds. You see Brian and Eddie down to the 10, 11 big blind mark instead of the 15, 16 big blind mark, for example. Not a lot of wiggle room. The 2 chip leaders battling yet again. See Queen 5-4 come down. So George, middle pair, Ben, a slightly better pair in the form of pocket 6s. Action does go check, check. Ben electing not to c-bet. Now 7 of hearts turn. Gives Ben an open and straight draw. Let's see if he wants to continue the delayed c-bet here. Was the pre-flop razor. Here comes that bet.
Yep, it looks like a hefty one here. Up like 220,000.
No heart in his hand. Has to make sure he's pricing out. If Jorge's holding a heart, Jorge thinking maybe Ben's trying to push him around. He's going to put in the call with his pair of 5s. To Jorge's credit, we have seen Ben putting some aggression on and pushing people around. This is not it.
Oh, damn. What a way to get there.
Delivering 3 of a kind.
Way to get there. I mean, he was already ahead, but
I think it might slow him down, and checking behind is now any tray and any 8 make a straight in addition to the hearts on board. Might be really hard to get value. And there's a will, there's a way. We're going to see Ben go for it. Less than a half pot size bet here, 350K. Jorge thinks Ben's out here, maybe bluffing at it. Looks like he is assembling chips to put in the call, and there it is. Jorge thinks Ben is up to a bluff. Ben's going to show the 3 6s and take down a massive pot.
4.5 million in stack.
1.5 million chips in that pot, swinging. You know, we recently saw Ben, George very close in chip stack. We're waiting to see who was going to emerge as the leader. And there's the answer, real fast. It's going to be Ben taking the chip lead yet again. He's been flirting with it, on again, off again, all throughout this final table. See if he can keep it, take it, run away with it. Eddie wakes up with a pocket pair, first to act. Pocket 4s with 12 big blinds. Just gonna let it go. Really picking his spots across this final table is Eddie. Maybe thinks he has a really good read on his opponents and the situation at hand. They're letting it go. It's now Brian's turn to have a fun decision with 11 big blinds and ace-5 offsuit. He's just going to rip it in. George gets out of there. Ben's turn with king tray suited. He's going to let it go.
I'd rather you just have it. I don't want to bust you.
Can't bust you. Show me a king.
Suited.
Really?
Get that same flop. Get a. What the fuck is that?
Oh, bleep bleep.
Don't miss to it.
It is after midnight here, so if your kids are still up watching, that's just on you at this point. It is a school night. Get them to bed.
What does Boost for Jack say? It's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your kids are?
Yeah, my hands have been freezing.
Been like that all night.
I think it's like the condensation.
Asking, why are your kids watching? You gotta teach your kids about big blinds, math, equity, pot odds. It's a whole math lesson going on here. In addition to the free master class being hosted by Adonis earlier tonight.
Yep, I hope you guys were a part of that.
If you guys missed out, free poker lessons from Adonis earlier, teaching us everything he knows about the game.
Which isn't much, but if you did pick up something, hopefully you never use it.
If I ever was able to pick up something, I would hope it's pocket aces in the big blind with a 10 big blind stack.
And,
facing a button open. What a dream spot for Eddie. And he's going to use it to trap.
Yeah, I don't know about trapping.
What are you worried about seeing?
Ooh, it's top set. Wait, Jorge can't win. Well, running king 10 would just be ridiculous.
And this has been the Adonis Masterclass.
I'll see you guys here, same time, same place. No payment required.
If you were to sign up for a Masterclass, it would be Eddie's, as we see him getting value here, checking it over to Jorge, continue to slow play his pocket aces. Jorge fires out the C-bet, trying to take control and use his chips to his advantage. Gonna run into it.
Literally gonna run right into it. Top set, just waiting on him.
See if Eddie wants to check raise or
might
just keep trapping.
This
There's
might be the turning of the tides, because depending on when this wins this hand, we can see Jorge become the short stack and Eddie kind of chip back up here.
If Jorge doesn't shut it down or find a good turn card to bluff at, 7 of spades is not that turn card. Super brick, great card for Eddie. Checking it over again.
He is setting this man up.
Jorge hasn't really pulled too many bluffs tonight. We saw him to 1 or 2. We've been live for 12 and a half hours. We've barely seen George bluff at all. Unfortunately for him, picked a bad time to start. If he fires the triple barrel here, he will be drawing dead. Eddie would find the full double. Instead, we see the check back from Jorge, and now 6 on the river, giving Jorge a pair.
He can't put 16 good, right?
Eddie, again, deciding whether he should check it over or shove. Checks it yet again, praying Jorge rips it into him.
Oh,
See, Jorge
music to his
asking.
ears. How much do you have left?
Trying to see if Eddie has enough behind that he can fight a fold. We have seen Eddie make some laydowns and leave himself only 5 big blinds behind just recently. So Jorge might read this for a spot where he can push Eddie off of it. He's going to double check his hand. He may elect to just check now that he rivered a pair of 6s though. That's what happens as he checks it back. Eddie's going to show the aces. Scoop a million in chips in the pot.
How much you got there, Eddie? How much?
For sure.
There we go.
There's the rail getting a little bit loud now.
Good check, buddy. Good check.
He's like, ooh, how much do you have, Eddie? Oh, I'll tell you exactly how much I have. Whatever you want to know, I'm willing to tell you.
Just these chips here.
Had to show
Just
one
these
down.
little chips.
Eddie finding a lot of breathing room there with that big pot. Eddie to put him over the 15 big blind mark, knocked Jorge down to 23 bigs. Ben over 50 big blinds, far and away the chip leader now as the chips spread out. And Eddie again.
Wait a minute! Hold up! What is this?
Looks like aces to me, Adonis. And again, Eddie's going to limp in. He's done this with a lot of hands so far.
I hope this doesn't come back to bite him, but so far so good. So I don't want to jinx him or anything. It looks like he's in a pretty good spot here to make some more chips off the ground.
Again, just slow playing the aces. A good hand to do so with. You're not fading any overcards coming out like you were doing this with pocket queens or kings. Play the aces a little bit more dangerously, especially since these guys are relatively short stacked in terms of big blinds.
Oh, man.
10-8-5 falls down. Open ender for Brian. See what Eddie wants to do. He looks like he's leading it this time around. Betting small. Just 80K, 1/3 pot, min bet.
Oh my lord.
And we've seen Eddie do this quite a few times with middling hands. Let's see if Brian wants to semi-bluff at it here with his open at a straight draw. I've seen these two battle blind versus blind many times as we sat here 4- and 5-handed. Brian just gonna put in the call, and now not queen on the turn. Nuts for Brian.
See, I mean, oh damn. I think even if he opens like standard 2x, Brian probably still makes the call on the big one. Check. Like, I don't think you can just, reinvent the wheel and open 3.5x or something silly. Try to, you gotta open all your holdings the same way, balance. So even if he makes a 2x there pre-flop, Brian probably still calls and then rebets on the flop and call. I think this hand plays itself the same way every time. Man, it's just a tough situation. You saw him get it through the first time, and this time Brian's gonna be the one setting up the trap.
Brian throws out a pretty small bet of his own, 170,000 into 400K.
Tough one to watch, man.
Yeah, less than a half pot size bet. If you're Eddie, you're sitting here. If Brian flopped any sort of straight draw with a queen in it, he improves the top pair on the turn. He would easily bet out just like this.
He's drawing stone cold dead.
Can't go anywhere yet.
Eddie is 100% going to lose this pot.
Especially on that river card. Board pairing 5 of spades. Great if you're Eddie. Just on the off chance that Brian was sitting there with queen 8 or queen 10, you now counterfeited in a better 2-pair. He checks it over, hoping Brian possibly fires out a value bet with a lesser hand. Fortunately for him, Brian has the straight right now. Brian with an exact pot size bet behind, 740K in the middle, 740K in his stack. Almost like he sized it perfectly on the turn for a river shove. Curious to see if he goes for the full river all in. He throws out a little 200, 300K value heavy bet, trying to get a very light call. It just kind of comes down to what he thinks Eddie might be holding here. Saw Brian just count his chip stack to get the exact number. Now weighing his options of what he wants his wager to be. And all in it is. Pot size shove, 740K.
Damn, he has for a count, man. This is just bad.
It's an absolutely brutal spot. Going to be very hard for Eddie to get away from it here. There's a lot of hands that Brian could be shoving that you have beat. Brian could be shoving queen 10, queen 8, 8-10. Queen jack, flopping a straight draw, hitting a pair. Just brutal spot for Eddie. Don't envy the man at this point in the hand. There is the call. He's going to get the bad news.
Wow.
See Brian's jack 9. Just like that, Brian. It's a massive, massive double up. Eddie is crippled.
Yeah, ace is there, limping. I'm like I said, though, I think if he just raises it 2x, same result. So it's a really tough hand there from Eddie. Aces in back-to-back hands and just runs into it. Hey, what's up, Doc?
George gonna be 8.
Hope you're doing well, my friend. That's a tough one. That's just a real tough hand there. Just hate to see it. It looked like such a fortuitous spot more when it just backfires and you went just straight into a cooler.
Unfortunate indeed. Obviously, played it in a way to go for the double up. Eddie trying to get first place in this event. Not playing to ladder up to third place or second place. He wants the trophy. Can't blame him for going for it there with pocket aces. Just an unfortunate sequence of events. Meanwhile, Ben got another open. Everybody has to let it go. Takes down some more blinds, adding to his chip lead. So now Eddie will be first to act off of a very short stack. Seen him in this situation a couple of times. Squeak away, chipping up. See if he can do it again. He looks down at queen 9 of clubs. 80K big blind. He would be the big blind in the next hand. 380K in his stack. You see the open shove, and there it is. All in from Eddie with queen 9.
There we go.
Brian gonna fold a7 offsuit next to act. If he was in later position, he would have happily put in the call.
Jorge's probably gonna find the call.
Uh-oh, indeed. As Jorge with ace 9 of hearts, gonna have a better 9 than Eddie's. So even rougher shape is Eddie right now. Ben gets out of the way of the big, and we're going to be off to a flop. Eddie all in for his tournament life. Looking for a queen, a couple of clubs, maybe some straightening cards. And he's got a gut shot straight draw now. Looking for the 10 or the queen on the river to save him. Does not come. 6 of hearts. Board bricks out. We're going to see Eddie eliminated here in 4th place. Eddie going home, a little over 22K. Actually, we did see Eddie pull the 10K bounty early into the day. It's about, 11, 12 hours ago by now, but Eddie did pull a big bounty early into the day. His wife also pulled a bounty for 2K. So 12K in bounties, 22K in prizes, taking home over a little bit of $34,000 here. The $1,700 buy-in, WPT. Event 6. GG's to Eddie and his rail. A lot of fun. Obviously, always hosting Eddie here at Best Bet. A lot of fun having him on the final table.
Absolutely. Just ran there into an absolute cooler, and once you get crippled when the blinds are this high and the table's this tough, it's kind of hard to come back from.
Just had a rough spot there with the aces. Saw Eddie make comebacks time and time again. Just couldn't get that last one underway. Now, we're going to be left with 3 players. Ryan on this side of the table, Ben in the middle, George over there in the 2 seat. All 3 with 30K locked up in prize money so far, plus whatever bounties they have in their pocket. We know they all have a few. But next pay jump is 11,000. 30K for third, locked up for all 3, 41K for second. But all 3 with their eyes on the prize.
62K.
62K indeed. A beautiful, beautiful amount. First place, 62,000 plus the coveted trophy.
That's what we want a piece of. All 3 are now one step closer.
Jorge and Ben gonna battle yet again. Previously clashed as chip leaders. Jorge here with top pair, open-ended straight draw. Ben bottom pair. And he was the pre-flop raiser, playing this hand in position. Jorge not electing to check it over to Ben, the pre-flop raiser. Just gonna fire right out, half pot size bet, 225 to 440. See what Ben wants to do with his pair of fives. Looks like a call. 900K in the middle. We're off to a jack of spades on the turn.
Still Jorge in the lead. With his pair and straight draw. Ben here still with a pair of fives.
Check.
Try to get showdown. He wants to. I don't know what anybody wants to do.
Yeah, Jorge probably just wanted the pot control with his pair. Doesn't want to see that ace when he does so after Ben checks it back. Ace of diamonds completes the front door flush, puts another scary card out there. Jorge's just going to check it again. Ben going to take his pair of fives to showdown. See that maybe he could have bluffed Jorge off of it, but has played Jorge gets a nice little chip up. Closing on 3 million in chips is Jorge. Hanging out over 30 big blinds now. Closing that gap between himself and Ben. Ben still the chip leader though at this juncture. See if he can close it out. Seen him close out events in the past. Sure, he's anxious to do it again, wants to do it again. Same time, Brian kind of been on the quieter side of things, but he's no scrub himself. He's taken home a couple of trophies from this place and others. Similar to Ben, it's been a few years since we've seen Brian lift a trophy here, but doesn't mean he doesn't have quite a few at home already. Blind versus blind. You see Jorge just limp in. Ben's going to check his option. Heads up to Jack 9-9 flop. Jorge out flopping. Ben yet again. Top pair for him. Second time in a row. And just checks it back though after Jorge checks it over to him.
Jorge's going to try to get at least some value there with 2 pair.
There is that value bet Adonis is alluding to. Pretty quickly we see Ben just get out of there. Not a hand. Falls into the bluff candidates. The 10-6 offsuit. Not too many draws to speak of. So Ben did let it go. Final GG's going Eddie's way. We wind down, final 3 players here. If any of you guys enjoyed watching Eddie on the live stream, good chance we'll see him again very, very soon. Eddie will be one of the featured celebrity bounties this Wednesday in the Celebrity Bounty event, along with Andrew Nemi, Brad Owen, Ali Torelli, and a bunch of other more local-based celebrities like Eddie, including Donnie, frequent player of the live stream, giving away that 5%, like Adonis said.
I wonder if he'll do that in the celebrity tournament.
Only if he wins, right? I mean, maybe once he makes it to the final table, something would happen. But we'll have a featured to final table, much like today, on that day. Coverage should kick off in the later afternoon parts. I believe it'll be me and Adonis back here again, hanging out all afternoon and evening for that one. Should be a fun time. Things really ramp up this week for the WPT. Ladies event Tuesday, Celebrity Bounty Wednesday. Multitude of satellites coming at you for the main event that kicks off Friday.
That's the best thing about Best Bet, man. Like, listen, hey, I understand it's a $5,000 buy. Hey, I get it. It's a $1,700 buy. But listen to this. How about this? During our high hand segments, we give away tickets to play into that satellite. And if you do well in that satellite, boom. Now you have a ticket for that 5K main event for essentially nothing.
No, quite a few people that have already taken advantage of that and won some 5K seats themselves.
It's just absolutely amazing. It's a wonderful offer, and I love that Best Bet puts on so many satellites because it gives every player in the building a chance at glory. You don't have to just come out of pocket 5K. You can, man, I bought the satellite ticket for $60. I satellited in, So now I got this 5K ticket for 60 bucks and I'm in the money for $9,000. Like that's the goal. And I know somebody's gonna do it.
Definitely an excellent way to build a bankroll. Not a set place on those smaller ones. Even if you do sneak to a min cash, usually min cashes carry a slightly negative connotation, but if you're trying to take a stab at something bigger, you can spin it up, find your way to one in a main event. It's a lot more fun. Ooh, Brian puts in the 3-bet shove here with 9-8 suited. Ben with pocket 7s open from the button. What do you do here if you're Ben? Facing a 24 big blind all in. This would be a massive amount of chips going away from you if you put in the call and you lose. See him getting a full chip count to assess the situation. Whew. Not going to be an easy decision point for Ben here. It's a huge all-in spot. Brian gets it through. He closes the gap between him and the other opponents, and it does get through. We're going to see Brian chip up to close to 30 big blinds. So now Brian and Jorge pretty close in chip stacks. Ben still the chip leader with around 45 big blinds himself. That gap is officially closed. All three of them pretty tight knit. Let me just see who can emerge as the champion here. Brian will start the action off yet again. On the button. The 9-8 suited, same exact hand. Gonna raise it on up.
There you go.
Making it 160K. Min click over the 80K big blind.
Uh-oh.
And now Ben with another
We're
playable
going
hand
to get a
against
defend
Brian.
here. We might even get a 3-bet.
Say, is it an aggressive defend or a passive defend? Call or raise. Fold is absolutely out of the question.
Absolutely. 3-handed here.
And there's
oh,
the raise. So we see Ben usually at a decision point where it could go either way, likes to take the aggressive route, take control of the hand. This spot's going to be no exception as we see him raise it up to 550K. Pretty sizable raise over Brian's 160 open.
yeah, he's going to quickly fold.
Brian does quickly let it go. It's just like that. Ben scooping some of them chips back from the last hand. I'll take them back. I'll take them back. You like to 3-bet big? I like to 3-bet big. So after that exchange between Brian and Ben in the last two hands, taking turns, putting in the 3-bet, taking the pot down. Actually, he's going to start on Jorge from the button. Does let it go. So blind versus blind. Ben versus Brian yet again. Ben looks down at King 9. Gonna raise it up. Goes with some 3 big blind size, 240K. Brian with the 10 tray offsuit in the big blind here. Eyes him up and decides to let it go. Ben's gonna take it down. So fun dynamic developing as Brian and Ben are quickly starting to battle each other here. Now that Eddie has been eliminated, he was seated between the two of them. Probably kept both of them honest, being a short stack for a good portion of the four-handed play. No more dancing around, avoiding one another. When you're 3-handed, everybody's kind of just going to run into one another.
Yep. Can't avoid it.
Now Ben's turn with 9-8 suited. Raising it up to 180K. Brian looks down at a playable King 10 offsuit of a small blind.
I'd be thinking about a call.
At this stage, 3-handed. Pretty much choose any pathway with this hand. Brian deciding which one is best. He's gonna, looks like he's agreeing with you, Adonis. Call comes in.
All right, here we go. See what he can do.
Jorge with 7 deuce suited. Feels like he's getting a good enough price to put in a call of his own. Throws in the extra 100K. We're off to a 3-way flop. As it comes down Jack 5-5, 2 hearts on board.
7 high flush draw for Jorge.
Check.
Action pretty quickly checks over to Ben. The pre-flop raiser, he's just gonna check back this flop.
Brian's going to take the lead on the turn, spiking that king of spades.
Steadies. Gonna check it over. Hope Ben maybe uses this card to start bluffing at the pot. Fully expect Ben to do so, as he would be opening a lot of kings from the button.
Yep, there you go.
There is the bet for Ben. Goes small, 150K. Trying to just take this pot down for cheap right here, right now, as he can have a lot of kings, and most people wouldn't check a 5 twice. From Brian, Jorge's position, that is. Brian rechecks the suits of his holdings. He is holding the 10 of hearts. Hard to put anybody on a heart flush draw after the action checked around on the flop.
Call 150.
We're gonna see Brian put in that call. Jorge getting an amazing price to go after a heart on the river.
And he is going to, oh, crap.
He's gonna call?
Thought he was going to raise, but yeah. Exactly as you said, he sees he's getting a pretty good price there. And doesn't get there the way he wants to. Upgrades from a flush draw to a pair of 7s, but Brian here is going to give the check mark. 2 pair kings and 5s with the jack here.
Question for Brian is, can he bet for value? Besides, the answer is no. Just going to check it over, hope somebody maybe takes a stab with a missed draw of some kind, as both hearts and spades didn't come in. All straight draws missed as well. Ben sitting here at 9 high. Pretty tough spot, as you know your 9 high is no good and you may have to bluff to take the pot down, but at the same time, there are 2 opponents in his hand, not just one.
Check. They're showdown.
And Ben with a disciplined check back there would have most likely been easily called by Brian if Ben threw out a stab. Can't imagine Brian would let go given that run out, the way the hand is played. So we're going to see Brian take down the pot though. Stacking up almost $1 million in chips from that one. Able to fade all the hearts on that river. Just inching closer and closer to accumulating all the chips in play and taking down first place. So now Jorge has become the chip short stack. He's on him out of the small blind with ace-8. Gonna raise it up. $215K over the 80K big blind. Ben in the big blind, just gonna let go of the Jack 5 offsuit. Gonna move on to the next hand. Jorge sitting around 30 big blinds. Ben a little over 40. Brian right around the 40 big blind mark as well. Still a lot of room for play, as we are 3-handed here. We started day 2 with 37 players, now only 3 remain. All sitting here 13 hours later, getting a little tired, a little ready to just take it down and end this thing. At the same time, no one has even come close to even entertaining any sort of chop discussion. All 3 want to be the winner outright. Jorge opens it up from the button with the 10-9. Brian got an ace-4 suited in the big blind. Both 3-bet and call are viable options. We're going to see Brian put in the call.
Jorge's opening up his range a ton in the last 2 to 3 hours. Essentially getting it in, finding himself on the right side of most of these runouts. Now he's flirting with danger here, as essentially he's opening, he's continuing 100% of the time on these flops.
280.
And essentially putting in chips, drawing next to Stone Cold Dead.
Brian here with the wheel draw, backdoor clubs, ace high. Can't imagine he's not going to continue in this pot. After some deliberation, we see Brian start to cut out, calling chips. Into the middle they go. Just like that, over 1 million in chips in the middle.
So quick, so quick.
Turn card, which comes down, king of spades. Brian's gonna check it over, and if Jorge can start using this king as a scare card to start bluffing again, make it the job done, as it's very, very possible that Jorge's sitting here with the king. Opened pre-flop, put out a C-bet.
He is just mashing it, man. I mean, he's just mashing it.
400K is the bet.
Oh my lord.
Very tough for Brian to withstand this here, though. Facing another big bet here on the turn. Jorge leaving himself less than a pot-sized shove behind if Brian calls.
It works. It's working.
It looks extremely strong. That's why we see Brian let it go. Not a very good turn card for Brian's hand. You know, if he thinks that Jorge is C-betting that flop with Broadway cards.
Any combination of
King is a big one. King Jack, King 10, King Queen, King 9. So many hands improve.
Got lucky, George.
Hear Brian say it. You got lucky, George. Turning that king. George lying, saying, I already had it.
Oh man, there's been so much lying at this table today. Just go back and watch it in 20 minutes, Brian. Then you'll find out.
In the meantime, just gonna have to play on. The only we do is Ben opened it up from the buttons, taking down the blinds. Ben's been slowly chipping away, using aggression as his primary method. Trying to extend that chip lead if he can find a good spot to do so. In the meantime, we've seen Brian and Jorge climbing back, closing the gap.
That's good enough.
Good hand from the small blind from Jorge.
Good enough to get in there.
Just gonna limp in. See what Ben wants to do out of the big blind. Raising is his friend. Again, he loves keeping the pressure on, especially as the chip leader here. And do so again. So makes it 240K over the 80K big blind. Queen 10 Jorge. Doesn't look like he's going anywhere. Putting in that call.
I guess we'll go heads up to a flop. 4 high against queen high.
Both players, very different hands. See who can connect with this board.
Jorge here opening. He's going to have the lion's share of the equity. As with 4 high, Ben has a hope and a dream. And position.
Biggest factor is position and the betting lead. I did see Ben raise it pre-flop. He's going to try to represent some of those paint cards on board that we see. Honestly, we can tell Jorge's going nowhere for now with his straight draw, but if it bricks out, see if Ben keep bluffing him off of it. Now we're off to a brick tray of clubs on the turn. Ben does improve to a pair.
Well, that turns things around now, as Ben's going to take the lead here with a pair of trays. Jorge's looking down at his stack.
Hasn't checked yet.
Check.
There it is. Checking his straight draw. See if now they improved to a pair instead of just 4 high. Ben gonna slow down, check it back.
Board pairing king on the river. Let's see what happens here.
Just a question of whether Jorge knows he needs to bluff at it here. Since queen high is no good. Seems to be what he's thinking. Maybe trying to push Ben off of a weak hand like
that's all he's been
tray,
doing. Yeah.
Something like ace high.
Can't have it every time.
But after Jorge bet out, went small, Ben snap called him.
Yeah, you can't have it every time.
Just reads it, puts in the call, and gets to take it down.
So far, every hand he's been in, he's shown some level of aggression. Like he's had it. I'm with Ben. You just can't have it every time. I got to pay. We're 3-handed. Show me, please. I would love to see it.
Still up after this one, guys. 5,100.
Ben expanding his chip lead pretty well after that pot. Jorge looking down at ace-9 suited from the button. Very easy to see a raise come in. There is that raise as he makes it 225K over the 80K big. Both players snap fold their blinds. Looking down at garbage. Jorge takes it down.
For real. What do you mean? What are you saying? 225.
So Ben keeping his foot on the pedal, opening it up from the button with queen tray of spades.
Jorge doesn't care. He's deep in it.
Play some defense. He heard defense wins championships. He's going to put in the call and defend his big blind.
And defending is, I guess, what he should have done. He flops top pair. Ben here was bottom pair. Gonna have Ben here dominated on the flop. Jorge approaching 19 big blinds is gonna get a little bit back here from Ben unless I just commentators cursed him.
Listen, Jason. We did just see the blinds go up. It's now 100K big. We're seeing the relative chip stack shrink down a little bit. Ben at 40 big blinds, Jorge at 20. Look at that check raise.
How much?
Smooth. $500,000. 500K to go. Pretty small check raise, all things considered about how many chips are in the pot. Ben trying to figure out what that means. Sitting here with bottom pair. Not a lot of draws on board. It is a rainbow flop. Looks like Ben's going to continue. Puts in the call. Did just pick off a bluff on the last hand out of Jorge.
Oh!
No bluff needed here.
No,
Top two pair now,
seal it up.
and a rainbow board to go with it. Not worried about Ben sitting here holding any sort of flush draw. Just a question of how many chips can you get out of him. If you're Jorge with 1.5 million behind, there's 1.6 in the middle. He elects to just rip it.
Wow.
Rip it and rip it.
Good Lord.
Take it down.
There he goes. As soon as he's just about to chip down 14 bigs, scoops up a big one, and now he's right back at 3 million.
Yeah. Closing
Nice
that gap
easy.
massively right there.
Nice and easy.
Jorge and Ben only about 500,000 chips apart. Just a couple of big blinds separating them now. Play continues. 13.5 hours into day 2. You can tell the air is out of all 3 players. They haven't been very talkative. Kind of quieting down. Now,
The sleep
Jorge with
deprivation
another
is
big hand.
sinking in.
It's kicking in.
It's hurt.
It's getting the best of people.
Yep.
It'll happen.
Hey, everybody can try to be strong, but once you hit that 12 to 13 hour mark, you get smoked. It's over. 3 IQ there from Jorge.
Jorge doesn't look phased by the sleep deprivation at all. Puts in the nice raise. A little over 3 big blinds, making it 325K, over the 100K big. Ben, Queen 8 offsuit, going to defend his big blind.
And Brian's on the side there looking like he has to knock each other out.
Jorge's going to try when he flops a pair of aces. Comes down ace jack 6, 2 diamonds. Great flop for Jorge's hand. And a continuation bet here. Firing out a half pot size bet, 375. Ben just Queen 8 offsuit, Queen high, has to let it go. After that pot, that chip lead has shifted. Officially Jorge back in the chip lead now. Over Ben has taken it. Jorge from the button this time around. Let's see if he keeps the aggression up. As he looks down at 10-7 of clubs. Could see him raise yet again in this hand. Start cutting out, raising chips. Here it comes. 225K is the amount he goes with. A little over a min raise this time. Brian off of 17 big blinds. Does he want to flick in essentially one more to defend his big? He thinks it's worth the price of admission. He puts in the call with his 8-7.
Yeah, he does.
Brian Jorge off to the flop.
Trying to find some help for him, and Jorge's going to find a little more help than him on this flop. He's going to flop a 10 high flush draw. And Brian just 8 high, staring down Jorge's massive stack. And you know he's going to be applying some pressure, and that pressure is to the tune of 400,000 chips.
And 2/3 pot size bet gets the job done as Brian can't continue with 8 high. It seems like the 5th hand in a row that we've seen Jorge take down now. Just keeps on. Took a page out of Ben's book.
Yeah, just was sitting on 13, 14 bigs. Gets a pretty decent sized pot off of Ben, and now he's right back in the thick of it.
Joseph saying he just finished a tournament in St. Augustine. Surprised to see this is still going on. Yeah, the structure has led to some deep stack play. Just now kind of getting to that short stack phase that hits a tournament final table. Been a nice, long, deep stack day.
Yes, it has.
37 players started at noon. 3 players remain now at 1:30 in the morning here on the East Coast as we come to you live from Best Bet Jacksonville.
Oh, ace queen again for Jorge.
You're tuning in now, you're watching Jorge really exert himself as the dominant chip leader all of a sudden. This is, I believe, the 6th pot in a row we've actually seen him take down.
Yeah,
he's trying to end this thing.
He is. He's found some luck here.
Picking his spots, picking his sizes, trying to take it. It's all 3 players here vying for the trophy and first place payday of $62,000 up top for the winner. We have seen Ben and Brian lift trophies here on the Best Bet live stream before in some big events.
Yeah, some nice paydays as well.
Know they want to do it again. You get that win, you want to get another win. You get that win, you want to get another win.
Then you're like, man, I think I really have a knack for this.
Jorge, pretty well-regarded cash game player, taking his shot at some tournaments here during this WPT series, navigating himself to the final 3.
Well, yeah, he took a shot, and I mean, he's in the thick of it right now with 2 very accomplished veteran players. So I think he might realize he might have a knack for this tournament thing.
We see him out-flop Ben yet again. Originally went in with the Jack 4 suited. Ben checked his option with the old 7 deuce. Action continues to check through as we head off to the river, and Jorge's hand is still best with a pair of fours.
Yes, it is.
Action continues to check through, and Jorge dragging yet another pot. Just putting on a clinic is Jorge here. The last 7-8 hands, I think we've seen him win every single one. Walking away the chip lead as best he can. NJ Mobile asking, was Brian on another stream recently? Most likely. I know Brian is a very accomplished traveling player, plays in a lot of tournaments,
Yeah, he does.
both here at Best Bet and a lot of other rooms nearby and afar. Similar to Ben and Eddie, who's just eliminated in 4th place. They all travel some of the bigger circuits, sneak up to Harrah's Cherokee, out to the World Series for the WSOP, other summer events. Easily have seen Brian on WPT Hard Rock Final Table, for example. Not sure about his most recent accomplishments for stream playing, but it would not surprise me.
No, definitely would not.
Been a very, very solid player for a long, long time. That's why we're seeing him here, competing for the first place prize and the trophy of this WPT. 2 opponents do stand in his way that aren't going to give up without a fight.
No. That and Brian and Jorge, they're definitely going to want to stick around. And they're not making it easy. They're not making it easy.
There we go. We'll see if Brian can start trying to make a comeback, as he is the shortest stack as things stand right now. It's going to be first act from the button. Does just have to let it go. Jorge.
Raise 250.
Raise it up. Keep that aggression on with King 4 suited, raising out of the small blind into Ben's big. Ben, 25 big blinds now in his stack.
Uh-oh.
Not as comfy as he was just not too long ago. Putting in the call. Not going to be deterred to keep trying to chip up, get back what he lost. We're off. Ace, Jack,
Damn.
10, 2 hearts.
Yo, Jorge's been flopping huge, man. Flop top pair, turn 2 pair with 9-7.
How's he
Open, King 4.
How's he been flopping?
He's been flopping good. Huge.
There is a continuation bet takedown from Jorge yet again. Puts Ben just over 20 big blinds. Jorge over double the chip stack of his next closest opponent. So that means Jorge at this point over 50% of the chips in play. Let's see if he can close this thing out. He has the rest of the table covered at the current time. Really established himself in the last 30 minutes. Went from second or third in chips to massive chip lead now. Brian, Ben, both very experienced and accomplished. They know how to navigate it, know how to make a comeback. See if either one can do so. It's going to be tough when, yet again, monster hand for Jorge.
I'm telling you, man, I don't know what it is. You want to talk about finding it late? He found it.
So whatever he's doing, it's working. He gets to raise it up with Ace-King this time around from the button. Fortunately for both Brian and Ben, they don't look down at much of anything playable, just get out of the way with their garbage. As they are hitting that danger zone, both could easily 3-bet shove a hand that they could have gotten in trouble with, like Ace-Jack, Ace-Queen. Could have found some all-ins if they looked down at a hand like that and been absolutely dominated. Ben's turn to be first to act from the button. See what he looks down at. Just going to be 6-4 offsuit, lets it go.
Brian here with Queen 10, playable for sure.
Yeah, out of the small blind, 13 big blind stack. May see him just open shove. Could see him raise. Could see him call, and he's taking that call route. Trying not to bloat this pot up. Take it to a post-flop decision. Post-flop we go after Jorge checks it. And it comes queen high. So Jorge getting out flopped for the first time in quite some time.
It's been a while.
It has been a long time.
But we all know, you know, Jorge tends to get married to his hands here late. If he flops a piece, he's probably going to see it.
Top pair is a big piece
All
sitting
three
here
streets.
with queen 8. After Brian leads. Could have seen Jorge put in the raise. He's just going to put in the call. Now 8 on the turn. Jorge bailed out, turning 2 pair here.
Oh my lord.
From worst kicker to great kicker in the form of 2 pair. Brian adding a gut shot straight draw to his pair of queens.
2 and a cue.
Going to keep firing. About a half pot size bet. 225K into $500,000. Question, if you're Jorge, you want to raise this up now, or do you just put in the flat call?
No, let's raise it up.
Makes sense. 2 diamonds on board. A lot of straight draws are available.
625.
Especially, so we can see Brian's exact hand here. Straight draw to go with his pair. Rather squeeze him out of it right here. Take it down. Jorge, following the Adonis Masterclass guidebook, puts in that raise.
He listens. That's all it takes, just a little listening.
You know, all the marriage counselors say communication is key.
That's what they say.
I'm sure you've been divorced 100 times, just like me.
Well, you already know what time it is.
I can't make those jokes. My wife actually might be listening. Forgot earlier we could get away
It's
with
late.
those things
It's
when
late.
it was bright and early.
It's late. She in the bed sleep. You good.
Brian deep in the tank. He knows communication is key. He's communicating with himself right now, trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together.
Yeah, and he knows that his stack is very short, so it's either, I guess, all in or fold. You can't just really call.
Brutal spot for him.
You got to get it in or get out of there.
Only 9 big blinds behind. You got top pair, decent kicker, straight draw to go with it. The raise amount of 400K is nearly half your stack, as he's got 950 back.
You got to ask yourself, is this the one?
So taking his time, thinking it through. Brian, not one to make a rash decision. Put a lot of thought, and there it is. The answer is all in.
You have 625 on the pull list right here.
Jorge asking for an
Jorge
exact
knew damn
chip
well
count.
he was calling.
Hasn't called yet. He wants to just make
Look
sure.
at the calling chips in his hand. He's in.
There is that call. So Brian going to be looking for a 10, a 9, or a jack in order to play catch up on this hand.
Oh my lord.
Wait a bit of outs and see if Jorge can eliminate another player. And the 9 comes, counterfeiting Jorge's 2 pair. Brian with a better 2 pair now.
Yeah, that one hurt him.
Gets the
That
full
one hurt him.
double.
That one hurt him.
Holy cow, that closes the gap.
You can tell me he just smelled blood in the water. He's like, man, I got you right where I want you for all the chips. I'm going to make this heads up. And looks like Brian is going to find that tournament-saving board pairing 9 of spades to keep his dreams alive of attaining that $62,000. What a just absolute insane river card.
Brian, normally a very stoic, quiet player. You heard him kind of elate a little bit there as the 9 fell. Heard yes get yelled in the background. Not normally one to let out the emotion. Couldn't help himself there, as he does get a beautiful river card.
Yeah, that's an above average river. Especially when he realized what shape he was in heading to the river. He might have thought, man, you might have a flush draw. Or like a pair plus a flush draw. Ooh, it finally caught up to him.
Alright, so we're looking at 50 right here, 100 twice right here. So I'm gonna start taking this one. No longer the stack. Today, quick, can we get?
Yeah, you want some big one?
Yeah. Yeah, here. Alright, honestly, if you want to wait, there's a break in 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's why I was waiting on the break, or if we got to see.
50.
Just get him off the table now.
Man, I wanna go home, man. I wanna go home, man.
100 to go. raise 250.
So action back underway as George going to try to recollect himself. Could smell the finish line there. Almost eliminating a player. Couldn't fade the river. And now, blood in the water. Ben's turn to take his shot at the double up.
Yeah, and he still has chips coming.
Getting color up. As things stand right now, Ben is actually the short stack. Now we see him free bet, rip it all in. His 20 big blind stack going in. He's trying to chip up just like Brian did on the last hand. So George trying to get a chip count.
The mental fortitude is wavering right now.
Hard not to after taking that nasty. All you do is fade one river. You would have been heads up with a massive chip lead. About 75% of the chips in play. That's what Jorge would have had there. The championship was in your grasp. You feel like it kind of got snatched away from you.
Absolutely.
You know, we've talked about it quite a bit throughout the night. You know, mentally refocusing, collecting yourself after a nasty hand. We've seen these players and other players on the final do so, but now you're three-handed. You don't really get that hand to fold pre-flop. Watch two other guys fight one out. Take a little bit of a break, collect yourself, and get back at it. As every hand, you're kind of in the mix now. It'll be fun to see if George can overcome.
100 to go.
Once again, wakes up with another playable hand. No time to fold and watch the other guys duke it out.
Nope, you got to get right back into the thick of it and realize what's at stake. And ace-jack suited is a good hand to be right back in the thick of it with. Come on, Jorge. He says, man, I had you dominated, and now I'm going to have to get those chips back.
Raising it up. Does with the Andrew Jackson suited. Saw Ben quickly get out of there from the small blind. Here we go again, Brian and George. Two very recent foes. Brian got the best of it last time, rivering better two pair.
Oh, boy.
George exacts his revenge, flopping top two, ace jack 5.
Wow.
See if George can navigate through this hand and take some chips back. Might not be the way as he goes big with his C-bet firing out. Looked like about 400K. Brian does snap fold. Such a hammerlock on that hand. Would have liked to seen George maybe go with a small bet, trying to invite Brian in. Let him maybe peel, maybe think he can make a check raise.
Yeah.
I think that's some of the frustration. George trying to get those chips back a little bit on the faster side.
I was going to say, and probably not give him a chance to try and get there because, I mean, given the chance, Brian will. We saw he got it in against Eddie in his aces and cracked him and sent him packing actually with Jack 9.
Pocket kings for Ben here. Gets to raise it up. Let's see. Anybody has a playable hand? George does, and 10-7 suited puts in the call from the big blind. So off to the flop we go. Comes down queen 5-4. Two clubs on board. Complete air ball for George. If you're Ben, you love seeing a flop like this. It's unfortunate for him he won't get any action as he puts out the 200K C-bet. Does take it down without too much protest out of George. Quickly lets go of his 10 high. Three-handed looking down at pocket kings. Doesn't feel much better than that.
No, it doesn't.
You are hoping to find some pushback from an opponent. Instead, we're moving on to the next one. Ben's gonna have to find another way to chip up.
A 10 trade off is not going to be a way to do it.
So after the raise and take, right back into it. George from the button this time. 6 trade of hearts. May go for the raise. Instead, he's going to dodge. Making any mistakes, maybe he knows he's a little tilty at the moment. Trying to recollect himself. And action goes to Ben with a 9-8 suited.
300.
Goes with a 3x size out of the small blind, making it 300K over the 100K big blind. Brian coming down at Queen 10 suited. Easily see some chips go in the middle as he can put in the call here. And there is that call. And a very, very, very playable Queen 10 of diamonds. Now
Oh, damn.
spicy flop, ace, 10, 6, 2 clubs on board. So Ben straight flush draw, Brian middle pair.
225.
I don't think this one's going to play out as we see Ben put out the C-bet. Brian thinks his middle pair is best. He may be tempted to put a raise in. At the same time, with the ace on board, might be just a call. Just a call it is. We see Brian call over $1 million in the middle.
Oh, damn.
Super disguised way for Ben to get there.
Absolutely.
Turning
oh
the
God.
10 high straight. Sitting here with the nuts and a flush redraw. So for Ben, it's just a question of how do I get more chips out of my opponent now that I have a hammer lock on this hand.
And it looks like the only way to get it is to bet it, right?
Yeah, definitely a bet. He's going with a bigger size. Well, he might be tempted to go very small. Instead, he's going to go about half pot, a little over half pot, in fact, going 650K. Maybe trying to make it look a little bit bluffier. Here, Brian asking, how many chips do you have? Maybe reading this bet for weakness. Wants to know if he can jam. Get a fold from his opponent. If he doesn't think Ben has an ace, he may believe his 10 is best right now. Trying to decide if Ben has some sort of draw. Is he committed to putting in the call here? Brian deep in the tank, gonna have to wade through his options. This bet of 650K represents about 1/3 of his remaining chip stack. Got 1.8 million chips in the middle, 1.8 million in Brian's stack. Very, very big decision point right here on the turn. If you can come to the right conclusion, could decide your outcome in this event right now. What do you think Brian's going to do, Adonis?
I don't know. He's taking real long here. He's thinking about his options, and it doesn't seem like he's leaning towards a fold. Seems like he wants to do. Never mind.
Adonis, another classic read that we've had all day.
You know, the reads at this point get real bad.
You know, I've had quite a few bad ones of my own, and obviously if we were geniuses, we'd be on that side of the table with these wizards instead of this side of the felt in the booth chit-chatting with you guys. Do appreciate you guys allowing us to chit-chat with you, though. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you tuning in, subscribing, liking the stream, watching along with us. If you guys have made it this far, congratulations. I'm kind of proud of you. I mean, we are nearing 2 in the morning on the East Coast. Coverage started at noon. We're probably borderline delirious. You're probably tired of listening to us talk, but with 3 players remain, we are so close to the end. Excited to see who gets crowned champ of event 6 here in our WPT. Really don't know which player is going to make the most of it here. Could be any of them. Seen all 3 take charge at different points. As ebb and flowed back and forth time and time again.
Raise 225.
Now Brian's turn to put in the raise from the button with the 8-6. It's over to Ben in the big blind. Very defendable. Queen 5 of diamonds, especially given the fact he just chipped up to a little over 30 big blinds. Gives him a little bit of wiggle room to put in the call here. Now we're off to a queen high flop. It's good news for Ben. Flopping top pair on queen 10, 8, 2 clubs.
Yeah. 3-handed top pair. It's like aces.
Brian assembling a continuation bet.
275.
Let's fire out 275K. Almost 3 big blinds off of his 15 big blind stack. See if Ben wants to just flat put in a raise. Sitting here with top pair.
Looks like he's got calling chips out. So the top pair, he's going to make the correct and standard call to a turn. The 7 of clubs.
Brian with just about a pot-sized bet behind. 1.25 in a stack, 1.15 in the middle. What do we think he's going to do with his chip stack? Decides just a check back. Now river falls, jack of diamonds. So any 9 would make a straight. Their opponent holding 9 in their hand.
I wonder if Brian goes for it here.
Knowing that it's going to be really hard for Ben to have a straight. When he checks the river over, see if Brian wants to represent it.
Check, flip, show, what do we got?
Instead, Brian just going to check back his ace high, take it to showdown. And Ben accumulating some more chips there. Up over 40 big blinds here.
Oh, wow.
Brian down to about 12 big blinds. Disparity growing between them. Here we see the chip counts. Jorge kind of trapped in the middle with 30 bigs. So Ben with half the chips in play as things stand. We've seen Ben take the chip lead time and time again. Every time it kind of wiggled away from him. Will this be another one of those times where it wiggles away, or will this be the last time where he takes it, runs away with it, and closes this thing out? See Jorge open it up with jack, deuce of diamonds from the button.
It's like as the night goes on, Jorge just opens up more. Like at some point, he's just going to start opening with any 2.
Kind of runs into it here as Brian looks down at pocket 10s. 10 big blind shove coming in. Rip it, rip it.
Ooh, let me get a count.
Take him in the middle.
Jorge's done with this. Jorge said, yeah, it's time.
Jorge goes gambling here. You can see a pretty massive pot. Change who is sitting in second place if Brian finds the full double through Jorge.
5, 8, 1,150,000. 11.
So chip graphics are dead on accurate. 1.15 is the chip count. Jorge, after getting that news, just going to let it go. But Brian finding.
Now he's going to go get all those chips in the middle. Oh, no. Okay, got it.
Nice. Little chip up for Brian. Back to 15 big blinds. Chipping away, trying to come back yet again.
No to go.
So action starting on the chip leader, Ben from the button. See if he wants to continue applying pressure against his opponents with ace-9.
Oh, the answer to that question is yes. He's going to keep doing it.
Brian out of the small blind with king, tray of diamonds. Could see him put in the call here. We've seen him continue quite often. Instead, he's going to rip it in.
And a call. What are we working on?
After George gets out of there, Ben snap calls with the ace-9. We're going to go off to an all-in and a run-out. Brian at risk here for his tournament life.
He thought Ben was going to fold.
Instead, it comes 8-4 deuce flop. 8 turns, so king or tray for Brian, or he's going to be headed home, and there is the 7. And that, just like that, you see Brian eliminated in third place. It's going to be Ben and George heads up for the championship.
He's going to lock up 30,000 bucks.
Yeah, 30,301 for Brian. Third place finish. So GG's going out to Brian. What a great matchup that was.
All right, guys. Well, as we were getting things set up for the heads up here with George and Ben, they did discuss doing a ICM chop, and they did agree to a chop. So we are actually going to be ending at this point as far as how things played out. We'll show the updated payouts now as far as what player is getting what.
So, out of nowhere, players never discussed a chop at any point, and now that they got the heads up, we see Ben and George agree to one, and there are the updated payouts. Ben going to be the champion, taking home $56,023, and George second place for $47,725. So, wow.
Nice little chunk of change for both of them.
What a day. What a day.
And they say he's a cash game player. I don't believe that.
Well, I mean, apparently Ben did well a while back in one of the card player events a while back. So now he's adding himself a World Poker Tour title to his resume as well. So congratulations to Ben Scroggins, who is going to be your Mystery Bounty event winner of the World Poker Tour, who also, by the way, did pull that 20K bounty earlier, and also pulled a 10K bounty earlier as well. So
yeah, he's on top of that.
Yeah, so he's going to be taking home close to 90K today from the bounties and winning the mystery bounty event. But yeah, here we are. We started this thing at 12 o'clock. Here it is, 2 a.m. And we're wrapping things up here. Mike, Adonis, thank you guys so much for carrying the commentary today. As yeah, pretty fun live stream.
Yeah, thanks again to everybody that's been tuning in, hanging out with me, Adonis, throughout the day. Been a lot of fun bringing this event. Saw a lot of fun deep stacked play, and things wrapped up here after a long session for both of these players involved. So once again, thank you to everybody out there. I know we had a lot of fun bringing this stream to you from Best Bet in Jacksonville, Florida. We'll be back at it again a lot of times through the week, including Adonis's return on Tuesday for the ladies event. That'll be our next live stream.
Let's get it. Can't wait to see you, ladies.
So, final goodbyes, final thank yous. Appreciate it once again to everybody out there. We'll be seeing you soon.